How does the sentiment analysis feature work? Okay. I don't know any of the things. Nope. Work at YouTube University.
So you're recording this one.
Yeah, toned down on one.
What you
But
you lost track of your energy in your phone?
yeah, that's again. What? Yes, that. Oh, but it looks like we've initial progress. We've gone from MP3 to text.
Yeah, when you on the on the AI stuff, when is that going to occur? Or when is there going to be?
Oh, so are you down to uh with all that?
Well, you're rugging bad.
Oh, check.
Okay, I can hear you.
Yeah. Um, hold on. I checked the form. What did I? So is that is gonna that would just pre-tutorial. So for well, the first thing we noticed that you have to save it new notebook because you can't make changes with the one that
Yeah.
smoothing it out. Um, did I did you or oh look at the top. This is such a D, dude. Ow. I don't know if it works. Just like good for you, man. This guy's just creating the Google Colab notebooks for us. Are you kidding me?
The draft starts in 6 minutes.
Yes. We first need to. So hold on. Sorry, I need to find that thing. Send it to you. Web3. I think people like me as a woman better than they like me as a guy. I don't know what that means.
Oh my. I'd be more worried about
Uh,
Dan. So
oh, you mean Samantha?
yeah,
Samantha
he really
Stark.
gets into that character big time.
Sure. Yeah, yeah. It's mm. My first taste of it was when I was just like, oh, I want to get a transcript of I just want a voiceover of something I wrote, right?
Yeah.
So I just used like an Indian voice. I was like, oh, it's interesting. What if I wrote like me, but then you have a woman voiceover? I wonder if that changes the content.
Hey, my question is if you just record yourself, let's say for like 45 minutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then is there a way for you to then just take the text to speak, right? Take the speak to text and then text to speak and create you can just create AI. So if I took all of the recordings of me, put them into text, right? Put them into a AI. The AI then kind of learns kind of how I speak,
That's the ultimate. We
right?
were joking around about being able to be like, hey, I wonder what Zach thinks. I think you should use the military decision making.
Well, and think about it, and it would learn kind of the context at which I use things, and then
even even
also
more, even more, it has access to a codified framework.
that's what I'm saying is like it'll answer the questions the way I would, but also in my tone of voice, in my cadence, things like that. If you give it enough data, right?
Step one, make the recordings so we have the data to train, right? We now have data that we can use to train an AI. And so as I open up this fucking Pandora's box of speech to text and sentiment analysis, this, right? Like, I believe that your book is actually hidden in these recordings. Because in these recordings, you actually hear why people get value or the dilemmas that they're facing. So, for example, your discussion with Crow, that's at least a part of a chapter somewhere. Your discussion with KC about COA, that's at least a chapter somewhere, if not a case study.
Well, these are so I have everything that I've been saying in these chats. I have codified as chapters
Yes.
in my second book. So the way I've broken down the books I'm writing is I'm writing an entire just one book on just basic lessons from basic training and advanced individual training. And that's it. It's just 22 lessons on those two stages of joining the military. What is like why isn't every person have
So
their
what you're
own
saying is
curriculum?
we need to get you on Joe Rogan.
So the second book is everything I learned at my first two duty stations between being a private and becoming a leader, right? That transition period between followership and leadership, which is a lot of what I've talked about in these
Yeah.
topics,
Yeah,
which
man.
is like
Servant leadership.
learning
It's powerful.
learning decisions, leading yourself, being a follower, all those things is what I talk about mostly in these chats with you guys. And then the third book is just very much just only focused on leadership.
And then clearing out some space in there in the corner where the rack is, and maybe taking a couple of things out of the shed and putting them out in the white shed, and just
because it's not going to be for a long period of time.
Oops, 1 second. I'm just going to mute everyone for a second. Okay, there we go. I don't think he realized he had his microphone on. You see where this is going, eh, Zach? Like the speaker diarization will tell me when individuals were speaking, which means that, see, to me, every one of these little functions that they have, like speaker diarization. Speaker diarization to me is the best of Zach, the best of Web3, the best of Casey, the best of Dan. That's what that allows me to do. Is to create a compendium of everything that you've ever said.
Well, and I think that here's the other thing is I think that if you were to take, right, the best of me and add that in. Now, I should also be able to take all of the books that I've read, right, that I refer to or draw from and add that in. And then I should just be able to hit create, and it's creating blog posts, it's creating articles,
So
it's relating all of these background information from the books to what I'm saying, right? It's making those connections.
So the next step, really, the aims of education. Alfred North Whitehead said that the process of education is romance, precision, generalization, story, precise formula, and then he said education is a religious experience because you're seeing how this precise formula generalizes across domains. And he says when you see precision formula generalize across domains, that ends up becoming a very religious experience because you see the nature of things.
It's draft time. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, damn it. He picked fucking who'd he pick?
Da, da, da,
We
da.
picked Jonathan
Da, da,
Taylor.
da, 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 da. I'm trying to think of the ESPN music.
Who do I pick? What running back do I pick? Chris McCaffrey he's always good, but he has been hurt all the time in the last 2 years. Is he going to be all right this year? I don't know. McCaffrey's eyeing a bounce back. Him or Derrick Henry? Is Derrick Henry previous week? His path to massive workload is one of the league's run heaviest offenses. Might. Oh,
So, like, I know that we're on the cusp of realizing this. And I was just thinking about it in my head. Like, my next step is to prove that by doing this, we can show people how to take their Twitter space to the next level. Because we are not the only people doing these recorded spaces. But I think we're one of the few people to really be talking about where we're going to take this and how it's going to be used. And if we can use this as lead generation for Win the War, or lead generation for KC, or Big Kitty, or any of it, it's driven by yourself. It's driven by your voice.
well, and here's the other thing is, think about it, is how many times have I said something in a space? It is not a tweet. Like, I have not taken some of the knowledge bombs that I drop. I should immediately just close out of the space, go to and add it as a tweet, right? Why isn't that? Why hasn't that just become a recurring? When I say something and everyone reacts, it should automatically text to speak and then schedule it in to be a tweet on whatever timeline.
Well, here's the opportunity we have in front of us. Everything you're saying, what if we build it for our fucking selves and then sold it to everyone else?
That's what I'm saying. Is
Yep.
what like
That,
right?
that to me is one of the, like, it's one thing to have the syndicate, okay, we're helping each other, but if we're actually kicking out product, that to me, I've been thinking, okay, so what is the model around this? Do we build a fund around this so that when Crow comes to us, we can say, all right, Crow, we believe in you. This is how we want to take it forward.
Yeah,
Right?
100%. 100%. We have
Everyone
to be able
vote,
to do both.
bang, 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 bang. Right? But I want to prove this value. What's going on, Amy? Mic check, 1, 2. Some dreams say dreams, some dreams come true. You there?
You're good. I gotta run.
Do your thing. Getting closer, one step at a time. All right. Oh, that's right. I was looking up to see who's on. So let me add Web 3 to the list. Where is it? No. Celium Network.
Hey, do you hear me, or am I
Oh,
having
I hear you
trouble
now.
being connected? I don't know.
I hear you. I hear you now. Check, check. Oops. One sec.
We hear you.
Okay, there we go. Check, check. Amy, you there? Check, check. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
All right. Rodrigo Martinez. This is great. Oh, that's right.
what you just posted on the billboard up there.
Yeah.
Can you DM me that link? Because I'm trying to log in. I'm trying to
Yeah.
log in. I'm logged in on my one of my Linux servers, and I wanted to, run that
Mhm.
off on that. So
Absolutely.
I
You um were you able to get a gist of what was going on from that little video?
what video? Send me that too. I haven't.
Oh, this is what they were laughing at all day.
Okay.
What's his name? Said I look like a snack, which is interesting. Um, it's weird when somebody calls you a snack when you realize they could make you a snack by force. You know what I mean? Like if you were in the same room.
Yeah.
Like, thanks.
That's what I have to worry about. My wife, she's ex-police officer, and she knows all the pressure points.
Oh shit! No, you didn't even want to get married.
She's a great
I
woman.
do. Just like on my wrist.
Yeah, if you'd send me those links,
You got them.
okay, and then I'll
Yeah,
look
you
at them.
can
I'm
have
gonna
them.
drop off and look at them. I mean, not drop off, but just go silent.
Yeah. The audio. Yeah.
All right.
Mm.
Hey guys.
All right, we can hear it now.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I'm having it's weird. Like I bought this Wi-Fi extender and it was working
Uh-huh.
for a while and now it's not working, I guess. Like 'cause, my Wi-Fi is still having trouble with being extended and uh you know what? Like I don't know. Some some I don't know. I don't think that I can even like because this is recorded and I'm just like I don't know. I'm like
I can always just delete
I'm
it.
so fucking pissed
I don't
right
mind.
now. I'm so pissed right now.
Why? What's up?
Like somebody like somebody scheduled like a prospect scheduled a meeting with me on a Saturday morning. I moved like everything around to meet with this guy and he sends his Otter AI for the meeting. You know?
What?
Yeah. He didn't even show up to the meeting. He sent his Otter AI.
So what does that mean? What happens?
Well, it means is that I reshuffled my Saturday morning around to meet with this guy, and I'm supposed to be pitching to his AI. I'm not doing that. I'm not because you can't. I don't know. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be bitching. I'm just
So
like
so so
so annoyed with
is
this whole thing.
he set up a chat bot to ask you questions?
No, it's a Zoom. It's a Zoom meeting. He sent his Otter AI. He did not show up to the meeting. You know what I'm saying? Like it's ridiculous. I'm supposed to be pitching to his Otter AI on a Saturday morning. Like I just feel like people think that I don't know. I mean, like what that makes me feel like is like I am, at your mercy. Like I'm supposed to meet with you on a
Yes.
Saturday morning
Yeah.
and
Yes.
like and deal with
That's
talking
fucked up.
to an AI bot, you know, instead of being
Yep.
able to close this fucking sale.
It's to be honest with you, that's why I call it so you want to attract funding. Because every time I would meet with these investors, the energy was all off. They thought for some reason that they had a leg up, and they would actually go out of their way to kind of make you feel like shit. And I was like, oh, this power dynamic is not working for me. So I was
Right.
like, you know what? I'm going to attract it. Fuck you guys. It's going to be much more expensive by the time you meet me.
Right. And you know what? That's what that's why I have stopped like seeking fundraising because I'm so I was so tired of that shit
Dude, I
power
remember
dynamic.
I was pitching an AI that was created through DARPA and the Dolphin Biosonar Signal Intelligence System. And the questions and the comments I got back from the VCs were so vapid, right? That I was like, oh, this scenario is not working for me. I'm not going to go out of my way to have these base level conversations with you because you're having a power trip. You know what? And that was, let me tell you something, it was 4 years ago. 4 years ago, I was like, you know what? Fuck this. So you want to attract funding. And all I'm doing is just focusing on, you know what? When you see it, it has to be so good that I can walk out of this room, because I hate that stupid VC energy of like, I have so much money that I'm allowed to be stupid. No, not going to cut it here. I'm going to build, as Steve Martin, I came across in stand up, be so good they can't ignore you. When I came across that, set me free.
Well, right. Yeah. I mean, what's ridiculous about this is that this isn't a VC or an investor. This is, like, this is like just a business owner, you know?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Just, I mean, like, not to downplay that, but I mean, I was like, okay, I'm not going to be fishing for, investor funding. I'm just going to be, like, doing sales and closing sales. But I mean, and this guy, he seemed so interested in everything, but I'm just like, you know what? I feel like a
I
lot
don't,
of people, they're having fun with jerking salespeople
yeah,
around.
yes, there is a lot of it's a Hegelian master slave dichotomy. When you walk into these rooms, oftentimes they will treat you like a slave. They'll just talk to you like it. And it doesn't take much, right? And I remember I had a guy say, hey, Mike, I'm going to throw you a bone. I'm like, you're going to throw me what? What makes you think that you can talk to, oh, that's right. You're 100 fucking years old. You're old enough to actually own me. Never mind. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't expect them to change, right? They're too, when's that going to happen? So it just like, I need to be, I always want to be able to walk in with my middle fingers up and just do the whole pitch with my middle finger. But that's just my personality, because I don't want to, when I hear this attitude, it's one of those things where it's like, okay. And I had the conversation with them, but it's just when you realize people are just on the power trip or just being radically obtuse, it's like, how do I make sure this never happens again? And the way I make sure it never happens again is that they call me, not the other way around. And it could take 4 years to build a product like that. One of the energy startup is doing a lecture on thermoelectric generation at McMaster University. When is it? Oh, 2 days, actually. Monday. Wow, I should remember that, August 8th. But right, it took them 4 years to prove it out. But now they're being invited to talk. And that energy is completely different. When you get invited, it's game over. Takes a bit more
Yeah.
work, but when you get to that room, you actually get to just talk like yourself. Hey, how's it going, everyone? This is
Yeah.
what we've done.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, what, I think my thing is that I I will not submit myself to, to someone abusing me, playing games with me, just, you know just to close possibly, probably not even close the sale if someone is being, a dick. And
It, we're
yeah.
looking for people who are looking for us, and that journey is strange at times, but it's yeah. I think, and this is why, like, um, sales is a weird thing. It really is a weird thing,
Well,
and the people
hold
I
on.
know that it's
Oh, sorry. I mean, well, I just wanted to interject to tell you, like, I have something, pretty, like, I have something pretty cool planned, like, starting this week. I had this idea. I was like, wow, okay, I've seen a couple of these Twitter spaces that have worked really well, that have like, that maybe focus on one thing, right? Like NFTs or music, or like, people just talking about, their ideas and all of this, right? Or guided meditation. And I was like, you know what if I just bring in a lot of those ideas together under the theme of wellness? And so the Twitter spaces, the regular Twitter spaces I'm going to do, it's going to be kind of like, I am going to record it as a podcast, and it's be called We Are Wellness. And what I'm doing, I invited I like an NFT creator who does NFTs on like different topics of wellness, to show his NFTs on mental health. And then I'm inviting like another musician on Wednesday to do like to share about his like metaverse music that he's doing like for wellness. And then I invited KC and a couple of other people to talk about like financial wellness, or like nutrition and things like that, and having it like centered around that idea of wellness for creators, for people who are business owners, because I mean a lot, like everybody's on Twitter spaces. So I mean, if I was like, let me pull it all together, like a renaissance of wellness. So what do you think about that?
It's, I come from the world of stand-up, where we write jokes, we take them on stage, and then they bomb terribly. And then we write jokes, take them on the stage, and then they bomb terribly. And if you do that enough, you'll then eventually bubble sort the right idea, right? So there. My question is, how might I look at everything that I look at every one of my opinions like a hypothesis. And so I ask myself, how might I prove if this hypothesis is true or not in a small way?
Well, we're gonna find out on Monday. Like
So
yeah.
the question is, what is your signal of success? After the show, it was a success because blank.
After this show, it's a success if I would say if I have people show up, if I get one sign up for Mood Connect, at least just one, um, and if people have a good time, if people have fun, really, yesterday I remembered something that I think I had forgotten for a while, which is that what we're doing, in order to be successful, it can't stop being fun for like, I know that things are gonna be challenging, and it's gonna suck sometimes, like you're gonna have some situations that are like not fun, but like, if you're taking it all so seriously, like this morning, I think that I did, my reaction to this guy doing this. I don't know if he was meaning to be a total dick, or if he, just isn't aware that it's really not okay to schedule a sales meeting and not show up and send your AI to
So
to be
what was the
pitched at,
interaction? What was the interaction with the AI supposed to be? Like, what were you supposed to do? I'm just
I
curious.
honestly, I had no idea. I like the guy said, "Hey, let's meet," and I was like, "Great!" I sent him my Calendly. He scheduled the meeting, and I'm like, "All right, well, I had some things I had to do today. I guess I can shuffle them around, So I did that and made a few calls and shuffled some things around because this guy seemed really excited. And then, like, he didn't say, I'm sending my AI and this is what you should tell my AI or anything like that. It was just like, okay, I like see the AI has joined the Zoom meeting and I don't see any sign of the guy or any kind of anything.
How long did you wait?
Huh?
How long did you wait? Like, did he not show up for like 10 minutes or 15 minutes
Yeah,
or
no,
what?
he still hasn't shown up. Like, it's like 20 minutes into the meeting.
Oh man. Yeah, it's I think because the world is flat that there is nothing for us to do but just create and sell. Both of which have their own challenges.
Yeah, I mean, like, the AI bot has actually left the Zoom meeting now. Like, I just left it open, and I kept it on mute, and nobody could like hear like how annoyed I am. But uh, yeah, the AI bot just left the meeting, and we have notes of the meeting where basically like nothing is said. So, but yeah, like, I mean, this is definitely like a first. I don't know. Should I tweet it
Good.
like, hey, if we have a sales meeting, don't send your Otter AI. you know, like fucking show up, especially on a Saturday morning. You schedule like a meeting on a Saturday morning. Like, I mean, I'm not. I mean, I'm fine with working in the weekend because I mean, I do what I love and I love what I do. So, so it's fine. But like, but I don't know. I mean, like I mean, if he had said, okay, I'm going to send my Otter AI and I want you to, talk about these things or whatever. I mean, I probably would have been like, you know what, let's reschedule when you're able to meet. Okay. Like if you give me
Or
some
I
kind of
would say,
warning.
I understand by what you're telling me that you think that I'm going to waste your time. When you're ready, you have my number. I'm hanging up now. We move towards that which moves away from us. We move towards that which moves away from us. Move away from these people and watch them chase after you.
Yeah, I mean, I sent him a message. It was like, "Hey, so let's meet this week when it works for you, or whatever, Because I guess, or I could just
No,
be like
it's
hang up the
yeah.
yeah,
Just let them know that oh, just clearly this is not a priority for you. Not a problem. Not a problem. Just not a priority for you, right? And if you just say that, right, it will often open up a discussion. Be like, no, 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 it is a priority. Be like, clearly it's not, right? And then watch them chase. It's just one of those things where these people are constantly having their left ball sack sucked. You know what I mean? And so when it comes to these people, I'm like, look, you can suck my left nut. Like that's in my head. If I get any inclination that they think
Working
that
on
just
the
because they
weekend like
have,
usual.
oh, go ahead, Pierre. Sorry, I didn't hear you, Pierre. Go ahead. Yeah, it's just one of those attitudes.
maybe
Yeah,
he was being rugged or something. I don't know.
yeah. I don't know. I would love to hear what you have to say. But just one of those things where it's like, that's what's going in my head. You know, when I read Oren Clock pitch anything, he said the first step is remove neediness. You walk into the pitch room and you're like, oh, I'm so thankful to be here. I'm so excited. You'd be like, fuck, pack your shit up and walk away. These are not benevolent, generous, altruistic people. You know, one of the best things that the music label owner is doing is gone in. People be like, "Oh, I'm so thankful for signing me to the label. Thank you." And he's like, "This is business." And they're like, "What?" It's like, "This is business." And we laugh about it after he says it. He's like, "Oh, I can't wait. The music is going to be amazing. Yeah, I want to thank you so much." He's like, "Don't thank me. This is business." And I love it. I love it because at least it's clear about what his intentions are.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I really wish that, and you know what? I'm gonna uh make it a requirement for people to state what their intent is for the meeting. Like, where, how do you want this meeting to go? Because if
Yep.
we're
Yep.
just meeting,
Exactly.
like if we're just meeting so you can, you know, I don't know, workshop ideas. I don't have time for that right now. I mean, like, I actually, be honest with you, I come into this space to workshop ideas, and it's my choice. So I mean, so I'll come in here if I feel like I have the time to be workshopping ideas with you guys, or listening to, other people workshop ideas, like, or hearing people collaborating, because I've heard some really amazing work being done in your space, Mike. And I'm not just trying to, like, like, if, like, blow,
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
you know I mean, I'm not just trying to, like, inflate your ego or anything like that. I mean, it's true. Like, I mean, a lot of these startups are like, "Oh, we're building in public." And did you see my retweet?
I
I was
saw
like,
that. No, I appreciated it. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
this is what you call building in public. It's not when you, like, show investors your traction or your sales, or when you're, like, thinking aloud about, your ideas. It's when you're, like, actually collaborating with people in a public space, you know.
People forget that I'm a recruiter. So I've been getting lied to my entire life by people who can't write software that call themselves software developers, people who can't design interfaces that call themselves UI UX designers, people who can't do AI that call them, you know what I mean? Like, I'm used to people lying to me because they want to get paid more money. And my only job is to separate the jokers from the deck, because I don't get paid unless I find the right person. And they don't want to interview more than 2 people to find the right person. Right? So I'm, in my mind, everyone that comes up here, I always have my recruiter hat on, which is, have they actually done anything? Is there any substance here? If I gave them an hour and $10,000, could they actually do it? Because if they couldn't, then what are we talking about? If I gave them an hour and if I gave them a week and all the money they wanted, could they do this? Because that's the same situation at work, right? If you get paid $250,000 to be chief counsel, can you actually do this?
Well, I was going to quickly jump in. Yeah, you won't ever hear a sales pitch from me on any of that kind of stuff, hey? But I think there's definitely a lot to be gained from being in that situation, I guess. When I listen to these Twitter spaces with you guys talking, like, I come in here just to listen mostly. It's really fascinating because a lot of it ties back into a lot of stuff that I experience in an interesting kind of way, where, like, you guys have wildly different experiences and are in wildly different positions, but it's still all the same bullshit day in, day out. And I think the perfect thing is that, yeah, if you're just having fun with it and you're just building stuff and collaborating with people, that's really what it's all about, So just do it. Go for it. Take a shot. If it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But there's no way to find out unless you do it. But don't be one of those people that just tries to sell things, because I've had my fair share of, like, requests or conversations, and it's just people trying to sell, like, NFT platforms to me, and I'm like, no, dude. Like, I don't care. I literally don't fucking care.
Yeah, I don't want to ever bring up a startup that I'm involved in. I want other people to bring it up for me, because
Well,
I know what it sounds like.
well, right. Yeah, and I mean, I really bringing people together, and, and having a community, and having fun, and collaborating and all these things. But what I realized was that there is, I mean, when it comes down to it, after you've finished building something, uh, you do have to sell it. And it's hard, to figure out the right time to be pitching, like the right person to be pitching to. And I think that for a while now, I've been just, working on, uh, I'm I'm pitching to, to anyone who I'm like, okay, you have a business, like, you
I have
you maybe have a remote business, whatever. Okay, like, let me see if you're interested. And then if I get a meeting, then I think, okay, I'm pitching this person. Now, I mean, that's not always the case, and I need to like make sure that that is like an established kind of thing, so that I don't have any kind of, frustration or wasted time or ill will, or any of that.
I just realized that I think I might be selling from a completely different perspective as everyone else because I've been a recruiter for so long. So I just happen to have this Rolodex. So, for example, there was this company, IT Harvest, IT-Harvest, and it was started by an ex-Gartner guy who's using all real-time open source information to develop a very powerful data platform all around cybersecurity. So if you want to know all of the major competitors that are emerging, or Series A, B, C, whatever, for a certain area, you can quickly pick that up in a couple of clicks. And the person that I set a meeting with, a sales opportunity with, basically is maybe one of, if not the most influential cybersecurity person in Canada, right? And to me, I'd rather have him than 1,000 other sales. Thing is, I've known him for 3 years, right? So when I bring him something, it's like, hey, this is what it is. I'm not selling him. I'm just saying, this is what it is. You think it'd be beneficial? Because I do, based on what I know about what you're doing. And the meeting's going to be set after he comes back from vacation. But I knew him for 3 years. So the connection and the trust was already there well before. And also, I'm very selective about what I present to him, because I know people are asking him to buy all day long. So I think of, a lot of people I'm selling is like people either I'm getting introduced through trusted contacts, like even him. I got introduced to this guy, Richard Stein, through Ahmed Masood. Ahmed Masood, who taught me how to use assembly AI and walked me through Python and told me what an argument versus a parameter is last night. You know what I mean? 15 minutes changed my life. 15 minutes with a Python developer will fuck you up, eh? Fuck you up for like a few months. It's crazy. But yeah, it's that I take for granted that I've been recruiting for a while, so I have the Rolodex that I do. So when people say, oh, I can do this. Oh, I know who you should talk to. Right? And I introduce them to a motherfucker. Yeah, I don't want to sell strangers. I hate strangers. Strangers hate me. Mohit said that content wasn't the new king, connection was. But connection is not forged overnight. Yeah. We were talking about how does a network grow? We're talking to Anthony yesterday, and we're like, what if we wanted to grow like the mycelium network? And so we started looking at, okay, so how does the mycelium network grow? Well, it has a symbiotic relationship with the trees and mother trees in a forest, such as that they exchange nitrogen, carbon, sugar, minerals. Oh, interesting. Right? So the fungus is effective because it has a symbiotic relationship with these trees in the forest, especially the mother trees. So it's touch the heart before you touch the hand. Business is such a personal thing. It's so personal. I'm talking about like at the highest levels. It's still so astonishingly personal. It's not even funny.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really it's pretty amazing. And you know what? Actually, like, uh, uh, Mike, I'm surprised that you're not using AI, um, for, to basically like decipher whether or not, your, candidates are being truthful.
Well, the thing is, I don't derive truth from candidates. I derive truth from the person that referred me to them in the first place. At this point, does that make sense? I'm not going out there
Right.
saying, "You're right." It's by proxy.
Right, right. But I mean, like if a candidate is going to be very, very convincing to a human being, you can there is a margin of error, but in AI there is very little margin of error when it comes to understanding when a person is being truthful or
You're right.
being
The
dishonest.
the because we know that there is no test that can see into the heart of man. What I try to do is hire quickly, fire quickly. So if you say you can do it, we'll give you an assignment. You have a day, a week, a month, an hour, and then we'll let the performance tell us what the next steps are. Maybe you hate us. Maybe we hate you. You know what I mean? Like, even if the knowledge, skills, and attitude are there, it says nothing about the relationship with your immediate superior. And your immediate superior will confound all of the knowledge, skill, and attitude in the world. So I just kind of baptism by fire. That's the best way I figured out how to interview so far, because no conversation is going to tell me what's going to happen in the field with any degree of reliability.
Right. I mean, but hiring and even firing, it's an added expense. It's been like, the whole thing that I've been saying about the great resignation is a huge loss of investment, right? Like, any kind of issues with employee retention is, is still an expense. Um, so actually, before you had Mood Connect look at audio sentiment analysis, we were working on a Zoom integration that would allow you to upload video of like interviews to see the sentiment analysis of facial expressions and determining facial expressions from that. And we were getting pretty close to having that complete, and then we started doing the audio analysis. I mean, we're gonna get all of it done, like, and have it ready for people to use. Yeah,
You should
but
take a look at the posted response by Ryan O'Connor. He updated the Google Colab notebook for the sentiment, and so he put it to the top.
yeah, I saw that. I did. And I'm gonna send that to. I'm gonna take a look at that and send it to the developer that is working on this. Actually, so like, there are a couple of other sentiment models um, that are really that are way more on point, that are open source. And certainly, if you want to use the Assembly AI model, that's a good one to
I'm
start
more
with.
just learning. Like, I just it was interesting because when we talked about it, like, I asked Mr. Raj, "Hey, Mr. Raj, you interested in Python? You want to learn how to do this shit?" He's like, "Yeah." And I asked Sandra, "Hey, Sandra, you want to learn?" "Yeah." Web3. What about you, Dan? What about you? "Yeah." "All right, you guys all have $20 because I want to make sure we pay Ahmed for his time." And he's like, "All right, so we have about like 80 to $160 just waiting for Ahmed an hour, right?" To show us this stuff. So
Right. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
that was a
Well,
bigger thing,
and
just to
that's
learn Python.
fantastic. Yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah, I guess, yeah. The only thing I was saying is like when you guys finish that, there
I could even see if this guy Ubaid, he's a data scientist who has like 20 years of machine learning experience, and he's working with us. Uh, if you want to go a little bit further, then I can see if he's available to help you with, stepping it up a bit, if you like.
I'm taking this slowly but surely. So what we've been doing initially is cross-pollinating doctrines, metaphor, frameworks, right? And then when Ahmed showed me how to use this stuff, it was like, okay, so we've gone from sharing metaphor frameworks to actual skill building. And the skill building part is the interesting thing to me, because I know when you give someone a skill, especially with stuff like this, they're going to come back like a couple weeks later and blow your fucking brains out of the back of your head with what they build. I know that. And it's like, it could be Sandra. Sandra probably thinks, oh, I don't have that much experience with code. But for all you know, she has like a law application for this that would blow everyone's mind.
Hopefully.
I see it. Imagine you could use sentiment analysis during a deposition. Oh, you know what I mean? Like most of the you ever watch the interrogation videos on YouTube? Oh man, the interrogation videos on YouTube are crazy. Where they're in a room with like someone and they know they did it, and they have to slowly tease out to them the truth before they ask for a lawyer. It's crazy. You know what I mean? So like I know that everyone with their functional expertise has a different application for stuff like this. And it might not even be sentiment. They might be like, hold on, you mean Python can do this? Can Python do that? It can. Oh, fuck. You know what I mean? Like, I know that's going to happen. There's going to be a Cambrian explosion from everyone who comes out to this mini tutorial session with Ahmed. So I just posted it at the top if you want to know what we're talking about. Ahmed is a very seasoned engineer, and his software has been used to fucking protect Harry Potter manuscripts. And so if you have a guy like that teaching you Python, it's experience like nothing else. And he's really only doing it because, I begged him to. And even halfway through the tutorial is like, he goes, I don't know why I even agreed to this. Right? Because I had so many dumb questions. But, we got to work with it.
Well, don't worry.
No, that's a style pitch.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Nothing is ever an interruption in the space. If everyone was talking over everyone, I'd be completely fine with it. But I'm a weirdo like that, so.
All right, you can go now, Sandra.
No, just irrelevancies of the day. Sorry, I'm late. I'm a little under the weather today. I don't
Late. I mean, I didn't have a
What's that,
time
Amy?
to be here.
No, I know. I just, to me, this is late. So anyway.
Does your body have like an expectation for this? Now in the morning.
Permission slip, Monday, I'll hand that in.
That's amazing. It's happening. I can see it happening. I already see it happening. And again, I don't talk about a lot of the stuff that I'm doing, but I happen to be in Toronto, and I've taught everyone from elementary school kids to high school kids, and we're about to teach college kids everything from music, math to network cabling. So, yeah, there's a specific reason why I'm very excited about the notion of being able to build skill and fund it in a just-in-time manner. So if we have a bunch of people who want to learn something, whether it's how to, cut their toenails or learn Python, If you can find 4 other people with $20, you might find that there's someone who's willing to exchange their time for that $80. And if we can honor the apprenticer, then we will honor their apprenticee and create a just-in-time apprenticeship.
Hey,
And now
Mike.
Dan gets sound effects.
Hey, Web3, what's up?
I've loaded and went ahead and joined the Assembly AI service, and then I'll be seeing what I can do to tie it in and load it onto one of my Linux servers just to play with. So,
If there was any way, and it's obviously up to your comfort, but if you are interested in like creating any tutorials, right? You don't necessarily have to be on camera, right? I can chop up that video if you're open to kind of, teaching other people how to do it.
okay, let me think about. Excuse me. Let me think about that, because it's not to get the account set up. It's pretty straightforward. If I should have been thinking about that and looked at that in the beginning, but it's pretty straightforward. It gives you a free account, which is very minimalistic, what I've read so far.
Yeah, you
And
got about 3 hours of analysis.
yeah, something like that. And it's, slow protocol. And what I'm looking at right now is, okay, they've got the service here. Is it strictly run offline or in the Google, or can I put it on a Linux server?
Right.
Do the API tie-in, that kind of stuff. And that's what I'm looking at right now. So I'll be
So,
in and out.
so Web3, what is it that initially got you to this stage? Because now you've taken the next step. So what was that process that got you to this step to actually use the product and want to engage with it from a monetary perspective?
Well, I've been looking at some I learned Python. Uh, I'm not a fluent artistic generating machine of Python, but I was able to use it, learn it, understand it, because it's pretty simple to read and understand how everything's structured. A lot of libraries, and then I took it one step further. I'm in an engineering environment, so we have lots of data. And what I've been playing with at work when I have spare time is to analyze PDFs. What can I do to analyze drawing files? What can I do to create an assistant that would aid the engineer in gathering information about previous things that are what he's working on now. So it
Oh,
reduces the search time.
like engineering jurisprudence?
Yes.
So
It's like
like
giving them
documentation.
it's like giving them an assistant, but and I'm not an expert in it. What I'm
No, you're
trying to
right. It could be like
get to a
this
point.
problem.
Yeah,
Imagine you could be able to break down problems by the variables and
yeah,
be able to say, because of these variables, these are the metaphor frameworks from law, biology, computer science, sociology. You know what I mean? Like
yeah,
these are all the metaphor frameworks that you might be able to bring to bear. And you know
yeah.
what? Like if you think about that paradigm, and you've listened to the interview, that's exactly what fucking Robert Wetzel did with Kolmogorov complexity and big data sets. That's
Yep,
exactly what he did,
yep,
right?
yeah.
So when
And that,
he talked about, yeah, go ahead.
yeah, no, that and the way the mindset of an engineering company has is protocol procedures. Very structured. And what I have to do, what I'm trying to get to, is get enough understanding of what's under the hood, so that it could pass on to their IT departments and pass on a corporate level recommendation, because we have annual annual recommendation type surveys, and I attempt to try to add value that way, and to have enough underlying knowledge, and then to be able to convey it. I don't have to necessarily be the one that creates it, but I
Right,
want
like
to.
imagine the crypto swarm idea though. So now not
Yeah,
only do you have your input, but you had APIs that are feeding in data,
yeah,
right? Like that, the whole idea of crypto swarm combining human insights with the swarm API insights, that one little twist made me look at, okay, so these are really transhuman systems. We have the AI over here, we have the data sets through the API, and the AI is training on the data sets and it's training on the human experience. But I think, to Ahmed's point, I think AlphaGo Zero learned faster without the human input. So, so there's that
Right.
too.
I was actually going to comment on that real quick in regards to like human sentiment and the ability of an AI to judge that. Um, I feel like you're giving AI too much credit in that regard.
Yes, I agree.
Yep, we have to
Yeah, it's
temper
someone
our
that like
expectations.
it's someone that deals very closely with like algorithmic trading programs. Yeah, you're giving them too much credit, bro.
Exactly. So it's one of those things where we have to figure out how much credit to give it, how much weight to give it, and when. Right? We're in these input.
I don't think you should ever give credit to the AI. I think simply you should give it to the developers and the quants behind the scenes.
Yeah, I mean, look, I started my career recruiting actuaries, so yeah, I have a healthy respect for those
Yeah,
folks.
I was gonna say that makes sense then.
Yeah, I know how much is how much. Like I remember coming. I was recruiting financial engineers and modelers for insurance companies, and then I discovered there was not only insurance but reinsurance. I'm like, what the fuck is
Yeah,
reinsurance?
dude, that's like steroids for your residual income.
Right? So it's like, what if we want to insure a ship in the middle of the ocean? It's like we need insurance companies to insure the insurance companies. I'm like, they have that? And I'm like, so who builds the models for the reinsurance companies? Oh, those people get paid a lot of money. I'm like, fuck, this rabbit hole goes deep. And you have to do like 7 to 9 exams, eh? Hard fucking exams to even start getting above an associate level with these companies.
Right. Well, yeah, maybe like those specific companies, but like if you want to refer to like general bankers or, essentially someone that's trying to climb the corporate ladder, the exams are pretty easy. It's more or less like, are you a likable and, scalable employee?
Yes, the technical information will get you maybe the manager at this point, but everything else is interpersonal savvy and your understanding of politics.
Well, there's like a big like cutoff line, right? Like let's assume that like you're an analyst or an associate, like you're strictly technical based, whereas even VP is more technical based. But if you transition to like a portfolio manager MD position, you revert back to sales guy, right?
Yeah, yep. My buddy is started as an analyst and he's a VP of sales.
Yeah,
And
so I actually
yeah,
like I'm working in a VP position right now. Like I work at Morgan Stanley.
hmm
Like I'll just say that out
fantastic.
loud.
Yep.
Um, but my MD has actually like recently adopted me as like his favorite traveling partner. So I'm actually getting like introduction to like his like face-to-face interactions with his specific clients that he has on his book.
Now, why did he decide to bring you to the meeting as opposed to everyone else that he knows? Because I imagine it
Probably.
was quite a few people.
Oh, I guarantee that. Probably because I'm cool as fuck.
Right. Keep going.
No, that's what I was saying. Essentially, like image and likability is everything. If you're trying to corporate ladder climb, and let's not undermine the idea that world-class headshots are very valuable.
Right. We eat with our eyes.
I also with like the insurance and the reassurance, there's probably a certain amount of evil that they request. That would be preferred.
As long as you're not his corporate poodle.
Dude, the fucking insurance companies are already ridiculous. Then the reinsurance companies, it is that shit is
No,
horrendous.
I,
It's
well,
like Buffett, basically.
I
You ever
think,
seen a shark eat a shark?
Yeah.
I think, Caffrey, what you're bringing up is super important because, people start jacking off to the technology all day long and they forget at the end of the day, there's someone who has to get on a plane or get on a Zoom call and actually look someone else in the eyes, and it's what you have is one of the most scarcest resources on the planet.
I would tend to disagree with that, right? Because there's a majority of people that work in sales that are very likable, scalable as employees themselves. I think the hours is really the biggest turnoff in regards to corporate turnover and resources that are allocated towards a specific, product or development stage.
Yeah, fit for use, fit for purpose.
Right.
Yeah. hmm Yeah, it's good. No, the reason I bring that up is because um, I didn't realize that by being a recruiter, I was doing sales.
Absolutely. That's
You know,
how
and
did
so
you
when
not realize that?
when that fucking light went off, I was like, so hold on,
Bro, if
because like
any career opportunity that they say your best friend is a phone, you're a
oh,
salesman.
and so
It's
but
the most efficient use of your time too.
Absolutely, right? Like you might make 100 dead calls, but at the same time, that one will change your life.
well I didn't because when somebody explained it to me like this, they said recruiting is harder than technology sales because the technology can't change its mind, but people
Bro,
do.
you're a spam artist. That's what people view recruiters as.
Right? Exactly. Now I'm lucky because I've been spamming for 20 years for so long that I have a Rolodex of people that like and trust me. So I don't have to do that game anymore. You know, I just, if I'm looking for a Python developer, I'll be like, oh yeah, I know that guy. Hey, I'm Ed. You in? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I always yeah, so sales is probably, you don't have to have any amount of education. Like if you're good at sales and you're a likable person and you're able to present essentially a project or a product in a very clear and concise manner, your ceiling is uncapped. You can make as much money as you feel like making. And your best friend should honestly be your phone, right? Like if you have the availability of making free calls like internationally, there's no reason that you cannot be making money.
You're absolutely right. It's, well, so why is it true
Okay,
that
so I have
people,
a
yeah, go
question.
ahead.
I
I
do that. What Kath was
I
saying,
I
I agree
I
with
have a
that
question for you,
entirely.
Caffrey. If I can just ask a really quick question. So, I mean, you're a really great salesperson. If you had someone who you thought was like, really great customer for what you're selling, and you were having a Zoom meeting with them, right? A Zoom call with them, and they sent their AI to have the meeting with you. What would you do? Like they didn't show up. They sent their AI.
Like preferred customer, I couldn't imagine anyone of respectable manner like
Yeah,
designating any form of entertainment to an AI.
I think that would be more like somebody you did not have that relationship with, because if it's somebody that you've done business with in the past and they're back again and again and again, there's a reason why they wouldn't send AI.
Yeah, that's not even like a realistic situation.
Well, I mean, yeah. So like a new prospect sends their AI, and yeah, would you just
Absolutely
like
not.
quit
New
sales just
prospect, nope, you're done. We're never talking again.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would really waste a whole lot of time on it, because it would just be like spinning your tires.
No. If I opened up a Zoom call and saw Sonny the fucking robot on the other side of that screen, immediately you're gone. Like we're
Click,
never speaking again, and you're blackballed.
click. That's what
interesting? You
the
know what, Mike? Like, you know what? I really I think that yes, this is truth. But hold on a minute, okay? Like you at the position that you're at, do you think that anyone can have that kind of response and still be successful? Like a woman, a person of color,
I
like
Amy,
anyone.
But
Amy,
I don't understand like
I gotta
what's the general basis behind this question?
I can just give you. I think I know what you're getting at, and I can give an analogy to this. It's like when you get that call for your car insurance or something, and it's just a robotic, or it's a telemarketer. It's just so impersonal that most people just don't even. You don't have the.
You don't even designate any amount of time towards
That's
it.
it exactly. Yeah. So I think the AI is interesting, but I wouldn't say that would be your. It's not a recruiter by any means.
Absolutely.
Right, right.
Yeah. So like in like an AI world, right? Like I said, if your first interaction with me, let's assume that we spoke on the phone personally and developed some form of relationship through that phone call, and then we have a video chat that we set up through essentially like that phone call. You send a goddamn AI, I will never speak to you again.
Yeah, because you set your
Okay,
time
yeah.
aside for that call, um, to speak to a robot. It seems kind of. It seems.
mean, would they tell us? Would they tell you ahead of time? Like, how would that conversation even go?
No,
Yeah. How do you even broach that, right?
Well, yeah, you know what? I think
And
that
also, let's just be realistic here. Who the fuck has the time if you even do broach the conversation and say, "Hey, I'm gonna have you interact with an AI program," right?
Oh, dude, you could send your
What
robot.
person that is actually making any amount of money for the corporation is going to agree to meet with a robot
You could send
right,
your own
yeah.
robot.
that is in like a learning development phase?
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? I think that it's very important for people who are not, working for Morgan Stanley to, whatever in positions of high power positions to remember that they do have that kind of agency about them. I
Right,
think
and I
that,
understand. And also, I just want to correct you real quick. Like, although I am at a VP position, I am still very low on the corporate ladder.
I mean, you're
Yeah, let me.
probably a bit higher than other people in here, but I don't know what
Yeah,
position other
I'm
people
higher
in
than
here
an
are.
analyst and like your general associate, but yeah, still VP. I have a long way to climb.
So, Mike, let me turn this to you just for 1 second. If you set up like an interview, you're trying to hire somebody, and then they sent an AI robot. I think for you, actually, it might be interesting. But
Fuck! Finally, somebody shows me what they're doing instead of telling me.
yeah,
Fuck, I might probably appreciate it, but I'm in a unique position. Be like, you're
exactly.
an AI developer, and you sent me an AI. Great, you saved me time talking to you.
Yeah.
Why do I want to talk to you? I
So
only wanted you for your text. Go ahead, Peter.
yeah, sorry. So just gonna say, so in some instances, I actually do. I think there is value to it. But Amy, this in certain positions in AI, interviewing you is weird, and then somebody sending an AI for you to
Yeah, you
interview
have to
is
know your
also
audience. I
sorry.
think is essentially what Fitz is getting at. You have to understand your audience.
Yeah, that's a weird one. I agree with Caffrey. I'd definitely probably just not talk to that person ever again.
Yeah, ever again.
Um,
Literally
I'm,
elimination of contact.
I'm not even in like the sort of position that Caffrey's in. Nowhere fucking near. I'm literally like apprentice tradesman, and I'd still like if someone did something like that to me. I had a person that tried to set up a Zoom call or whatever for like a meeting to just discuss like their ideas and how they could collaborate with me, and they bailed on me the first day, like talked like they weren't there. And then, like the second day, some other shit came up. So by the third day, I was just like, yeah, whatever, like I'm not even doing this
Don't
anymore.
even care if I take this call or
I'm not,
not, for the simple fact that like I am obviously not a priority of yours.
pretty much, yeah.
At that point, you're gone.
Um,
You're gone. You're
on
done.
that's it. But like on that note as well, what do you? I want your guys' opinions on like because I've had a lot of requests for like collaborations and stuff with what I do, but like I don't want to waste my time on them because I mean, there's part of me doesn't know what to charge them to begin with, or like whether I can even meet their
Am
sort
I
of
allowed to?
like
Am I
visions.
allowed to ask like what you do specifically?
Um,
Like you could
what I
be
do
very vague.
specifically.
Be as vague as you could possibly hope to be.
No, I'll just tell you outright. I'm literally like a fucking how do I put it? I do the AI art stuff, and I got retweeted by Joe Rogan, so there was a little bit of a blow up there. And I
Hell
was
yeah,
literally
brother.
doing it. I was doing it for like 2 weeks at that point, right? That's like bullshit. I literally just walked into it and sort of just chanced into a situation where like, okay, now I've got this thing that I've got going, and I'm sort of like faced with, all right, what do I do with it?
Well, that's an
So I'm thinking,
opportunity, right? Like you just have to roll with that
yeah,
and
yeah,
capitalize and find a way to monetize it at that point. If you get, some sort of unnatural attraction like that, if you can't find a way to monetize it, you're doing something wrong.
well, I've got a big thing that I'm working on at the moment, but I don't want to get too hopeful on it in case it doesn't stick or it doesn't land. But I'm very close to getting it finished. Like, and this is like fucking literal superstar level if it lands. Not for me, but like the person involved. It's through a media dude on that person's team, and like I've done all my due diligence to like make sure I'm not just being fucking rorted or scammed or whatever. I haven't even like talked money yet because to me it's kind of at this point, it's like again, literally been in it for like 2 weeks. I have no idea what this is worth. I don't even know where to begin.
Right. Yeah, you have. I mean, yeah, it's very hard you know, especially like on like inception ideas, right? It's very hard to place some sort of valuation on the specific product for the simple fact that if you're entering untested waters, I don't know,
Yeah.
like you are probably getting railed if you're dealing with some sort of third party marketer, though. They're
Oh,
probably
I
fucking
expect
you.
it.
You just don't see how.
No, I expect it's going to happen. I'm going to watermark the shit out of my work before I send them anything that I'll discuss with them and see what the goal is and everything, you know. But
They're
I'm
still going to
I'm
find a way to fuck you. Like I'm sorry to tell you that.
I'm very 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 aware of this, and I'm
What about like an
like
NDA? You actually have some
What about
kind of
how to
protection.
prevent yourself from getting fucked by Caffrey as a service? You just have Caffrey go
All
to the
right,
meeting.
listen. Like I'm a great guy. Like I would never fuck anyone intentionally.
But imagine
So
like
did you
you're
say?
a resilience shield.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? If quite honestly, like if I brought Caffrey to any meeting that I would have, I mean, now we're like all talking about how we're going to like, hire Caffrey to just show up at meetings.
Well, I'm glad you were
I,
taking
I,
it that
I think the
direction because I thought
intimidation
this was like an
factor.
ether rich like conversation.
I literally propose deals to people, and sometimes before proposing them, because of there would be ways for them to get around me, I do prepare contracts for that.
As you should.
No, I mean, you just need somebody who's cool as fuck to show up and they'll be like, oh, you know what? We were thinking of fucking you over, but you got this cool as fuck guy, and you're talking about you mentioned NDA. I think we're a little afraid.
Non-disclosure agreements, like honestly, let's be real, the majority of those are worked up by MBA associates that have absolutely no understanding of the corporate world. I actually have an MBA summer associate that I'm managing right now who is a bodybuilder and keeps a can of tuna in his desk drawer at all times, and my MD recently labeled him as cat boy. This guy is probably never going to
I
pursue
mean,
like a strategic career in the finance community because he has been labeled as cat boy during his first summer program.
It doesn't matter. The second you ask them and you say, "Hey, yeah, okay, so I've actually prepared some contracts. I spoke to my attorney." Immediately, their answer right there is going to tell you everything, whether or not you even give.
exactly.
Right.
That's
Well,
what I'm saying.
that's assuming that you have not been labeled as cat boy.
Well, yeah, maybe for Catboy,
No, I
but
mean, you're not going to bring Catboy to the meeting. You're going to bring
Oh no,
Caffrey.
cat boy's going back to Yale.
I used Wombo. Dan gave me Wombo, and so I created a picture of a decentralized syndicate of cats I put at the top.
Sounds fantastic. I have to go and hang out with my 5-year-old today. Have a great rest of your day, guys. And
All up.
Well, you look
Caffrey, I
fantastic for
mean,
like a
great meeting
yeah.
you.
Yep. Thank you. Love you.
take
Mean
care.
it.
So I guess what I was getting at though, like other than the yeah, so obviously I'm gonna get fucked, blah blah blah. I mean, I'm very aware of this. I'll work it out as I go. That's part of figuring it out, I guess. And I'll try to do my best to protect myself. But I'm not in a position. I mean, I don't have a lawyer or anything like that. I'm literally, again, like I'm an apprentice carpenter at the moment. I'm 27 years old as an apprentice. Fucking so much money in that, right?
Look,
Fantastic.
you got
I
from
mean, like honestly, not bad. Not bad.
But
You know,
but
like trade
it's
skills.
something.
Trade skills are probably more valuable than shitty white collar degrees at this point in time.
Yeah.
yep,
how dare you?
plumbers, electricians, those guys make
Oh,
all
and
the
I
money.
say that as someone that has a white collar degree.
How dare you?
Um. Look, I appreciate that, but like I could have been in a much better position if I'd been smarter younger, or sorry, less lazy younger. But
I don't know.
anyway,
Maybe you might have not have met Joe Rogan. Like it's the thing is like you didn't have this opportunity 2 weeks ago. So to me, everything that happens from here on out is fucking gravy. You went from 0 to
Absolutely.
Joe Rogan in 2 weeks.
Yep.
Fucking
Yep.
just be
Absolutely.
grateful.
Absolutely.
Grateful
yeah,
for that.
Find a way to monetize it as quickly as possible before
yeah.
the hype
But
dies off.
that's where I was getting at. So on the monetizing it part, so I've got all these commission requests from like people, and they're all like these little small artists or whatever, and like I'd love to help them out, but to me, I feel like that might just be a waste of time and also debasing myself a little bit because I
Look,
don't want to.
Peter, as featured by Joe Rogan's Twitter You know, feet is not that bad to
Yeah.
shake a stick
Yeah,
at.
You
it's
can't
about it, yeah.
recreate that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
but
something that you get to have for life that nobody else gets to have.
oh,
Bro,
dude, no,
all I'm saying
crazy that.
is find a way to monetize it before the buzz dies.
Even
Yeah,
if it's
yeah.
just through marketing and not actually even financial, like
I
even
don't
if
even
you,
care if you get fucked. Like, you're still gonna come out better than you were initially going into that.
yeah, just
Yeah.
if he can like boot, if he even posts you, like Mike said, if
Yep.
he can get
Sign the
Oh,
worst
but
fucking contract that has been sent to you, and you will still come out better than you initially went into that situation.
Cow.
yeah, hold up. Yeah, so I got reposted by Joe Rogan. That's why I've got this other opportunity, right? That's why I'm working on that and trying to just get it done. Beforehand, I didn't even care for the artist involved or like the person, this person claims or whatever, blah, blah, blah. Then like I did a big deep dive and I'm like, okay, actually, this is a fun project for me to do either way. And it will give me a reason to push my skills further and start incorporating other stuff, which would be, monetizable because it's all media work. And it's stuff that I've done in the past. Like as a kid, I used to do After Effects and that shit. So like, just brings all that back into it. But what I was sort of getting at is like, is it worth doing those small sort of commissions, or should I just
Yes.
sort of try and
Yes,
stay focused on the
absolutely.
big targets?
Absolutely. Like, small commissions are probably your best benefit to long term or any sort of longevity within a specific business, because you ultimately build relationships alongside a reputation. Yeah. So
snowball.
small gigs. Yep.
By the way,
Fucking hit it.
we were talking about the mycelium network last night with Anthony. So it's just funny that your work is oriented towards that, because we're like, what is a symbiotic relationship between this mycorrhizal network and the trees and the mother trees, and how might a syndicate grow like a mycelium network? So it's interesting. Congratulations, Peter.
Well, cheers for that. But yeah, it was just that because, like, yeah, again, I don't know if like I've been talking. I try to communicate with people on Instagram or whatever, like where they follow me, and sort of even if it's just jokingly here and there, I try to get back to people, but I ignore those ones that like are the NFT questions and all this and
Dude,
that because I know
this
it's just gonna
art
be a
is
sales
fucking
pitch.
crazy. Are you guys looking at Peter's feet? This shit is amazing, dude.
The thing is, like, and I'm sorry, I don't want to devalue myself. Like, I know what I do has got its style about it, and I appreciate that you say that. But like, there's been people in this space that have been doing this shit for a while now, and some of them are fucking insane.
Some
And
of them.
yeah, very
Brother, we're
few.
all
It's
a
a
little
very
bit
small
mad.
thing, dude.
Well,
So, what was that?
you have to start somewhere. And so even if it's just like this small, just to get the exposure, like,
Yep.
hell
Well,
yeah.
and that's what I was saying in regards to like these small like on take up projects, right? You develop some form of reputation within a specific industry, and that carries weight going forward.
Yeah, I've already got something else lined up that
No
I'm
one
gonna
no
do
one likes the
regardless.
small projects. Let's be realistic about that. Like, no one fucking cares about anything that's not going to make you any amount of money. But like, if you're
Yeah,
able to gain exposure, that's
Actually,
everything.
and hustle too. Like, you did look at all this shit he did. Like, look, this guy
Right.
does all this stuff.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, but he needs to like capitalize on this very quickly, because being reposted by Joe Rogan is not something that's going to be long lived unless
no,
he
it's not.
Right.
takes the
Right.
initiative. Unless he takes the initiative to monetize that for himself personally.
Hey, I came back up, Piotr, because I wanted to know, why didn't you? I mean, I'm looking in your Twitter feed trying to find this tweet that Joe Rogan retweeted. I
So
mean, why
it's
isn't
it's
that pinned in the top?
it's on my Instagram. It's not on Twitter. It was a Instagram
Oh.
repost.
Well,
Yeah.
listen, I mean,
Um,
you can
Oh,
repost on Twitter. You should be putting that like everywhere, I think. I mean, in my opinion, I don't know what anybody
absolutely.
else thinks.
It's free advertising.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I mean, people might have their opinions about Joe Rogan, but he's still like, really, really well known. And so, I mean, you really want, I mean, you want your Twitter to be blowing up, especially in the NFT kind of space. Because I mean, like Instagram, yes, it is very visual, but I don't know how much people are really marketing their NFT projects like on Instagram. I know that it's really hot on Twitter. So I mean, I would repost that onto Twitter and then pin it.
maybe I should, but is it too late now? It's almost been like 2 weeks since it happened.
I would do it.
Not
It would
now.
be
Bro,
like 47
it's
followers.
never too late to take steps towards success.
Do it
You definitely
now.
need followers.
Don't die from paralysis by analysis, Pietro. Just do. Just do.
Yeah, and tag Joe Rogan on and be like, Joe
Dude,
Rogan.
tag
Like, yeah.
honestly, like go above and beyond, right? Like fucking hit him with a Alex Jones hashtag just to get engagement.
Oh shit!
What?
Isn't that guy in hot water right now or something?
It doesn't fucking matter. Like if you get views on your
No. I know
product,
that. I know
that's
that.
all that matters.
I was just making conversation.
Oh no,
I don't give a
Alex
shit about
Jones is
Alex
in a
Jones,
lot
you know.
of trouble right
Bro, I
now.
bet you guys
though.
couldn't sell a goddamn pair of fucking used Jordans if you had to.
Yeah, all right. I'll do something, I guess. I shouldn't say I guess, but you know, it's
Yeah,
Do
stop.
it.
I don't know. It's been weird.
Yeah, just fucking do it. I
Do it.
agree with what Anthony said. He said,
Do
"Stop
it.
thinking, just do it."
Like, how would
You won't do it.
he hook up with?
Hey,
Yeah, honestly, like Fitz, you're right. This is how you have to convince some people. You have to. You won't fucking do it,
Yeah, I bet you would do it.
fucking pussy.
Oh my god.
this guy.
We're
Mike,
trying to
can you
encourage
please
you.
step
We're
in
going
and
at
stop
all
a little bit
angles.
of this white man energy, okay?
Armchair psychologists in the room here doing some.
Oh yeah,
Classic.
talk to me
No, I
about
got
my
proven wrong
privilege.
now.
I love it.
Pussy.
I like this idea of cool as fuck as a service.
I mean, it's a good moneymaker.
Let's be
If you think about it.
realistic. Like, simple likability, very marketable attribute.
There's comedy to it too. Like it's appreciated.
Well, I feel like there's like an undisclosed value between yes, you are my consumer, but at the same time, I do not need you.
Oh, that just got very loud very fast. How do I repost something from Instagram to Twitter?
Take a screenshot, brother.
Bro, just screenshot at Joe Rogan. Why can't I hear myself?
Yeah, it's driving me nuts. Dude.
Sorry.
I think
Yeah,
we just have to
I
mute
also
up.
don't like the
And my
sound
thing
of your
just
voice.
got loud as fuck for some reason.
All right, try that.
I really respected myself up until the point that I was able to hear my own voice echoed.
More than anything, congratulations, Peter. The artwork is fucking amazing, and you should have gotten retweeted by Joe Rogan because it's
Yeah.
better art than anyone else has created. People are creating still images, and you took it to the next level, and you took the initiative. So that shows that not only you're intelligent enough, but you're confident enough to transform your confidence into your intelligence is something that people notice. And most people will go their entire lives without getting a fraction of the attention you have right now. So if not for nothing, if nothing happens, fuck it. Congratulations, Peter.
Is it a hobby or habit?
Good question.
A hobby or a habit? In which sense?
You
I
get
feel like that's
jollies
very
out of it.
clear, cut and dry. Is it a hobby or is it a habit?
You mean the AI art stuff, or do you mean just
Yeah,
fucking
like just
doing
like
dumps in
the
general?
general development of like art itself.
Oh yeah, so I've been doing music for fucking years, and I've been learning music production, but I just burnt out on it between work hours. Like I go to work, I come home, I'm tired as fuck, but I still push myself to try and like learn more or make better music or whatever. And then, I did that hard as fuck and pushed really hard on it for like the last year after just sort of being stagnant for a while because of, again, work. And I was like, well, fuck it, I need something else creative, like a new outlet. And I ran into this thing like the DALL-E 2 stuff. And when I discovered that, I was like, I gotta get in on this somehow before it like kicks off, because it's gonna kick off.
Yeah, I actually so I just now looked at like the photo up in the nest, like the Justin Bieber, like Jared Leto, like hybrid Joker. Don't hate it. I do not hate it.
That was a pretty fun goof from Mid-Journey. But yeah, when I looked at that, I was like, holy shit, this is the state of AI now, because I still thought it was at the point of like where Deep Dream was pretty much. I didn't realize it had gotten so good, and I was like, I got to figure out how to use this stuff, you know. And so I started digging. I found disco and just sort of started playing with it. But I'd always sort of wanted to do it as like from the moment I sort of started, I guess, not always as if it was like always there, but like for the music side, sort of just figure out a way to make stuff that can go with my music or other people's music or whatever. Because it's always been to me a thing of like, you know, like I do music production, but I was learning that because I want to make it like eventually have a music studio where I can help other people realize their dreams, you know, produce for them, because I don't really like the idea of fame too much. But
Hey, Piotr, do you what kind of music do you create, and have you ever shared any of that music on Twitter Spaces?
and I don't know if I really want to. I know it's not terrible from things that people have told me, but I'm still very self-conscious about my own music stuff.
Well, like, what's
All
the
things.
what's the genre behind?
Utility.
What's the genre of your music?
I really try to avoid genres, but I guess I've lent more towards house and drum and bass a bit. But I'm always experimenting. I'm always trying to learn new things in different sort of genres and areas, because I don't believe in just picking one thing and sticking to it.
Yeah,
I
it's
really
really
Well,
must believe
woke,
that's
okay,
limiting.
so like I kind of have
So
something to
woke.
say about that, right? Like, do not be a jack of all trades and a master of none. You know, find a niche, exploit that niche, and monetize it.
Oh no, I agree in that sense. But I mean, like when it comes to things like music, it's always about learning from different genres and pulling it back into what you want to create within your
Right, and
own
I
niche.
understand that, but you were also saying that like you were not presenting your music as, you know, being within a specific genre. If you're not presenting your music within a certain categorized, you know, essentially like label or, you know, genre
This
itself,
is the VH1 behind the music thing. Like, just
you're
totally
fucking, you're just shooting
categorize it
yourself in the
wrong.
foot, right? Like you need to pick a lane. It doesn't even matter if the music that you're producing, like, you know, tracks with that current industry or that lane, right? Just pick one. Like you have to. There's no way around it. You have to pick one, or else you're never going to be heard.
Doesn't it? Doesn't it sort
But
of
get it
sound like
completely wrong,
with
and then you can have
electronic
that
music?
rebound.
Yeah,
Doesn't it sound
exactly.
like with
Like you
electronic
could
music?
fuck
Doesn't
up,
it
right?
just
Like you
sound
could try
better?
to enter like the house music scene and be like Avicii, right?
Yeah, but I wouldn't
So
try to be like Avicii because I'm not Avicii.
Well,
Who
so
who the fuck told you you're not like Avicii?
You
Like
could be.
you could be the closest like human resemblance to Avicii and like his thought process and, you know, way of approaching things, and you have just convinced yourself otherwise, right?
No, because
Caffrey,
I'm
I
me.
mean, he wants to be
I'm
who
not
he
Avicii.
is, you know?
It doesn't matter. I don't want to be like someone else. I don't want to be like
Who's your
Avicii.
inspiration?
I have plenty of inspirations from across fucking so many different fields. You know, like even some of you people in here right now are fucking inspiring to me. And that's I take things from everything.
I hope
That
I'm
sounds
not one of those because I'm completely like dim-witted.
at a certain level, I think what we're seeing is the interaction between the artists and Morgan Stanley. And I think I appreciate
exactly,
both sides. Right?
exactly. I
Right?
feel
Like
like
I appreciate both sides.
yeah,
Capri is seeing money left out on the table, and Peter wants to get it just right. I understand. I think both sides
Bro,
are
he's being a
informative.
And
baby.
I'm the one who's like, this is how you're gonna market it, okay? This is how you're
I
gonna market it.
I stepped out
Yeah.
and owned my own business, so I'm just trying to like go, just freaking do it. So I own my own company, so that's my perspective. Is just go.
Well, yeah, it honestly like fits. I really do respect you for the simple fact that you are the main criticizer of, you know, things that I say on Twitter. You're the only you're the only person that like criticizes everything that I say, right? Like it could go back to something as simple as like the question that Rock has asked the other day in regards to, you know, like corporate ladder climbing. And I did not answer the question, like I like full 360, you know, back to some sort of understanding without providing like a general answer.
It was full on projection, man. But I respect you as well.
You're the only one that ever calls me out on that. And I respect you for that.
No problem, man. I respect you too. I just
You know, there is like you have to admit though, there is like a subtle form of art that is created through the inability or through the ability to essentially like deflect, questions and mitigate some form of answer.
100%. And
That's
everybody
how I
does
do
it.
everything I
It's
do,
funny
man.
to observe it. It's really what's funny.
Well,
What's going on, Jeff?
It was actually funny because I didn't even realize I had done that until you like messaged me about it.
Hey, not much.
Go ahead,
I
Jeff.
just had a question for is it Peter? I forgot. I didn't miss how it was pronounced. Yeah, it's Peter. Peter's fine. Peter's the English pronunciation. I go by Peter. So how do you actually would pronounce it? Whatever language is native. It's Polish, but I was born in Australia, so I've got the Australian accent. Apparently, I sound like I'm drunk when I'm fucking speaking in Polish. Probably sound like I'm drunk anyway. So my question was not about your name though. It was about the AI art. What do you think about the idea with AI art of not sharing your prompts? Because I noticed some of your work, you're sharing your prompts, and I saw this other artist on Twitter. She makes some really interesting work, a lot of symmetry, a lot of strange like medieval motifs with like weird heads and stuff. She doesn't share her prompts. Do you think it's important to not share your prompts and keep a bit of mystery about your process and your procedure? Because with AI art, sometimes your procedure and your prompts are half the skill. I think that that's a bit of a tricky question actually. I feel like I'm a bit protective of my prompts. Like, there were some that I definitely posted, but nowadays I try to avoid it, mainly because I feel like the more attention you get, the more other people will try to copy what you do, and there's always that
Bro,
nature
you're
of
being
us.
a baby.
And it's an
You're
ego
being a
thing.
baby. Like, I'm gonna say this one last time. You're being a big ass baby. Like, your product isn't even out there like to the masses, and you were pretending that you have some sort of selectability in regards to recipients.
All right, fair. I respect it. I'll take that. Yeah, I'm beginning to think that keeping prompts to yourself is a good thing.
I think fear of failure is a fear that everybody has.
It's not even fear of failure; it's fear of success.
But yeah, there you go. Because the fear of failure.
I agree with that.
There you go.
But what
I see this every fucking day. You have a good product, but you're ashamed of yourself because you don't believe that it's as valuable as it truly is.
The stepping out on your own too and doing it, you expose.
It's terrifying. It's fucking terrifying.
Do it.
But it's worth it. Like, you can be more selective. You just have to be very open in like the general like initiation stage of things, right? Like, get the product out there and then be selective, in the future in regards to your future developments.
Just stop taking all that on board. Taking it all on board. Don't worry. I want to get back to the question that was asked about the prompts thing, and just quickly address that. I feel like, I'm a little bit protective of my prompts, but that's only because of it's like an ego thing. It's like that feels like that's me, and I don't really want to throw that out there. On the other hand, I know people that are like just don't give a fuck. They'll just put everything out there because they want people to learn more. They want people to, grow in the same space as well. And I have a huge deal of respect for those people because they just don't give a fuck. And I think there's two sides of that. Must do that as well. But it's where if you're helping and training and doing a tutorial and showing how the subtle changes of prompts can drastically change the output, and then of course for your own work, keeping it secret, it would be like the balancing point, I guess. There is another part of it though. It's not just the prompt, because with the software that we tend to use, a lot of like the AI art dudes, there's a lot of settings in terms of how the models are guided and how things flow in there. So even if you give someone the same prompt, they won't get the same result, even with the same seed, because they won't have all your settings. Some people will throw everything out there. They'll just throw the text out there, and it's hard to decide what's right or wrong. But I feel like eventually it might be a thing where it's probably better to just put it out there.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, essentially. I don't mean to, like, judge you by any means, but it sounds like you're essentially scared of, the potential success of the product upon which you've created.
What a great space this has turned into, with us just, like, telling Peter to go fucking full send.
Peter, you agree?
That's not even like where I guess like that is kind of where like the direction upon which I was tracking, right? But you have to understand when you have a good idea or a good product, like like your window of opportunity is very small, right? So like take full advantage of it while it is a prominent idea. Do not wait around. Like if you wait around, that's how you get passed over.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really sort of how to put it, aware of the possibility of that happening with like even just one of the opportunities that I have at the moment. Even if I'm going to get fucked over by the
You're
opportunity,
basically degrading yourself. That's what you're doing currently.
Well, I think.
You're degrading yourself in the product upon which you're able to supply.
Well, Peter, let me ask you this: is it better to lose or quit?
it's better to win.
No, it's better to quit. If you have a bad idea, jump out as soon as possible. If you understand, like, if you're able to come to the conclusion that the product that you're presenting is what the fuck is going on? Hold on, I have visitors.
I don't know. I think putting art out there, it takes great courage, and I admire him for what he's done so far. I hope he goes for it, but I can certainly understand the sense of vulnerability that instills in a person too. I think it's fantastic. And I was wondering if there were, I mean, just off the top of my head, what brands that are evolving into NFTs right now might be interested in, getting help from him, from Peter. You know what I mean? I mean, it would be interesting to see, where that goes in the future for him. If that's what he wants to do.
I mean, at the end of the day, like we have to remember and step back that Peter, none of this shit existed 3 weeks ago. It exists now. Fucking congratulations.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way you could. I don't think. Of course, there's all this magic money that you could potentially lose out on, but there's all, you know what I mean. But that's all just hearsay and conjecture. I think if you just, as long as you keep enjoying what you're doing, only good things will happen because this art came from a place of authenticity. You didn't want to do it to blow up on Joe Rogan necessarily. You wanted to do it because you thought it was publish worthy. And I know how long it takes you to find something publish worthy, right? So, it's all a win. And, a lot of people would, at the same time, like, I know you realize a lot of people would die to be in the position you're in. And I think it's one of those things where when you win $1 million, it's time to become a millionaire.
Well, when you put it that way, yeah. No, it's great. It's been a bit of a head fuck, honestly, more than anything. Just comprehending it because again, just small time dude, living my life as it goes. Prospects of life better than that, not much. Then this happens. Suddenly, all the doors sort of seem open, and it's like, all right, where do I walk from here? And that can be a bit confusing. But it's like, yeah, just pick a direction.
Well,
I guess
also too that this is where Zach can come in. So Zach, I'm not sure if you've been listening, but Peter is a digital artist, and his work was just reposted by Joe Rogan. So all eyes on Peter. Peter
I'll
is
be right back, guys.
Yeah, go ahead. So Peter is considering his next step, but wants to be very careful. Is there a metaphor framework that we might be able to do to understand what the lay of the land is and really plan this out?
Yeah, again, I think it just goes back to assembling the facts and the assumptions, risks and limitations here. So the inputs for mission analysis are are going to be what your running estimates are from each of the. Honestly, each member of the group kind of has a different expertise for that Peter can rely on. Honestly, you are the commander in this idea, right? You're the one who has what to gain, what to lose. But I think that the amount you have to lose is zero. The amount you have to gain is everything. And so you will face a lot of paralysis by analysis in this moment because you're like, how do I take best advantage of it? The answer is you just take advantage of it, and that's the best way to do it. There's no best answer. So if we can lay out what the facts are, right? Like retweeted by Joe Rogan, right, or reposted by Joe Rogan means, right, a lot of people will see it. Let's make an assumption of, 500,000 people are going to see it, right? Well, how do we know if that assumption is true? We gather data and we can look at how many people are seeing it. You know, one fact is it's going to drive people to your page. The assumption is that you're going to get more followers. How do you make sure you get more followers? Well, you are just putting out work. Do you want to put out work that looks just like what you posted and Joe Rogan retweeted? Well, let's assume you don't want to, right? Let's assume that you care more about your art than you care about this becoming something large. If that is the case, then fuck it. Just keep being yourself, and who cares, right? If you want to leverage this so that you never have to work and you can become a creator, then we need to understand that there is some you know, underlying theme that he liked that probably connects to some of his listeners, which might pigeonhole you a tad. So I think that there is a way for you to outline what's important, right? And leverage it. But the biggest thing is understanding this is where you no longer have cover and concealment, right? You could have been building and producing and creating from the shadows for a year and a half and no one would care, and it's just for you and you like it, right? You have lost the art of surprise. You have now been put on a platform, and so now you have two choices. Is you can go to speed and violence of action, meaning you just are putting it out there, you're tweeting, right? You take advantage and leverage what you have now, or you go into the defense and establish yourself in a protected thing to keep your artwork intact. It's just deciding which one you want to do.
Finally, some real advice in the room. Thank you.
Hey,
That was great.
Zach, have you tokenized your time yet? Because if so, I'd like to, if Peter wants it, like an hour with you.
Tell you what, if I actually do manage to leverage this, I'll definitely take an hour. If not a few.
All right, Zach. So we have
It's
it.
actually
So,
definitely
like,
I do want to note that keep in mind that Zach is in the empowerment business. So for as much as he tore you down and told you that you're nothing, he's actually expecting you to get back up and prove him wrong.
Brother,
So
like
it's
that's the
important to
name of
read
the
both
that's the name of
sides.
the game, right? Like completely destroy your self ambition and product itself, and hopes that you come back 10 times stronger.
Well, here's the thing, that if you
Oh.
sit there and you are thinking about all the opportunity, you'll do nothing about
Absolutely, and that's
it. Right?
that's exactly what I was trying to say. Like in regards to like this guy specifically, he has the world at his fingertips right now, but he's not choosing to monetize it because he's scared.
Yeah, it's really you
But that's
have to
okay.
feel,
I mean, I think what I
if you
like,
feel,
Zach, is that you gave him a great analysis, right?
yeah.
I love the military analysis because it allows somebody who doesn't have that perspective, but who has seen tons of military movies, sort of like have a good correlation. Go like, oh, you're right. So you were basically, we lost that bridge. Yeah, you had an opportunity to blow the bridge. You didn't blow the bridge. So now you're gonna have to do retactical stuff. Which is to me really resonates because half the time we're actually in the MVP stages of building bridges, right? We see chaos, we see the ability to make order, and we see monetization right outside that door. And we actually do a quick test to validate it. And then we actually get a test for like, well, how hungry are you on the other side? And then if they are hungry, then we focus on that bridge. That's how I build. Now, not
The
everyone
majority
does
of
that. Like
the
everyone builds
majority of
differently.
like general stage like initiation stage and developers, why they tend to fail is for the simple fact that they are not willing to take that leap towards success because it
Absolutely,
scares the shit
absolutely.
out of them.
Well, we in the military we call it the fatal funnel, right? And so when you are about to move into a room, right, you don't know what's behind that door. And so when you kick open the door, the only thing
It's
you are
terrifying.
worried
It's
about,
terrifying because you don't know what you're gonna see.
the only thing you're worried about once that door's kicked in is to get through the fatal funnel, get out of that doorway, because that's where they're all going to be concentrating their fire. Get to your corner, turn, and then return. You're not worried about looking down the hallway. You're looking at the corner and getting just in the fucking door. And what happened when Joe Rogan posted is the door was fucking kicked open. You can
Yep,
either stand in the fatal
absolutely.
funnel and look at the enemy and go, oh, fuck, and get shot in the chest, or you can get to your corner and return fire. Those are your two options at this point.
Look,
Yeah,
I
I
love
like
these
that. I
military.
think for
He's
a lot of
scared.
us,
He's scared though, bro.
Spot
Like,
on.
let's be honest. Like,
Well, no, I've been working.
success is generally terrifying.
Um, it is. It's yeah. I'll say it. It's fucking
So
scary as shit.
success is terrifying because we're social animals. We don't want to leave the people who have made us feel safe and comfortable for the last fucking forever of our lives because
No,
we
fuck
don't
them.
think the next rung up is going to accept us.
Right.
Don't
Well, you
be
tend
afraid
to.
of it.
Yeah, we're creatures of habit, right? Like we tend to stick with the ideas that are tried and true in our own minds. So wandering outside of like that general perspective is that's where you find true success and freedom in itself. It's not by, as you mentioned, and I actually really like that analogy, like standing in, you know, um, the doorway, right? Like, would you rather open the door or kick the door in?
The first time I ever jumped out of a fucking plane for the army, right? I was standing in the fucking doorway and it was go or have to sit down and be the only person that has to walk off the plane instead of jumping out of it out of the whole school, right? So what did I fucking do? I had a choice. I
You
am
got
deathly
down.
vertigo.
You
I'm deathly
jumped.
afraid of heights. Take the fucking leap because the worst case that happens is your parachute doesn't open and you have a reserve. Guess what your reserve is? Your fucking life right this second. Nothing. You can return to exactly where you are right this minute, or you can jump out of the plane and hope your parachute opens and it propels you to something great. Those are your two options. That's it.
Fuck yeah, I feel that. Just quick throwback to what you were saying before, though, about like the people. We're social creatures, and it's the people that like we know right now. That's like a bit of a safety blanket or whatever. The funny thing is, I don't want to say funny thing. Like I'm at that age now where like my mates are sort of, they're not as real as they used to be. They've all got their own focuses, and that's fair. I respect that. So but like, it's getting to that point where it's like just venturing out on my own, sort of trying to do my own thing, I guess. Instead of
Listen, brother,
being
I
relying
will
on
say
it.
this. I will say this real quick on the back of a great Jim Rohn quote where he said that you are the average of the 5 people whom you spend the most time with because both good and bad tend to rub off on you over, specific amounts of time. But to expand on that a little bit, it's very hard to outgrow your environment. So it's incredibly crucial that you surround yourself with people that are willing to push you in the right direction at the right time.
Yeah, for sure. And that's sort of, I've been trying to do that for like the longest time, but it's just meeting people and
You're
don't get me
scared.
wrong, it's
I get
You're
it.
in
You're
not that I'm
you're
scared.
in a
scared.
room full of people that are saying go fucking after
Yeah.
it, man.
Yeah, dude. Like honestly, you're scared because
I'm speaking in
you
retro.
seem to be under the impression that you're going to get fucked regardless of whatever contract you ultimately end up signing, right? Like, and I'll tailor back to one of my earlier points, right? Like, initial exposure in the long run makes much more sense than that bullshit contract that you signed to go forward in the first place.
Yeah, fair enough.
I missed the contract part. What was the contract part?
He's really worried about like someone ripping it off during like the initial stages of development, and completely eluding the idea that there is some form of long-term success to be had.
Okay,
If
that's a tough one to protect.
if people aren't ripping you off, you're not fucking doing it right. You know how many people have like
Absolutely,
put
I agree with that.
themselves
I 100% agree with that.
how
It's
many
someone that
people
is
have now
very
put
fucking.
themselves on
It's someone
Fiverr
that
as
works
some
in an industry that is very predatory in regards to startups and general like initiation ideas. If you don't have someone that's trying to fuck you and take the majority of your gains or profit margin, you're doing something wrong. Like it's bogus.
Well, may I? Uh, I mean, I was listening to all the advices to Peter, and I mean, with all due respect, there are three things I captured here. One is he got a push from the cliff with that maybe post from Joe, maybe, and his option is to either open the wings and fly, or just keep falling down. And the other part is the fear, which basically means, can I open it up to the world, and people will copy me? So normally I would ask a question: do you want a small piece of a big pie or a big piece of a small pie? Which basically, if you propagate your art, more people will use it, more people will build it, and maybe you will not have to worry about if you are the only one protecting it or developing it, because ultimately there'll be market for it which is growing. For example, if you are really fearful, which other people were alluding to, maybe, like, for example, AWS does open source something, but really cashes in it at the later stage. So if you're really fearful, maybe you catch a theme, for example, climate, or maybe women's rights to their own body, and then create art forms
Right. You have to.
or
Yeah,
something like,
I would agree with what you're
yeah,
saying
yeah.
there in regards. You have to develop or essentially identify a specific niche, portion of general consumption. Period.
Peter,
And then make it open.
if you have a chance, if you post the video, and this is something we could only do like right now while everyone's here, if you were to take the video of Joe Rogan, right, and post it to Twitter right now, I'm pretty sure how many people we have in here? 16 people, right? If we all comment and retweet it right now, it's game over. If you post this in the next
Just
5
post
minutes,
it and be like, "Oh my god, I got retweeted," or "I got
That's what I'm
fucking."
saying. And I would even take it like a step farther, and I mentioned like hashtagging like Alex Jones just as a form of interaction, right? Because you're gonna get
So,
hella views based off the back of something that is completely irrelevant to what the product that you're pushing is.
so I'll give you some like experience that I had. So we created the theme song for Twitter Spaces, and I edited the video together. I knew that in order for Twitter to pay attention, there had to be a groundswell of attention. And so I was very specific about making sure that the right account, which is almost at 1 million followers now, would pay attention to it. Once that $1 million, 1 million follower account basically picked it up, Twitter picked it up immediately. So I know that, Peter, right now, if you were to post that Joe Rogan video, I don't even care what you say about it.
It would be like
There are
viral. It would go
16
viral.
people. There are 16 people in this room that are going to like, share, retweet, and comment on it. And when 16 people do that, it's going to happen right now.
I will only like, share, and retweet it if you promise not to be a little bitch and fucking
Yeah,
run with your
I'm
Look,
gonna be
opportunity.
dead honest
I
here.
promise
Like
I'll do it.
I would not like or retweet that for the simple fact that I try to be very essentially dismissive to general opinions or thought processes.
And that's fine. That dismissive people are a part of the ecosystem, right? All I'm saying is that there are okay, maybe 14 people now that Caffrey's off the ship that are going to amplify what you're going to do. And I know that once 15 people, sorry, 14 or maybe 13, a lot of people make commitments, but they don't actually come through with it,
He's
including
scared.
amplification.
He's scared, bro. That's what it
It's okay.
boils down
Here's the
to.
thing.
He's
Jones,
Here's
chill the
the
fuck
thing,
terrified.
out
though.
on
And
stage.
I do not blame him by any manner, right?
I'll
Like
fucking retweet it, right?
success is terrifying.
So I
This
really
guy,
think that
I'm
this guy. Chill for a
what I
minute,
really think
dude.
Peter's suffering from, I think what Peter's suffering from is thinking that this is the only moment of opportunity and he has to make all the right decisions now. He's not allowing himself to just use this opportunity as momentum to make worse decisions in the future. Peter, this is not the biggest decision of your artistic career. Just take advantage
like
of
I
it. And I promise you later you'll have more
Oh my God.
opportunities to make better
Hey,
Right, and
decisions.
essentially that's what I was saying, right? Like, yes, this is an opportunity to essentially get your name out there, although this will not be the last opportunity you were ever presented with. Just ensure that you do get your name out there in the first place.
Hey, can
guys,
I
chill.
just
Let Amy speak.
really quickly, Peter? I have a contact who can help you with the NFT legal side. So can you make your DMs available so I can send that to you?
All right. Well, honestly, Piotr or Peter, whatever your name is, if you want some general legal counsel that is going to benefit you in the long run, I would be happy to send you some references.
Oh my God! You know what? Do you have to like? I mean, I just said that
Yes,
I had
yes,
like.
I do have to.
Why?
Yes.
Why do you have to do that? Like, why is that necessary, Caffrey? I haven't been
If you're gonna
negotiating
offer
at
some
all.
form of third party legal service, I would be more than happy to present someone with first class.
Yeah, see, that's what I mean. It's all sales. Chill the fuck out for a hot minute, all right? Just chill the fuck out. Serious, guys.
Wow, I
We
mean,
can all
and you
work
know what?
together.
You guys are you're projecting fear into him. Like he didn't come in here with fear. He didn't come in here with like imposter
He was
syndrome.
questioning himself,
Like, and you
which is
are
essentially
feeling
the same thing, like during
manipulated
the
into
like
thinking that
general
he
like
has
startup
that.
phase. It's the same thing.
It's okay. Look, I'll be honest with you. Fear is the first enemy of a man of knowledge, and we all are facing similar fears in our own businesses. We're all facing these fears, and the fear, and you're the only person with the balls to bring up your fears. To be honest with you, all I'm saying is, Peter, if you post this video right now, you have a bunch of people who are gonna amplify it now, and especially if it all gets amplified at the same time within the same 30 seconds, it's game over. Use that.
Absolutely. I mean, like you
Use that.
gain traction within that, specific environment. And that's all it's about, right? Like recording views, interaction, the ability to possibly monetize that on a small scale initially for long-term success.
All right, if I can just talk for a sec. I want to do it, but I don't have. Instagram has the reels with the video, with the music. If that makes
Yeah,
sense.
it's okay. I'm gonna go download it for you. One sec.
He
Instagram
doesn't
can
have
pay
the,
for it.
oh my gosh, like this is driving me nuts, right? Like you don't have the goddamn stones to take it public.
I mean, it's already public though. Instagram's pretty public, isn't it?
It's clearly not. It's clearly not. If you have not found a way to monetize it, you have yet to make that product public. Not even trying to like drag you through the mud here, but like let's be honest, dude, success is terrifying. We can all agree upon that, right? Like the majority of us have been presented with opportunities, and opportunity is 9 times out of 10 very uncomfortable and also disturbing at the same time. But if
But
Opportunity?
you know what?
What?
You're not that successful
Damn.
anyway, Caffrey. All right, because like, you like to
yeah, okay,
dismiss
let's
people.
turn
You
this
like
into
to
like a
be rude
She has a
and
point. You
nasty
do
to
have locked
people, and I
DMs.
don't
I
think that
mean,
that's a sign of success.
I didn't hear a
Hey,
single thing you said.
well, that's mostly
Good.
because you guys are talking over each other because Kathy, you've been leading that
it
charge.
sounds like they cut the trees down.
I'm kind of lost on what the topic was, but I think we should reset.
I would like to
And
say that White Collar, I love the show, and I love the profile pic. I just would love to find out real quick what your background is. If you're just everything about you is a TV character. So I'm just wondering, are you a con
It
man
sounds kind of like it.
or what?
I'm sorry, what was like your general question? I would be more than happy to answer this.
Yeah, I'm asking what your background is. Like, if you're just using a con man as the picture and name from a great TV show, but
Yeah.
I'm just
Oh,
wondering.
okay. Yeah, I will admit, like Matt Bomber, great TV character.
I
Oh,
love
he works
talking
for
about
Morgan
Carter.
Stanley. He's a VP associate.
No, so well, VP associate. That's not even a real title. And not
Yeah,
even
well, I don't
something
know.
you could dream of. But yeah, I'll give you a little bit of background on myself. I grew up in northern West Virginia. I went to school at WVU. I finished my MBA program at Ohio State. I
Hey,
internship. I internshiped 3 years during college. One with UBS, one with Lazard, and one with JP Morgan. I ultimately ended up pursuing a development career with Morgan Stanley for the simple fact that I had a bone to pick with them because they were the only bulge bracket bank that did not offer me any sort of contract upon my graduation. And
OH. Oh wait.
IO. Hell yeah.
So I'm starting to see the pattern on why you got locked DMs. So you basically wanted to work for the one company that didn't give you the contract, just to better
well, it's not even
understand.
really that, right? Like, yeah, so I've said this a couple times publicly, but I've always been under the impression that regardless of, where you meet these people, whether it be face to face or through some sort of virtual interaction, 9 out of 10 people that you interact with are not worth knowing in the long run.
Well, I already saw your Twitter anyway before you locked your account when you came up here anyway, and really your tweets are nothing worth like even writing home about or retweeting or anything like that nature.
I don't understand. Like, am I being insulted by a feminist right now?
I mean, at least I am, showing my real profile picture. I have no qualms with exposing who I am and what I do and what I'm not.
I have no issue with exposing who I am either. It's just
Oh, well then throw up your profile
she's
picture.
interested. Listen,
I
ladies.
I
Listen,
actually
ladies,
just
you have
Can I
competition.
add you on
If
LinkedIn?
you were interested in
Lady,
me, if you were
lady.
interested in me, like you have some competition because clearly Amy is obsessed with me.
I
I
actually just asked the
actually would
question because
like
I
it if
just
you would
wanted
just
to
shut the fuck up and
know.
go away.
I really actually just wanted to know because I think, like you said, is I try to collect that 1% of people that are worth knowing, and so I am always trying to find out, like, where if I ever was like, oh yeah, Morgan Stanley, like now I know who I can reach out to. So I'm a big collector of people.
I think that's a good thing to
Yeah,
be,
but
though.
He's
Like,
not worth collecting, all right? Because he's not going to help you.
Amy,
this
you're honestly
conversation
you're
is
the
fucking
only
hilarious.
reason like you're trying to degrade my integrity is for the simple fact that I labeled you as a feminist.
No, it's actually
Nope.
because you've downplayed every contribution that I've made to this space since you came in here.
What contribution?
Exactly. Goodbye, Mr. Caffrey. Goodbye.
I'm now wondering who's going to leave after the goodbye because I don't think either of you are.
No one
Well,
should
I'm
leave.
just not going to engage with him anymore. I mean, I'll talk over him. I'll, whatever.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, back to
Come
the
on,
topic at
children.
hand,
I'll
Pete.
also let him see his way out.
Pete, I think
Come on.
that the biggest thing right now is you can have every excuse in the book, right? Like, I don't have Instagram, I don't have this, I don't have that, right? Or you can have every reason to chase it and find a way to make it work, right? I don't think what you need to do right now, like I said, is get through the fatal funnel to your corner. And that is one single act that's going to move you forward before you start thinking of the next thing is looking down the hallway and trying to shoot at the enemy. So what is it getting to the corner and getting through the fatal funnel? What is that in your world? Is that retweeting it? Is that
Lil Wayne.
reposting it? Go ahead.
It's Lil Wayne. It's one of his media dudes that's hit me up, and I'm working on that. Just throwing it out there. But
That's what I'm saying, right? Is like, don't think of the next big step. What is the one small thing that gets you to the corner, right? You're worried about the big steps. Worry about that next small step, right? What is the one thing that you're afraid to do that's a small step that can be the life or death version of it in the civilian
Well,
world,
that
which
that
is what?
ultimately leads to like
Well,
an
I mean,
uncomfortable
he
truth,
could
which
yeah,
is
just
right
typically
he
now,
could come
divulged.
right
off
now, it's
here
bringing
and
peace in his
like
He
chat.
does, he doesn't trust
he could just
himself.
retweet
Shush. No, no,
the
it's not
Instagram.
me. Right now, it's
Amy,
you
why
guys.
are you yelling?
Oh, I'm not yelling.
Oh my
Who's
god.
yelling?
Just wanted to welcome everybody to the Syndicate.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, girl. Chill
Can I
out,
get a
honestly.
point,
Both
yeah?
of you.
This has
Amy,
been
Amy
one of
and
the best
Caffrey
study
too.
halls ever. I got to say the refreshments have been great. Caffrey, you've been just astonishing. It's always great to have a good sort of, I don't know, I think it's like a Bloomberg asshole or whatever you're doing. I think you're doing a great job at it, though.
Oh, you mean the dude that's peacocking?
Exactly, peacocking.
Yeah.
I'm
Show us
also
your
into
food.
The only reason I'm
but I'm
peacocking is
really into
because I'm
Comic
trying to get
Sans.
you to lick my asshole.
Dude, I would
Oh
love
yeah.
that. Let's
Well,
get
no,
that
you
on
know
the
what?
shirt.
I think Dan's
Let me get
doing a
that.
good job of
Actually,
that right
there are some
now.
banned words here, but I'm pretty sure we can do Orifice of Wonder. Hold on a
You're
second.
talking about the beta bro that's in the room?
My stars, I'm like learning new things here.
You're talking about
You're
the
very
attention
bold for a
whore
guy
that's in
with a
the room?
lopsided beard.
You're talking about the guy that sounds like he fucking woke up on the wrong side of the bed and drank like 4 cups of coffee just to make this call?
Let's be honest, Mr.
Um.
Rogers is the most attractive man in this room right now.
So you know
Hello?
what, Peter,
Beautiful
I
man.
think that you should, listen to everything that Caffrey does. Take his legal advice, because I mean, God, he could very well be just a fucking bot. Okay, so and yeah, I mean, you know what? I had suggested that you retweet that Instagram thing. That's the only thing I'm going to say. And then I got to get on with my day. So have
Caffrey,
fun with
can
your power
you
trips, Caffrey.
Caffrey, did you pick Caffrey because your real first
I
name
appreciate your
in
input,
real
Amy.
life is Neil?
Yes.
I was like, that's so apropos that's why you did that, because your real name is Neil, like, and only people who saw the show would get it. So if that's true, I love it. If it's not true, well then I don't know.
No, that's absolute truth. Like I'm very proud that you were able to pick up on that.
Okay. I was like, then it's apropos, otherwise it's just oxymoronic. But yeah, okay. But oh well, the whole chat kind of changed. Sorry everyone. I thought of something and had to speak it into the
No,
chat.
it's completely understandable. Speaking of talking something into existence, Sandra is now my girlfriend.
Yeah, I go out with this drunk. I mean, he tries. He's a nice guy, but he just drinks an awful lot. It's a little annoying, but I cope with it. Seems like a decent guy.
That was the most Jersey description of a man that I've ever heard in my lifetime.
Very true. Very true. I think that's every guy in New Jersey.
Let's be honest, New Jersey smells like a paper mill.
That's a very flattering depiction of Jersey smell.
I've never hated anything more in my lifetime than the state of New Jersey itself. I have never known a woman that grew up in the state of New Jersey, went to college, got educated by some extent. They all become bottle waitresses. It's like that's their dream. Women from New Jersey grow up to be bottle waitresses and nothing aside from that.
You're pretty much that seems reasonably accurate.
Hey, by the way, Peter, I have the tweet loaded up. I took the video from Instagram, converted to an MP4, got the retweet from Joe Rogan's page, and spliced it all together. And would you mind if I post it?
There you go.
Bro, send
Actions.
it. Send it.
Peter,
I
what
like
do you think?
actions.
Because here's the request I will make. Everyone in this room, I'm going to post this to my Twitter. So if you tap on my face and you go to my Twitter, what I would do is the first thing I'm going to do is delete everything at the top so that it's very easy for you to see. And the reason is I've done this before, and if you get a critical amount of people to engage in the first,
Hold up. Let me
seconds.
just say this real quick. Like from a marketing standpoint, if you delete everything that you currently have in the nest and then post that up there, it's much more likely to gain attraction.
Yes, I'm deleting everything right now, one by one by
No,
one.
don't delete anything. Don't delete anything because that's more suspicious, right?
No, it's
No,
not even suspicious. I just want
it's
to have a
fine to be
focus.
It doesn't
suspicious.
matter. It doesn't matter. It's
Yeah,
all about like gaining views.
yeah. But the thing is, you've already got the attention. You're getting the attention again. That's it. We're taking the success you've had on Instagram and we're going to repeat that success here on Twitter. Right? If you've struck lightning once, you have a great chance of striking it again. So let me just delete all of these things. Again, what I did is I went to Peter's page, went to Google, Instagram to MP4, got the MP4, brought it into Adobe Premiere, added the screenshot of it, Joe Rogan actually reposting it to his page, so it kind of mimics the page. So blah blah blah. It's Portman received by Joe Rogan. Congrats, the whole feed is bananas. And I spelled bananas wrong. Okay, so I am tweeting this out now. All right, so let me put this at the top. And if you'd like to participate, all you have to do is heart it and retweet it and comment. That's it. You can comment with a GIF, doesn't matter. So I've just posted it. Now I'm posting it to the top. So let's see how many people in this room we can do this experiment with. I've just posted it to the top with the music, the whole thing. We're on your side, Peter. We're going to make this happen.
I unfortunately think we gave him the wrong impression. But Peter, the first step is always not going to be the biggest step. And he left, yeah.
It's all good. Yeah, if we just like it, retweet it, add a comment, then we can treat this as an experiment. You know, it'd be a good application for the Syndicate. Hey, can the Syndicate make something go viral? Let's find out.
Did Caffrey leave too?
He did. I mean, I think he's one of those guys that likes to talk a lot, but doesn't necessarily contribute to action.
No, like, honestly, I loved everything that Caffrey said, right? And to be honest with you, I love that he's arguing with anyone because he should argue with people. He's the only one who's an investment banker. Investment bankers aren't supposed to agree with us, right? And that's a feature, not a bug. I just enjoyed the argument with Amy. I don't know about you guys. I found it entertaining.
Goodness.
I enjoy argument because it's the only time where we grow. It was just, I think it just, like, when you go to, oh, you're an ass, right? I just hate when it goes to just name calling and unfounded.
Exactly.
Like,
you know
my
what?
Problem, my problem was more so with the contribution to. My problem was more so with the contribution to the artist, right? Not necessarily anybody else. I feel like everybody was kind of more thinking about, to be honest, a little bit more about their egos and themselves and about kind of getting the right advice or being the right advice for the artist, where at the end of the day, the kid's going to do what he wanted to do. And he's going to have to learn, just like all of us here learned, because we were all one, like, I don't know, whether it was 5 years ago, 20 years ago, 5 months ago, we were all at step one. So we needed to be able to kind of help him through step one. Because step one is always the hardest fucking step. We all know that. We all know
let's
that.
not pretend
and no
that
one here...
everyone here is fighting the exact same battle that Peter is. Peter is just willing to discuss it in public. All of us are having this fear. I guarantee it.
Yeah, exactly. But I think the thing is too is that like I didn't have anything wrong with what Caffrey was saying. It was just his delivery. Like nobody wants to hear anybody saying you're scared. You know, it's like fucking schoolyard bullshit. Like your bully's calling you a fucking chicken. You know what I mean? Like
but I
restructure
think
the way that your delivery
But here's the thing: is that sometimes bullies, when they go, you're scared, get the person to take the first swing, and all we needed was to get him to take the first swing.
But he still.
And he did. Look, it's out there.
Here's the thing: we're trying to silo people into the way we think the world is, and I believe that people are just very unique individuals and have their own narratives, and not everybody's going to be inspired by the same tactic.
But
So I
that's
don't.
why we have a decentralized group here of people who can present it in multiple frameworks. And so I'm not going to sit there and be the nice guy saying, "Oh, you're sweet, you're kind, be nice." I'm going to present it my way, and if it sticks, it sticks. It's up to Peter to choose which one of the voices it motivates him to take action. Anthony, you've presented in an educational, philosophical way. Mr. Rogers, you got your own way of doing it. You can connect back to being a college football player, right? Every single person in the chat has to be their own person and present it their own way, and let the individual who comes to us say, "This is the one that pushed me to take action. This is the one I'm going to go with. This is the one that works," right? If all of us are starting to be fake and trying to find what he wants, none of us are going to be real enough to get what the end result accomplished. That's all I'm going to say.
This isn't necessarily a censorship conversation. This is more so a conversation on just which approach would have worked best for Peter. So I agree with you. There needs to be a decentralized way that we approach new talent in the space, especially. But at the end of the day, I think that it also kind of shines a light on who we are as the syndicate. So I do believe that the approach is important, and nuanced approaches, whether it's Zach's approach, because I like Zach's approach. When he came into the room, he had a great approach. He didn't have that energy, right? At the end of the day, what we allow to happen in this space does speak a lot about us, and we could lose great talent because of the way we approach people. That's all I worry about.
Right. I'd rather have a more positive vibe. I call Caffrey a drunk in a very exhausted way in every room because sometimes he gets a little too caustic for my taste. But I mean, obviously he can do whatever he pleases. But I may or may not respond to that by being like, "Yeah, this is my drunk friend. Please excuse him." I mean, as a joke. But I hope that Peter.
Peter, you're here. How did this experience make you feel?
Well, it made me feel better about being a drunk myself because I don't believe I ever get like that. Yeah, no, it's been very insightful. It's been interesting seeing a lot of the responses. I honestly hate attention. I know that sounds weird, but like I hate attention. I hate feeling like I'm the focus. But you know what? Fuck it. I've been alive for 27 years. I fucking hate this shit. Like living the way I live, I fucking hate it. So I don't give a shit if it takes all that attention. I'll fucking take it. I appreciate it. I love it. But yeah, there's a lot that's been said that like resonates deeply. There's definitely an aspect of fear involved. That's not just projection from worldview stuff. It's I might come across as confident because I come in here and I talk shit and fucking whatever. But like there is a subconscious aspect of fear with this sort of stuff, especially when it's so like again, okay, this being realistic and maybe devaluing myself. It's small bullshit that just happened to happen, and now there's opportunity there.
Hey,
So what? But what do I do with it, right?
Peter,
what do I do with it? That's the thing.
If you want to DM me, and I'll hook you up with my my number, and we can do a coaching call if it gets to that point where you're like, oh fuck, I just need someone to get my head in the right space. Just no, I'm not going to charge you or anything. It's just literally you have an incredible opportunity, and I think that just a few little paradigm shifts can help you really take advantage of this.
I appreciate that, and I might take you all on that. Send me a DM or something so I don't forget because I'm a little bit drunk tonight. As always,
it won't let me. It won't let me. It won't let me DM you. So
I'll just follow you then. But yeah, no, there's a lot of very interesting and insightful stuff has been said. There's a lot for me to sort of think about. I think you're all kind of right, though. You've all got the right idea in some way or another. We should actually take advantage of it.
We are at the stage where we're violently executing. So if you haven't done it already, if you can like and retweet, and if not, comment on the tweet above. The experiment is how might we leverage our relationship and trust that we built with Peter to actually amplify his voice. So the tweet's up at the top. If you would like to participate in the experiment, all you have to do is move your thumbs.
I like the idea of violently executing. Is that what you said? We're violently executing.
That's Zach.
Zach and Friends Security.
Speed and violence of action when cover and concealment becomes unattainable.
I just want to do all the voiceovers for his various commercials. At Zach Security, we know the security you need. One bullet to the head. We put it there first. Call us today.
I love that. That was amazing.
Double tap as a service.
I used to work at a farmer's market growing up, and as a joke, once in a while, someone would call the farmer's market looking for peaches or whatever, and we would answer the phone by saying, "You stab them, we slab them," and they would be very confused about that because they're looking for like tomatoes. We were very strange back then.
I love that.
Calf, what's going on?
No, sorry, my dad called me.
All good. He's well, I hope.
Yeah.
Everything's
Sandra.
good?
Yeah, what a guy.
Sandra.
Like, honestly, my dad's a petroleum engineer, and he's ultimately always exposed to problems that 99% of people would never have to deal with.
Sandra, I have a friend who answers the phone. Pete's abortion clinic and pizzeria. Yesterday's loss is today's sauce.
Whoa.
Hell yeah.
That's how he answers the.
Let's go.
That's how he answers the phone every time you call him.
Oh my God. Oh man. Well, I hope that's not the truth.
No, I mean he's in the army. He just has a sick, twisted sense of humor, which is why when you call him, that's how he answers it every single time.
Can I like share like a story with you guys real quick? And my dad actually mentioned this when I was speaking with him, because I had like I had a layover at my grandmother's.
If we say no to your story, or would you share it still?
Well, like yeah, I would have still shared it. I would have still shared it. Yeah, 100%.
No, that's a good question, Zach. That's a full-on question.
No, that was
We
a
need to
good one.
ask that.
Yeah, but yeah, I would 100% have just forced this down your throat. So
I appreciate that
when I
about you.
landed
I like the honesty.
when I landed at LaGuardia, like my grandmother lives in Brooklyn, so I had like a one night layover with her, and I was on a Twitter space last night, and I did drink a lot of beers. I'm not gonna deny that, for the simple fact that I had essentially accumulated some amount of freedom. But my grandmother apparently called my dad because I was getting way too loud on a Twitter space, and she told my dad that she thought I was gay because I was referencing something that someone had said in a Twitter space where I said, "I will shove my dick straight up your ass and see how you feel about things." My dad called me just to ask me if I was gay or not.
And I think it's really funny that he's a petroleum jelly engineer.
Yeah, dude. Honestly, nothing like
How do you feel about this? How do you feel about this, Caffrey? About your father approaching you about your sexuality?
Well, it wasn't even like a real question. It was like she's just saying shit again type of thing. I'm very comfortable with my own sexuality. Let's be honest. Like I could make gay jokes all day long, and it is what it is.
Have you ever played gay chicken?
Absolutely not. No.
Oh, well, then maybe not that comfortable.
Yeah, bro, you're in the army, bro. Y'all be doing all sorts of gay chicken and stuff like that.
I would never make a joke about the army.
No, it's 100% true. We challenge each other to gay chicken on the reg.
I'm serious, bro. They be doing all sorts of shit like that.
Bro, you have to eliminate like every sort of avenue of weakness.
Is gay chicken like I remember I had a friend in school who used to like try to fuck with me, and he would just like put his hand on my lap and then look at me.
I guarantee you, like he's probably
Is that what
like
it is?
Yeah, you do
bonafide
shit like
faggot
that,
now.
and then you
Okay,
see how.
okay.
So, or you'll stand 5 feet apart, and you make the like I'm gonna kiss you face, and you just start walking towards each other.
Right.
And the first person to deviate from the course loses.
Yeah, that's actually like a big game that my buddy Tony plays in the Navy. He's stationed out at Lemoore Air Base, like outside of Fresno.
Yeah, but
Like,
the Navy actually just wants to kiss each other. That's the difference.
they're super gay, dude. Like, I'm not gonna deny
Yeah,
that.
they never had any losers.
Like, I really like the guy, right? But like, I spent a couple days with the guy, like 3 days, like a weekend period, during like my transition to like Sacramento, and I was like,
I thought
dude.
you were about to say transition to female.
No, I was like, bro, Tony, like, I love you and respect you as like a friend, but like, you and your Navy buddies combined are just way too goddamn gay for me.
No such thing. He's
Caffrey,
gay.
Caffrey, just a heads up. I tried adding you or following you.
All right, thanks.
I can join the other 4 followers that you have.
Oh wow, I actually have 4 followers. Yeah, that's funny. I actually have like, wow, there's a lot of follower requests.
Yeah, I was trying to let you know. Jeez, I followed you
Yeah,
with
I
all
actually, I just
112
went through and
accounts
I
I run.
accepted all of them.
I am a big fan of conflict because conflict breeds growth.
Absolutely. Like, how are you going to develop as a human if you aren't opposed to like some sort of differentiating opinion?
See, I don't know, so I avoid all possible remote chance of conflict.
Yeah, that's I try to do that. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I try to avoid conflict, but it is very beneficial to like general development.
Oh, of course, of course.
You don't want
So
to live in an echo chamber, do you?
my
Yeah, what we're
fantasy,
talking. Go ahead.
my fantasy football team draft ended, and I am totally fucked. By the way, I just thought
Yeah,
I'd.
I'm not gonna lie. Like, I got snubbed on my Cooper Cup like resignation.
I got him 5th round last year, and now he was like the first overall pick. I was
Right, yeah. So it was actually funny. So last year I took Travis Kelce as like the first pick in like the fantasy draft because I was fortunate enough to be able to receive that. And the dude ends up putting up like 1,031 yards. And everyone was like, "Oh, you're a fucking moron for taking a tight end."
Don't worry, one of my buddies took 2 quarterbacks in the first 2 rounds.
No, that's basically the same thing as taking like a Najee Harris.
Dude,
Okay.
why wouldn't you pick up Travis Kelce? And he's the only like real receiver for the Kansas
He
City
puts up
Chiefs.
numbers.
Yeah, he puts up numbers exactly.
I picked up 7 Broncos players. I am really hoping that
You gotta
Russell
be
Wilson
goddamn
shows
kidding me.
up.
I'm gonna have a stroke.
I really hope Russell Wilson shows up because I am really counting on
Bro,
that.
you're gonna have an
Russ,
awful bye week.
yo, honestly, like the only thing Russell Wilson has going for him is the simple fact that he is married to Sierra.
Anyway, back to the old conversation. So, how's everyone else's Saturday going? I don't know. Mike, take
Horrible.
over. I'm co-hosting terribly. I'm trying to work out right now.
Bro, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, give him some ammo. Talk shit to him, Caffrey. Talk shit to Zach. Talk about his fucking crystals so we can get him fired up for that workout.
Little moon rock baby, huh?
They're mercy free. They're mercy free. They're mercy free.
Please.
They're
Please.
mercy free.
Stop.
They're enjoy. Stop. Enjoy. Stop. They're mercy free.
Some good bass there.
Very cool.
Didn't like that at all.
It's his kryptonite.
Peter, Dan is our resident AR artist as well. AI artist. God damn.
There's a question. Does the Twitter Spaces API have a caption object?
It does.
Oh,
I saw that Michael not only retweeted or posted his tweet, he retweeted all of our tweets.
yeah. This is an experiment.
Now,
Uh,
should I have done a quote tweet? Is that weighted differently? I thought I was
uh,
doing a quote tweet and I messed it up.
anything,
Yes, it is.
anything, and everything. If you can
It's
do it
all
on Twitter,
relevant.
do it to it.
I
Does
believe
Twitter
the quote tweet is higher than just the retweet.
and
In
does
the,
Twitter discount it if you tweet more than once? If you quote something or retweet something twice?
I mean, we're in a
Wait, let's
known.
be honest. Like, you cannot retweet something twice. So,
Well, you can retweet it and retweet it again. I mean, it's
yeah,
one
you
of those
can.
things where we're operating in a space where the input process output relationships are probabilistic, right? So at the end of the day, we have a hypothesis, and we're putting it to the test, and there's nothing lost at all. It's a safe experiment.
it's all relevant, right? Although I will admit that the majority of the conversations that I tend to have on Twitter Spaces result in me contracting some form of space AIDS.
What does that mean?
I guess it kind of like draws back to my initial conclusion that 9 out of 10 people that you meet or interact with are not worth knowing.
I agree with that.
I think you're right, right?
Yeah,
And
no, I
yeah.
think you're right too. You never know. You could be one of those, you know?
Yeah, so it's very hard to outgrow your environment. So it's very crucial to surround yourself with the right people that are willing to push you in the right direction and provide some sort of positive guidance for the future.
But what if you surround yourself with the 9 out of the 10 that are not worth knowing?
All right, well, then you ultimately end up in like an echo chamber of Twitter Spaces and you become a Bitcoin maxi.
When I first came into the Bitcoin space, I was like, what the fuck is this shit? I mean, it was like survivalists and I mean, some of them just, and I love them all, I really do, but it was like a, unwitting, I'm a witness to like a dumpster fire and
Right. It's like a poor retelling of like the American Pie plot. This one time at Bandcamp, I bought Bitcoin, and oh wait, I didn't make any money, and I didn't get my dick sucked.
Same.
but you know them better, and they're very they're solid people. They're
I disagree with that entirely.
well, I'm not even regarded, so I think nice thoughts about almost everybody.
Sandra, you get a pass because you're my e-girl.
Oh, that's right. You're my drunk Twitter boyfriend. Every room I go into with him, I call him a drunk. It's terrible.
Yeah, I'm not sure what like the general validation behind that is.
Yeah, I don't know. It just happened. I don't know. No, you're always mean to people, so it's kind of like my way of
Do you have a
trying.
lot of drunk people in your real life, Sandra?
No, not really. When I lived in New Jersey, everybody's drunk because they're just miserable. But I don't
Yeah,
blame.
because the food sucks.
It's awful, right? I mean, we roll. We don't know what that is really, but everybody swears that it's like New Jersey's thing,
It's
People from New Jersey built their
live a
entire
little,
personality off
a
the
little.
back
Have
of
the
New York
breakfast
pizza.
sandwich.
That's
Live
true.
a little. Have the breakfast sandwich in New Jersey. It's fucking delicious.
Y'all got a
Dog
good
shit.
Subway
Dog shit.
sandwich chain.
No.
Jersey Mike's. I mean,
Jersey Mike's. Oh, no.
Jersey Mike's is dog shit. Let's talk about something that has been implemented in like northern and southern South Carolina.
Look, all of your
what do you
food
like to
sucks.
eat?
Complete dog shit.
So
I'm
what
in
do you
Yeah,
like
let's
to
Toronto.
eat?
All
let's
of your
talk
food.
let's talk about a dry piece of bread and some outdated pastrami.
Look, all of your food sucks. I'm in Toronto. You guys are
You're
eating
outdated
garbage.
pastrami.
You guys spend like half a day in Toronto.
Bro, you
You'd
want to
never go
talk
back.
about outdated pastrami? Let's talk about the German physicist that tried to pass a James Webb telescope photo off as a piece of fucking pepperoni.
The chorizo, that was great.
Right. One of the reasons I left New Jersey is, like I said, first of all, they have trash to steam plants in South Jersey, and so everything like
Like
drip.
Cherry Hill?
Yeah. Well, almost. I mean, going over like towards the Benjamin Franklin Bridge, there's this big trash to steam plant.
No, disgusting.
And yeah, and the thing is, they have figured out that every year there's roughly 4 car accidents on the highway caused by the trash to steam plant, with the steam floating over the highway and making
Yeah, it
people.
was like a visibility issue.
Exactly. So my friend's firm represented that trash to steam plant for like years. It was like a cottage industry, destruction, mayhem, smell, you name it. Great client.
I don't know why y'all hate Jersey Shore. Y'all have like the most like best TV reality series, Jersey Shore. You know,
I
fucking
don't know, man.
amazing.
Like I would agree, I would argue that like it is somewhat entertaining, and I really appreciate the accents of women from New Jersey. At the same time, there's also a lot of downside, and what most people would construe as like general baggage, in regards to like character development going forward. Like Sandra, I love her accent, and like she's my e-girl, right? Um, Jersey, love that for her. But let's be realistic here and assume that you have a decent night out in Manhattan and you ultimately have to go home at some point, so you decide to flush yourself down that toilet tube that we call the Holland Tunnel.
I've done that like 100 times. You have no idea. It's depressing.
Yeah, it's sad. It's really sad.
I agree. That's why I'm depressed all the time.
And honestly, if Jersey was such a great state, why does everyone that lives in Hoboken refer to themselves as someone that lives in New York?
Well, it's obvious. It's just embarrassing. It really is. I
I
mean,
mean, I wouldn't want to be associated with anything with the first word hobo in it. I mean, that's just me.
I mean,
But not even that.
Hoboken,
Like, honestly, you probably
K-I-N.
wouldn't even believe this, but it gets much worse than Hobo, Ken, right? Like, let's talk about Jersey City, or maybe let's navigate down to southern Jersey where it's like the Cherry Hill, like, I want to live in Philadelphia women live.
I mean, Hoboken sounds like the place where Street Fighter started.
Yeah, honestly, like, we don't talk about Fight Club here.
The Fight Club in the street. Right? Because remember the beginning of Street Fighter 2 was a bunch of dudes fighting, and then the one dude.
Bro, I swear to God, like,
Right?
and I'm not even trying to be like mean or
It
like
was gay
dismissive
chicken fighting.
of women
Leave
from
that.
New Jersey, right? But I have never known a woman that grew up like and was raised in New Jersey that has aspired to be anything aside from a bottle waitress at a local nightclub.
well, I am a lawyer, which I admit is not quite as
Right. Well, that's good for you, but
but
you could probably also acknowledge that there are a majority of your counterparts that have absolutely no aspiration outside of possibly serving, sprinkler bottles at DJs on the shore.
It sounds like you have a type.
yeah, I think he's down with the Jersey girls. And
I dated a lot of
His
them.
first
I'm not
girlfriend.
gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I dated a lot of them.
His first
Yeah,
girlfriend was
you're
from.
dating the same type of girl.
That's what it is, right?
got dumped like 100 times by these girls, and so now he's got like a chip on his
And
shoulder.
I
No,
don't get
that's
dumped.
what I mean.
Like
His
that's the
first
difference.
girlfriend
I don't get dumped.
lost his virginity to some cute girl from New Jersey, and now he can't get over it.
Well, I mean,
All right,
that chlamydia is hard to get rid of,
one day, when you turn like 25, you'll slowly forget her.
Look, this guy fucking went to New Jersey once, and now he has to walk around with cream on his carry-on luggage. It's not a good look. It's
No,
hard,
it's
dude.
not even that. It's a simple fact that I have to walk around with a penicillin shot like an
Right?
insulin IV.
Who wants to do that? You know what I mean? That risk reward,
It's great to see you guys got the same problems over there.
See, there's things that bring us all together. You know what I mean? The idea of fear, women from New Jersey. We all have things in common.
And dad's worried about people who think they're gay.
Look, to be honest with you, Snapchat dressing Samantha Dan is, I think, one of the main avatars that we need to bring forward. What happened to Samantha's startup, Dan?
Dan's thinking about it, I think.
Also, you mentioned something earlier about Dan and AI art, I think. I
Yeah,
was listening, but I wasn't here.
Dude, Dan
he's
is
paved the way for AI art
dude.
in the room.
Dan was editing anime trailers in the 90s in Texas. If you see the trailers that Dan has created, they're fucking insane.
They are insane. They're amazing. You know, you should look at your art and music as a legacy. You know, I mean, don't be afraid to go for it. You know, I mean, the world deserves to hear it and see it.
It'll get there. I appreciate that too. But yeah, I want to see this. I want to see Dan's story and what he's done.
Check out his
Because
wall.
I'm
He's
all
got a
about
whole
learning
bunch
other
of stuff
people's
there.
stuff, man.
Actually, I
Yeah,
do have his
you heard it
story.
here first. Dan, show Dick.
I have Dan's story. We already created the video for it. Deep in the heart of Texas. It was called. So if I go deep, not like I'm Punjabi.
It's a horrible place to be.
Yeah, so deep in the heart of Houston, Texas. I'm posting it to the top. This is Dan's story about going from Ohio to Texas and dealing with the anime scene.
I mean, like, there's really not much difference. Like, if you go from Cleveland to Houston, it's basically the same crowd, bigger city.
But I have a soft spot for Cleveland because you guys created Bone Thugs and Harmony. Forever indebted.
Yeah, and they also made the immediate transition to New York City.
I mean, that's where Mariah Carey was.
Well, Mariah Carey got a fat ass and, you know, a decent voice. Let's be honest here. She was simply monetizable.
Nah, she could hit that high C. Nobody else can hit those notes in production.
Nah, I disagree with that. Aretha Franklin.
Okay, so if we're comparing her to Aretha Franklin, then it means she can sing them.
You were talking about specific notes. Like, I hate that you caught me up on a technicality.
Hey, this is Morgan Stanley business. Technicalities are profound.
You
if we
are right.
treat
You
them
are right. You are
You're
right.
not paying attention to the details, Caffrey.
This is the issue of being contrarian: is you have to be on your toes more than the counterpart.
Yeah, the devil's in the details.
How
We
many of
call
you
it
guys are from
finding out
Ohio?
where the bodies are buried.
That just went quiet
Honestly,
really quick.
like, we need Caffrey's energy in here, in my opinion. Probably everyone disagrees with me, but I love the fucking energy from Caffrey because this is a Hegelian dialect of thesis, antithesis, synthesis. We can't have synthesis without antithesis.
You gotta have it. Gotta have it.
Come on down to Caffrey Hour here at the Syndicate. We're down with all trolls. Welcome. DMs or not, you're welcome to come on down. Two for one hot dogs with Caffrey Master. Bloomberg Business Montreal. Who knows what the fuck they're talking about? But that's all right. Welcome to Saturday. Lauren, it's good to see you still alive. Come on up and talk about the club.
Wait, so I think I figured out who Lauren's stalker is. I bet you it's Caffrey. I'm like 90% sure.
I've never cared less about a woman.
Dang, did your mom just throw you at the freaking fire station or something?
Lauren.
Come on, Caffrey, don't lie. You know we good.
We are good, yeah. Although I do tend to disagree with 99% of the things that you say.
Typical man.
No, it's not even like
We don't
masculinity.
If everyone was agreeing, I would have shut this space down a long time ago because it would have been redundant.
Right. Lauren, you'll have to excuse him. He's drunk again. You know, I've tried talking to him about, his little hobby.
You're literally just fabricating like realities.
Sandra, you're always
this is
wrangling,
all right. So this is
wrangling
the reason that I do not like women from New Jersey. Like if they don't agree with the reality that they are currently experiencing, like they just make up their own.
It's sad that you're so drunk. I mean, I've
The
talked.
entire that's the entire reason that like the Real Housewives of New Jersey is a thing. Yo, are you Ramona? Like honestly, let's be realistic here. Like you're acting
She
like a
doesn't
Ramona.
even live in Jersey.
No, I ran. Yeah, it's awful.
Oh boy, Lauren, Caffrey, Lauren. Round one, fight.
Yeah.
No, that's not gonna happen. Me and Lauren are actually friends.
Well,
Oh,
Jersey.
Sandra's the one over here throwing shade.
What? Oh, I'm just being honest. I mean, even he admits that
Yo, listen, like I'm not gonna take much dishonesty from your Cherry Hill, like adopting accent.
How dare you, sir? How dare you?
Yo, call me from your prison cell in Camden.
Fly me a drone and make sure that we have like a pork roll sandwich and a little bit of meth. Well, a lot of meth. And
It's disgusting. Like honestly, like your appreciation of coleslaw is disturbing.
that's a great idea. Have the drone bring me coleslaw to the jail.
You know what's funny? You guys actually live in the same state.
We don't though. Wait, do we?
Yeah.
I'm in Miami, actually.
Oh, get the fuck out of here.
Love connection.
No.
I will eat your ass on Biscayne Boulevard tomorrow. Well, that's crazy. Like Sandra, I honestly didn't understand that you lived in Miami.
I do, but guys that have to still hold their cell phone to their ears are not cool in my book. I communicate now. You realize that?
All right. Yeah, that's completely fine.
Yeah, you gotta level up and be like a real estate agent with the fucking Bluetooth and the headshot.
Right.
Bro, why are you talking shit about me?
She likes those crazy guys that look like they're talking to themselves.
Wow, Sandra's really trying to hump though.
What?
I mean, what would happen if a Bitcoin maximalist had a baby with a Morgan Stanley? That would.
I don't know. That's like.
That would be hilarious.
Is that JP Morgan quorum?
JP Morgan can go to hell.
I don't know. I like quorum. That was a good use of Ethereum.
Sandra.
Yes.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Here we are. Two people attracted to one another.
Well, it's not mutual.
In a Twitter space.
I mean, you were
Undeniable.
What just happened here?
Oh.
It's unrequited love, Catherine.
See, I dropped some knowledge that you guys are in the same state, and now it's all good.
Oh no.
It's not.
Baby. I mean,
It's really not.
I date actual men, not children. So, really sorry, Caffrey. But I can hook you up with someone. I'll find you someone perfect for you.
Dude, I don't want to be engaged with your wrinkled ass friends.
No, I find I know some younger people that.
Yeah, well, are they successful?
Well, you're 14. How successful do you want a 14-year-old?
14. Yeah, 14 with my own Twitter Space account.
I'll chaperone you too and take you to watch a movie that's PG.
Oh, yeah, dude, please take me to Wetlands.
That's hilarious. Sandra the chaperone. I would love that.
Lauren, what are you up to today?
Packing.
Oh, no.
I know.
I was hoping you get to stay there.
Huh?
I was hoping you get to stay where you want to stay, but such is life. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. I'm actually kind of excited to go back to Virginia Beach.
No. No. Virginia Beach is absolutely horrible. You should go to Myrtle. or maybe like Wrightsville.
Myrtle is so dirty.
Yeah, Virginia Beach is worse.
No, it's not. I grew up there.
Yeah, that's where, pardon my language, but that's where all the people that have a race problem exist.
At least you
No,
didn't go to
no,
Ocean
it's.
City.
My family's from Annapolis, so I'm familiar with Ocean City. Myrtle Beach is.
Annapolis.
You ever see
Yeah.
Boardwalk Elvis?
No.
Yo, talk to me about Margaritaville. Softly, please.
Why softly? Are you that hungover? I thought you started drinking at like 9 a.m.
Sandra, like, I feel like you have the wrong bearings here.
Nope, I'm pretty sure I got it right.
It's been a tough day for Caffrey. He's drunk, and his dad called him to ask him if he was gay. Just a lot of stuff happening.
That actually did
That's a
happen.
busy
I'm not
morning.
going to deny that one.
That's a busy thing
Why
for
did your dad call you to ask if you were gay?
Yeah, I don't want to get into it.
Probably the gayness.
He's been demonstrating it.
Yeah, probably the ultimate gay, like, like personality that I've been throwing out there to the world.
I'm not buying that.
It's fine, dude. You're not a man till you've had a man.
He's trying to accelerate your marriage.
No, it was like a very weird circumstance.
Yeah, I feel weird just talking about it.
Well, yeah, we also had like a very specific conversation regarding like my girlfriend, and I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, that I actually like, caved and sent you like a picture of my girlfriend last night.
Yeah, that was so strange. I was like, what is this picture? Because we weren't even talking about it.
What's her name, Wendy? By any chance?
No.
Dr. Pepper.
No, we were talking about Wendy Wu, essentially like in form of Salma Hayek and like the Scorpion King.
Oh, cool.
That's how like the entire thing started.
Was I sleeping?
I don't know. I was trying to go to bed, and you were trying to convince me to like stay on Twitter.
I was.
Does anyone sleep in this room, like at all?
No.
Oh, right. I went to
No, fuck. What's sleep? What is that?
for quitters.
I got kids. I don't even know what sleep is.
Right.
Never heard of her.
Yeah,
I like when Dan does his updates and he narrates like what's happening, and I haven't heard that yet today.
No, I haven't either.
Wait, who?
Dan? Dan, can we have an update?
I don't have much. Just been messing with music today. It's been fun. I've been remixing you folks live and sending you out, streaming you on Twitch and about 16 other networks. Who knows what radio show you'll end up in. But it's been fun. It's been great.
It better be good.
It's like the Hegelian obstacle course.
I just want to get the synthesis, Mike.
I know, but we can't have it without the antithesis. We have to stay within the cognitive dissonance of the balancing these seemingly contradictory ideas of pouring yourself out and valuing yourself. What is the balance? When are the legs spread too wide? Should you keep them closer? Does keeping them together help you get there faster? Who knows? Who sees? The shadow knows. Carl Jung.
Do you wear a kilt or do you wear Spanx? Do
Easy
we let it air
answer.
out? Do we let it
Yeah.
breathe? You know?
This is what we really come together to discuss. What we come together to discuss is not objective that can be thought about with the human mind, but the subject. The subjective can only be felt by the heart. And so take the words very lightly and simply pay attention to the silence between the words. Ram Dass, everyone.
Well, that's essentially irrelevant if you want to talk about Carl Jung, right? Because Carl Jung essentially said people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own reality or soul.
Yes, the shadow. To your point, see, now you're bringing it right back together. See, that this is the reason that you need to go to Ohio State University, right? Because you learn about shit like this. I mean, my mom got upset at Carl Jung because she was like, "Why the fuck didn't he cite Plato?" And she stopped reading him because she was upset that he didn't track back his sources.
Sounds like a fucking academic.
You went to academia.
Imagine being educated at a higher level.
Yeah, I think the challenge is there are things that you do not want to learn in a university. Some of the most important things in life you do not want to learn within the confines of a lecture hall.
Well, it's more or less an echo chamber of like determined reality.
Did Caffrey smoke a joint in the last 5 minutes?
For real, eh?
Caffrey, we talked about doing that before 6 p.m.
Yeah, I don't smoke.
I know, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I think we got like positive. If you look at the quote tweets of the post from the top, let me delete these other ones. We actually now have other people engaging with the tweet, human people asking actual human questions. So we've gone beyond our group and now have amplified to people that we don't know.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Dude, we're viral, man. We're fucking viral.
I feel like there should be a service for this, not for myself specifically, but like for just people in general. But because there's people that sell like followers and fucking whatever.
Quick farm
That
to
shit's
real
never real.
things.
I
Farm.
literally told you.
Welcome to the
swear to
organic
God, like
funnel.
probably 2 hours ago, I told you that if you presented your product to the public, that it would go viral. And now you're trying to find a way to monetize that.
I forgot that all of this was Caffrey's idea.
It literally was, though.
Caffrey's the genius guy.
You thankless fucks.
Look, there's a place for Morgan Stanley on the board of directors. You understand? There's a seat for that. There might be one or two, but there's seats for that. We need a lawyer, right? You can't have a board without a lawyer, right? I'm
Yeah, the
brown,
only thing
so I
about
just
those
get
seats,
voted
they're
in.
just not gonna have any backs on them. Like
You
we'll
know,
all have backs to our seats, and you'll just have a stool.
well, the thing is, like we also like need diversity, right? So I'm brown, so I can be the token brown, right? I don't think we have a token black yet. Dan, can you do that? Can you do that for now?
No, but I'll be the white trash guy if you want, or Caffrey,
Yeah.
either one of us.
The white trash has all the old school connections. That's old school money. That one guy that you think can't talk good, trust me, that's the guy you need to talk to.
I've never wanted to disagree with something more in my life, but at the same time, I'm going to remain silent on the issue.
Whereof we cannot speak, we must pass over in silence. Wittgenstein. Now we're covering ground, eh, Anthony?
Yeah, let's fucking talk. Honestly, like you want to divulge into like human psychiatry?
Yes, please.
I love this. I love this stage.
It's interesting because we are,
Syndicate, baby.
to Wittgenstein's point, we're all rulers measuring objects when the objects are measuring the ruler. It's fascinating.
Right, and essentially Thomas Sowell said that in regards to Wittgenstein's point, that there is no situation that you could find yourself in that you did not have an output option to.
Yes, I think to Thomas Sowell's point, we have to remember that there are no solutions, only trade-offs.
Well, I think that's very circumstantial, though, and I'll revert to Jim Rohn in that regard, where essentially he said that every situation you find yourself in is essentially has some sort of relation in regards to the options or the decisions that you've previously made, right? So you're a product of your own environment and your own decisions.
Yeah, you're right. Do you believe in free will, Caffrey?
I believe yes. I would say yes, but also no.
Like a
For the
weak
simple
form
fact
of
that
free will.
I believe like determined will is more of a prominent aspect.
Yes, I agree. I think I think there's a lot of people that believe in free will, but I believe in like a weak form of free will.
Me too.
Right. It's very loose standpoint.
And I think because we have a leak, if we adopt the position or we imagine a reality where humans have a weak form of will, um, if you want to change your behavior, change your environment. Matthias told me.
Right. Yeah, and I don't know if you heard me say earlier, right? Like it's very hard to outgrow your environment. So it's incredibly crucial to surround yourself with the right people at the right time.
I remember looking at like just the sheer amount of people that get married through university. You know what I mean? It's like the ultimate form of like university is kind of like a dating service with
Right. Yeah,
classes.
it's like playing hopscotch, right? In regards to education itself and true understanding. I'm not
But
saying
yes,
it's not beneficial because let's be realistic here. Like like formal education ultimately opens up, doors in regards to like corporate development itself. So
yep,
it's like a necessary evil.
yep. When I went to U of T, I tried to figure out the quickest way that I could just get into industry, and as soon as I figured that out, I started going to U of T part time. I was like, wicked.
Right. But
You know what I mean?
well,
Like,
there's a lot of people that essentially like squander that opportunity in itself.
mm-hmm. There's
And I think I don't know, maybe that's more of like a like Charles Darwin like approach to things, right? Like natural selection. Some people are meant to make it and some aren't.
it's like the power law of population success.
Right. Yeah. That's why I will probably always die on this hill with, the majority of people that you interact with are not worth knowing. You have to be very selective in order to become successful.
Well, can you name anyone specific that you don't think is helpful that way? Seems like you are thinking of someone or have people in mind.
No, I don't think it even needs to be like, I don't need to draw it down that far. Like, just in regards to like personal relationships that you accrue throughout your lifetime, you should be selective in that regard. I could name people, but like, you wouldn't know any of these people.
That's true.
Yeah, like I have a friend. His name is Caleb, and I had to cut ties with him, and we were friends for like 15 years because he didn't contribute shit, and he was just pissing me off all the time.
So my curiosity with this statement is there context where we kind of can accept others and there's context where we can't? I think about a very specific example when I was in Latin America and I was in one of the poorest parts of Colombia in the mountains in the hills, and 9 out of the 10 people I met were actually fantastic and completely inviting and just completely different types of people that I'd never met before. So obviously when I'm in New York, right, that's a different story. But when I'm trying to experience something new and I'm putting myself into a context that I'm not familiar with, I feel like, 9 out of 10 people might actually be interesting to meet and try to understand.
Amy, what's going on?
Yo, to answer you, Anthony, that's what's weird though, is that like in other countries, a lot more people are willing to help each other and like bring each other up and stuff like that. But here in the States, like it's like it's like a very shark mentality, like dog eat dog culture, and everybody's like out to get everybody. And if I gotta jump in front of this guy. And like in other countries, like everybody like is a little bit more cooperative, and they have a like one assigned mission,
Yeah.
and they're trying to attack that together. So it's different.
I will say this is the cultural impact that I got hit with coming back to the States after being 9 years gone and meeting people here that have a completely different ethical system, and their entire ethical system is based upon sort of that kind of mentality and kind of an implicit anthropology that they believe in other people in specific ways. And they think that there's only one way to approach the solution to a problem because of this. And this is where I get kind of a little bit more in depth with what is diversity when we talk about that. What is decentralization? You know, we're still in a bubble. So when we have a true diversity of perspective, it would be interesting to see how other cultures manage other crises points, conflict points, and what kind of new solutions can come up from that.
I mean, I think you're kind of seeing it, dude. I mean, if you look at a lot of these new CEOs and stuff like that are being appointed, they're not from the States. Like they're hiring, foreign CEOs and stuff like that because I'm sure that that's what they're looking for, right? They're looking for that diversity within the company and, a different way of like managing the business. And because for instance, if you look at the Indian marketplace, like just all of India, like a lot of their CEOs, like they're getting picked up here in the States. And why is that? Because these people work with, I don't know how many more people than than the people here in the States. That's a big country, So it's they get to see a lot of the stuff moving a little bit faster because of the amount of population and stuff like that that's there, and they have the infrastructure to get things done quicker. So they're working at a much faster pace than here in the United States. Because like I mean, if you look at the United States versus like other countries, we are kind of lacking in certain areas when it comes to like tech and and stuff like that. So
It's just, for me, I think it's a really interesting viewpoint, kind of like a nomadic viewpoint of ethics, and being able to see it from different hills as opposed to seeing it from one. And I think this is kind of the conflict that I have with a lot of people, and not on Twitter or anything, but just in general coming back here, is, there's many ways to live life, and people can live life in ways that are very, fortuitous for them and beautiful for them, and live full and complete lives. And it's difficult for me to hear people who give advice sometimes because they're very siloed in their perspective. That doesn't necessarily mean that everyone who gives advice is bad at it. And I think this is why we talk about the Andrew Taints of the world, right? That's kind of like an extremist perspective, but I don't know. I'm just very grateful to have seen beautiful things outside of my country and be able to experience people that were completely different and in completely impoverished situations and help them, but also learn so much from them and have them help me as well. Like, they actually probably have saved my life. And coming back to the States, it's like people want you to be like that, like what they recognize still, and I just can't. It's difficult.
I have a question. Sorry, really off topic, but pertinent and time sensitive. How does Twitter Spaces work if, like, let's say I have someone blocked, right? Are they removed from the room, or am I not able to see the room, or can we both join? Like, I'm just wondering how it works.
yeah, you can join. You can
I
join if let's say that there's a space and I'm in the room and then you have someone else that's blocked, you'll still be able to see me in that space. You just won't be able to see them, but when you get into the room, you might be able to see them there. But if you're the only one in the room and they won't be able to see any rooms that you're in unless someone else is in that room that's being followed by that, either by the host or them. So
Is Caffrey messaging you, wondering why he's not here?
No, I was just wondering, does that have something to do with it, Amy?
Well, I mean, you're asking suddenly about the blocking kind of thing. And yeah, I did block Caffrey.
And then when you came up to co-host, it kicked him out of the room. Is that how it worked?
Possibly. I mean, I don't know.
I was wondering if that's like, I was trying to do the math, and I was just like, oh, okay. I was just wondering how Twitter Spaces work. I'm learning every day.
I mean, I didn't know that was going to be the outcome, to be honest with you. I wanted to be made co-host, so that if Caffrey did interrupt me while I was trying to talk, that I would be able to put him down and listening. Because, to be honest with you, I'm really tired of disrespectful people having power over people, like, who they deem to be lesser than them, and uh, and then everyone in the room basically, really glorifying that person. Because what I was hearing in here was Caffrey being super disrespectful to all the women in here, and like and a lot of, a lot of the men, like, being like, you're a genius, you're brilliant, you're amazing, and like wanting to engage with him while he was, basically dismissing and shutting down all the women in the space. And if you're going back to the question of, like, why there's so much competition in this country and there's more pulling together in community in other countries, it's because we were founded on colonialism and stealing, and taking away agency from people, to gain power. We don't, in this country, we don't earn the positions that we're in. We, fake it until, until everyone believes that we're the most important person in the room, and then that person gets to, like, steal, like, all of the power in this space, and everyone wants to be that person. Like, what I was seeing was everybody in here was like, wow, we want to know this guy, and we want to be his friend, and we want to figure out how we can become more like him.
I think you're missing the point of what we were doing there. Like, we've done this before.
Yeah.
We've done this before with so many people that come in and try to, announce their dominance on our group, and we just embrace them and stroke their egos to make them feel like they're something when we know that they're not. But
I think it's
eventually what happens
Well,
is they
yeah, but
break
it's at
down.
the but look, it's at the
But that's
expense of
but I
what?
mean, Amy,
Like, it's
but
at the
Amy,
expense of
but
what?
but
yeah,
Amy,
but
Amy,
Amy,
first
listen,
first
that's
no
how we
one
do
here
things in the room. I mean, that's how
no
it's
one
been
here
Okay,
done from the
so I
start.
mean, okay,
We
listen,
just don't
I
want
get
to,
that.
like it's not nothing against you, but the thing is like what we're trying to do is like we don't want, like, if we can try to change the way that he's acting and get down to the real root of the way he's being, why he's acting the way he is, and make him realize that, then we can, break through to this guy. But if we just automatically just shut him down and just, talk shit to him and freaking just, not
so
do anything, it's like it's counteracting what we're trying to do with the syndicate.
to kind of bounce off of what Mr. Rogers says, Amy, first of all, you're in a safe space. No one here is going to attack you or in any way, shape, or form deny your ability to have an opinion. And I think that that's very important. But I also believe, and I do believe this, I did not share Caffrey's opinions, but I also believe that Caffrey should also be able to participate in a safe space. And I will end it with saying this: beware that when fighting monsters, you yourself do not become a monster. For when you gaze long into the abyss gazes also into you.
That is true. But Amy, I have to tell you, I agree with the comment about how, the white imperialists came to this country and robbed, the locals that were already here. Because when my family got here back in the 1600s, the locals kind of borrowed my ancestor's wife and many other women who were out working in the nearby fields before winter came. And she was able to save her crew of people by singing Bible hymns, hymns. And that so astounded the locals that they put off doing what they normally do with white women back in that period. Meanwhile, her husband was like a little, taken aback by the fact that they borrowed her, and maybe they'd return her, maybe not. So he gathered all the weapons that they were willing to put forth without compromising what little security they had, muskets, flintlocks, those sort of things. and because he observed that there were two local gangs that were fighting each other, and it had been kind of equal for maybe 20 years. They couldn't seem to make ground against each other. So in exchange for getting his wife and the female members of their community back, he exchanged various weaponry to help the locals, kind of defend themselves against the other locals. And at the end of the day, all was well. They were able to build their community, and the locals, they kind of dwindled off. So yeah. So I agree with you.
Well, listen, yeah, Anthony, I hear what you're saying, and I hear what Mr. Rogers is saying, and all the people in this space, and I agree with that concept, with that idea, but not at the expense of people, not feeling safe. I hear you, Anthony, when you're saying that this is a safe space. However, it is very clear that Caffrey, he has some deep-seated problems with women. And so the women in this space, like while we're all trying to shower him with love to help him to see a better way of, existing and being, we are, having to put up with his abuse. And I don't really feel like that's a fair space to be in. I mean, like now we have more women who are joining in here, and our voices do count, they do matter, and I think that that it is helpful to step in and draw a line somewhere, where okay, you know what, you're going too far, and and I guess I really don't know how there's a way to work around that kind of that kind of thing, because like you're like I got to a place where I was like, you know what, the reason why I said to Piotr, like, hey, can I message you, is because I didn't want to be in this space anymore with this person shutting me down and attacking me and making me feel small. I don't deserve that. I don't need that. Okay. And
Yeah,
also,
you
neither does
don't deserve
Sandra or
that.
any other woman in here.
No, nobody deserves that. But like at the same time, like Caffrey, like I got in here and you left, and I had said some things to him, and he was, he didn't like what I kept coming at him, and he says that he's confident and shit, but you could see it. He changed. Once I was the one that took control, and I started cracking jokes, and I started being funny and shit. I mean, he changed, but you weren't here to see it, right? Because you left.
Yeah,
But
but
that's
you
the
know
thing.
what?
Like
Like,
that's the thing though. Like it's you're gonna have people that come in and talk shit, but what we're trying to do is we're trying to give people a way to counteract that shit talking. Like the only you said that he had power, but did he really have power, or were you giving it to him because you believed that he had power? Because I think you're a strong person, and I listen to everything that you're saying, and I like what you have to say, and I think that you're a powerful woman. But if you don't believe that, and you believe that Caffrey has the power when he comes into the room or something like that, then that's a completely different story. I mean, we can't do anything about that. I don't believe that he had any power, and I'm pretty sure that majority of the individuals that were in here didn't believe that he had any power either. We were just so accustomed to the things that he was doing. I mean, to us, this wasn't new. This has happened like 15 times in the last 2 weeks, and we've handled it the same exact way, and it works. Eventually, they just won't they either won't come back, or they'll continue to come back and show who they truly are. And once they show us who they truly are, we embrace them, because they might have a dark past that we don't know about. We don't know. And like I said, you're a strong woman. I mean, don't worry. You don't like Anthony said. This is a safe space. If he was taking it further than what it was, then yeah, of course we were gonna say something. But his little snarky, stupid remarks, you know, it wasn't anything.
yeah, I hear, listen, like, it's not a matter of power, or, or not having power. Truly, the point to what I was communicating in here was just a way to help Piotr, right? So that was really, all that was to it. And I was getting frustrated and kind of exhausted with the fact that that I was being presented with a distraction from what I really wanted to be doing. What I really wanted to be doing was helping Piotr, not
That was
having
the moment of
to
conflict, right? The moment of conflict was when you suggested your contact and then Caffrey suggested his, right? That was the initial moment that I saw. What do you think? What do you feel?
Yeah, it was, really, no, okay, so the the whole reason why Caffrey interrupted me to suggest his contact to um, was to have a jab at me. There was a whole point to it. He probably doesn't have a contact. Even he doesn't have anything, right? Like the whole point to it was just to was to have a jab at me and to shut me down again. And you know like he was doing that in subtle ways even before that. I called him out on it, and then he knew, like, oh, this isn't some sweet sexy woman who I can objectify. This is a smart woman, who knows, like, what's going on around her, and that's intimidating. That's something that I don't want to have in my sphere of being. That's what I gathered. Now, I I I get what you guys are saying, and I what I feel like it's dangerous to ask women to submit themselves, for the sake uh, of of uplifting someone who is really dangerous and violent, in my opinion. um, and it's dangerous in general to ask people to submit themselves. I see the angle that you're coming at, um, with showing love and embracing a person, to see the transformation and the change and all that. And I agree with that, and I appreciate that. But I feel like, it's, I mean, and I see that the way you guys kind of do things here. I have not actually been in here when a person is being, a total asshole, and watched you guys, like, work with them. So I know that that's something you've spoken about, and I've been in here, but I've not seen that. And so I was feeling kind of thrown off, and I was messaging Mike saying, you know, this guy clearly hates women, and clearly, like, is some kind of, like, bordering on proud boy, and I don't want to, like, really be a part of that.
Amy, Caffrey now has opened his own space, and it has just as many people in it as we have in this one. And he is able to now be the host and control the narrative, which we were able to do with him in here before, which we were able to work as a group to control what was being said. Now he's able to push his message to an entire group of people without any. So the longer he was in here, the more protected the fringe was. Just my point.
We've created a Trump.
You know what? I mean, like, I mean, I don't know. Like, okay, so I guess what you're saying is that, um, in order to stop evil, we have to love it more. Like, and okay, I mean, um, honestly, my response to the idea of Caffrey opening up a space and controlling a narrative, I'm like, whatever, who cares? Who is this guy? Why does he matter so much, to everyone in here?
I'm not sure he mattered.
Why do you assume that he mattered? He was the person
Exactly.
who came into space. He was just
Exactly.
landed in the room and started talking.
Yeah, and he was
I feel that
dominating the entire
you
space. He was controlling the narrative when we were in here.
it was a perception for you that you controlled the narrative. I think there was an exchange between the two of you where you both fed off each other, and I think a lot of us. I mean, for me, I couldn't do anything, so I stepped back. And if I didn't bring out, if you're wondering why didn't anyone defend you, you first have to realize that maybe not everyone understands the side you're on, and that's half the times in these rooms. I don't understand the sides that most people are on, but yeah, I think it's the more people throw out the assumptions on how things are without the data, the more this relevant truth in this room drops down to about 4%. So it's the same thing as me watching Netflix at the same time. So that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't know what side I'm on, Dan, then you haven't been paying attention to anything I've been saying.
I feel like
I'm not here to pay attention to anything you're saying. I'm here to be in a room with the syndicate, to hang out with folks. And
Yeah,
I heard
okay.
you.
I mean, I totally get that, and you don't have to pay attention to anything that I'm saying. That's totally fine. You don't have to. You can turn the volume down when I'm talking. That's totally fine too.
Law 31 of power
I
is to
didn't know
control
why
the
you
options and
wanted to
get
do that
others to play with
because
the cards you deal.
Okay, but I will say one thing before this goes kind of awry. I will say one thing. I agree with the fact that Amy may have made a mistake with kicking somebody out of the room, but I also
I did not kick
hold
somebody
on.
out of the room.
Okay,
I did
okay,
not kick
hold on,
anybody
hold on,
out of
hold
the
on,
room.
hold on. Before we go crazy, because I'm not trying to make anybody angry. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to negotiate, which is the biggest power that we all have. And it's also trying to understand where you're coming from. But at the end of the day, I will say, we need to give people spaces to be able to openly communicate about themselves, as well as Amy. I do feel right now that there is an aura in the room that wasn't here when this guy was in the room. I forgot his name already. I really don't even care about the guy.
Oh, come on. Everybody here cares more about Caffrey. All right? Because
I think
stop it.
Why do you keep Amy, why do you keep
Caffrey for
like
president, man.
painting a picture of us that's not true? Like
I
you're literally telling us
was
how we are, and we
Yeah,
know how we
okay.
are.
How come everyone in here is like arguing with me and being like, Amy kicked
and that's what I
Caffrey
was
out
going
of
to
here,
say.
and
Hold
now
on,
he's got his
Amy.
space, and now
Wait. And that's what
Hold
I was
on, let
going
me
to
turn
say.
this down.
I can see why Amy feels a little bit of, especially in the spotlight. I mean, Mike did put her in a co-host position, and there is something there that is interesting to me, and I will say that, and I understand why Amy would feel like she's in the spotlight now, for doing, I would say, maybe a little bit of a lesser. I don't know. I really don't know how to approach this more than just saying, this has never happened in this space before. We've had many people that have come into this space with a lot of conflict, and I think that it's very important for us to understand more so whether we're men, women, Latino, white, black, whatever we are, we need to be able to manage conflict in our lives, and this is only going to continue because other people.
Anthony,
Hold on.
Anthony,
But
Piotr
hold on, I haven't finished.
Piotr and Lau have had their
Yeah,
hands up for a
I'll
while
finish.
now.
I'll finish
Okay.
right now, and I'll let Peter talk. At the end of the day, we need to allow people to understand how to manage conflict. I chose not to participate when Caffrey was in the room as much. I threw in some 2 cents every now and then, but at the end of the day, I was also doing other stuff. I'm over here getting ready to go. So at the end of the day, I just don't want any one person also feeling singled out, whether it's Caffrey or whether it's Amy. That's where I stand. I think that that's important, and that's going to be important for all of us to also consider, whether it's Zach, whether it's Dan, whether it's Mike, whether it's me, whether it's Piotr. Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah,
Peter,
go ahead, Peter.
Please, Peter. Yeah, no, I just sit here with my hand up because honestly, like, I feel discussion is important more than anything else. I think open discussion is important more than anything else beyond just pure discussion. I'm not trying to interrupt anyone, but like when it comes to these kind of discussions, yeah, like so a thought that I had earlier when I put my hand up was that one thing that ticked me off about what that dude saying was that he straight away sort of launched into the whole "Are you a feminist?" thing. That, look, I'm a dude. We don't have the best reputation, but when someone says that gives me a little bit small key alarm bells. It's kind of questionable. Beyond that, I think I'm probably gonna jump off this space for a while because I need to sleep. I'm sorry. Yeah. I've actually, like, I know the meme is that he was like the drunk. Sandra was saying like, oh, he's the drunk. But no, I'm actually like a little bit pissed. I've been listening to you guys, and
But
there's a lot
before you
of good
go,
stuff here.
before you go, look up a guy Cold Fusion on YouTube and go back
Is
to
this?
his go back to the very beginning. He's an Australian, and I've watched him ever since he was a young publisher, and he brought his artwork, and he had fears, and he had a lot of stuff to deal with, but he does great videography work. So, and it's an
Yeah.
example to look at, to because he talks a lot about it. So, just a
Oh,
recommendation.
no. Yeah. No, I hope you guys can sort the situation out, but yeah, I'm just not in the state. Sorry. Much love.
Well, Peter, sweet dreams. You're amazing. You're an amazing artist, and I definitely appreciate everything you brought into this space. I actually, I'm gonna have to go soon as well. I will unblock Caffrey. I apologize. I did not know that it was going to cause him to get kicked out. If I became co-host, I, but I will maintain that it, that it is dangerous for people who are violent towards particular people to become rewarded and thinking that they are the most important person in the room. You can lose a lot of um, really important perspectives when you know when you're doing that kind of thing in um you know in a massive in a broader kind of landscape and I appreciate everyone's thoughts and opinions in this space. Uh, Everyone, Dan, Sandra, Mr. Rogers, Zach, everybody, Anthony, Mike, Lauren, Peter, everyone in this space. But I, you know, I do feel like it's really important to, uh, you know, I mean, yeah, it's like, okay, I think I made it very clear like where I stand and who I am, and this other person is essentially a troll, and so I understand you're trying to get to know the troll, um, uh, but I did not understand that was what was going on, and yeah, I did feel threatened, and I was like there is no purpose to this, and um you know uh so yeah, I get what you guys are doing here. I might not 100% agree with it, and so I think that when I become the subject of somebody else's harm, then I will gracefully excuse myself and not try to re-enter the situation in the future. That's what I want to do, and that's what I will continue to do, because I don't have time to to deal with that
Amy,
kind of nonsense.
Amy, I just have a question though, and I don't want you to think I'm attacking you. It's really just a question for edification purposes. Is you said like you would leave the situation, but you came back and you said, I want to speak, but I'll only do it if I'll co-host. And I'm just wondering, because those were your words when you came up, and I was like, you said I requested to co-host so that I could mute him, but that's not leaving the situation. You know, like
I said in the future I will do that. You know, I didn't do that today. You're right. I did not do that today, and in the future I will do that. And
But I
Lauren,
think we could help you. Sorry to interrupt, but I think we could help you to overcome this.
you know what? I don't want
Laugh at
to.
this guy. Laugh at the adversity. Just laugh at it all. It's all a meme. Like nothing that
You
he
know what?
said had any merit.
Maybe I'll feel like that tomorrow, but today I don't feel that way. So tomorrow I'll feel that way maybe, but today I just don't.
So I just wanted to throw in a different perspective. I'm not sure what was said before I got into the room, but I can share my truth, which is my own experience. And I was in Caffrey's room yesterday, and some guy came at me out of nowhere, out of left field, and Caffrey was like the only one to like stand up and like tell the guy that he was completely inappropriate, and went to the extent of when the guy continued to come at me for no reason, Caffrey was like, "You're acting ridiculous," and he actually ended up he closed the space out. And so, we and like I said, I wasn't in this room earlier, but I think that and if you were being attacked, that's not cool. That's not good. But I think sometimes we just have to get to know people a little bit before making assumptions. Because what he did, no one else did, for me at least. I mean, I can hold my own just quite fine, and I did. But I don't know. I just wanted to add that
This is a
perspective
different
before we
girl.
paint that picture.
That's not Amy. This is.
Oh, sorry, Web3. I didn't know you were gonna speak. I thought that you had a hot mic or something and you accidentally were unmuted. I apologize. um, I, yeah, Lauren, I think that that's great. And you know what, like, yeah, I'm not, I'm not going to make a comment really about that, because I don't want to make assumptions. But I'm glad that you had that experience. I didn't have that experience. Maybe it's because Caffrey was drunk today. I don't know. And you know, um,
I'd love to hear
I
what Mike has to say. It's his space.
Mike's gonna say that he enjoyed it and it was
Look,
very entertaining.
see, Mr. Raj, go for it. How did I feel? You know me more than most of these people. How did I feel about how everything went down? Be me for a moment.
Oh, you know what? So okay, I'm gonna say that Mike is, as far as I gather, he, you know, this is a wild experiment of his, and so, you know, he's trying to gather sentiment so that he can, so that he can do more wild experiments,
Dude, the sentiment analysis
and
is going to blow
yeah,
up.
we are his guinea
Hear about
pigs.
that? Yeah, the sentiment analysis is going to blow up. I think today was a great show. This is a
I
show.
heard the cuss now.
What do you think,
Oh,
Mr.
yeah.
Raj? How do I really feel, Mr. Raj? I think you can say what I feel better than I can at this point.
Yeah, and so guys, I'm I have to go. I'm going on a date, and I'm 3 minutes late. I'm sitting in my car right now. And yeah, I don't
Don't
know.
leave him waiting.
Maybe one day I
For
won't
her.
be mom.
Yeah, not a problem. So, Mr. Raj, how did I feel about how everything went down? You know me.
Yeah, so man, everything went great. Everything went great. It's a step to self discovery. It's a step towards self discovery, figuring out a little bit more about us and how can we tackle new individuals that come into the syndicate, whether they're ill intended, good intended, or no intent. Yeah, everything went well. I have to say.
I like to think of myself as a chaotic neutral.
Peter.
It's been a fascinating experience. Very eye-opening in many ways, and revealing to myself as well. And like the other person just said, sorry, I forgot your name. Sorry, who just spoke? Can you just put your hand up? Mr. Roger. Yeah, sorry. I apologize. I like to acknowledge people because, you know, it is important. Yeah, no, what you just said, like, it is a bit of a self-discovery thing as well. So I do feel that, like, even just what just transpired, that whole situation, it was, okay, maybe a little bit messy, maybe a little bit off kilter, but it was fascinating, and I can appreciate what, is it Mike? Apologize, I'm bad with names. What you're doing with this space and what you're trying to achieve and the sort of data, I guess, you're trying to gather and everything like that.
That, like, the obstacle.
What is the agenda? You know, that's the question here. What is the agenda?
Yeah,
Actually, the agenda is
what's
always
going on here,
evolving.
The
dude?
motto is we don't build better products, we're building better people.
Bam.
Yeah, for real.
Through troll
That's
and
what it's about.
intimidation. I mean, through talking and dialogue. That's what I meant.
That's all a part of it. Look, you cannot be a stand-up comic if you can't deal with a heckler. And I would argue that you can't be a founder unless you can deal with hecklers, because your hecklers are going to be the people who give you the money.
Yeah, take Steve Ehrlich, for example. He's fucking great at it.
Yeah.
And I think the other thing is like we are learning something about each person that joins this room through each conflict so that we are understanding of where those bend versus break points are in the dynamics. I think that understanding what people do as host co-host when presented with opposing views. I think understanding what people do if they are in a listener, how they would react to a listeners. Like I now have so much more data of like if some certain individuals are listening versus when they come up to talk. How does the power dynamic, if certain people are talking, how does that need to be like distributed? Right. I think that we're learning about those that come in the room. Right. And I've told Mike in DMs, it's very interesting the way in which we talk about things. Like from 6 a.m. until around lunch, we talk very much about people and the human dynamics. Whereas after lunch, we're much more talking about technical things. It's kind of interesting how that works. So to control like when people are coming up to stage and who should be talking and how that works, like it's interesting to me. I have like a whole, I don't know, I have a whole bunch of notes on all of you from today. So take that with a grain of salt because I don't know shit. So
That's fascinating.
Can I just be like specimen number 1, bro? Like that's all I ask.
Dude, I thought I was specimen number 1.
I want to be specimen number 69.
Just put me last, yeah. Don't worry about me. I'm nobody.
no, you're the only one that got retweeted or reposted by Joe Rogan, so you are definitely someone.
It doesn't fucking mean shit, though. It's just a fucking repost, man.
That's been seen by 1.9 million people.
Yeah, all right. I'll have my little ego moment. It's pretty sick.
You know, like, come on.
Yeah, own
There
that
are-
shit. That's awesome.
Downplaying achievements is appropriate in the presence of certain people, but this is not one of those times. This is one of those times where you flex it and use it as fuel for the fire.
That's one of
No. Because honestly, I'm literally just like everybody else here, if not less so. Just because that happened doesn't mean that, you know, anyone else here is lesser or better or whatever. Doesn't fucking matter. It's all bullshit, man. It's all just luck and chance and just having to happen to have the chance to get the right attention.
Luck is prior preparation presenting itself as opportunity.
The thing is, Peter, like, you got to understand that you have something in common with Joe Rogan and his followers, which is a respect for the mycelium mycorrhizal network, right? So humility is a feature, but it can also be a bug.
I feel you. I feel you.
Hey, I was wondering what Manish wanted to say in the middle of all of that. Did he have a chance to speak? Because I did see him with his hand up.
Oh, thank you, Anthony. Actually, I wanted to say that when Amy and Caffrey were there in the room, so maybe it would not be appropriate to say that. All I could say is when Caffrey was talking and seemingly in control, I observed the same when Amy was talking. And I mean, if I negate the content, if I don't pay attention to the content, my experience was the same. And so, and there's no judgment there, but it's just how people are. I mean, uh,
See, this is people from that subcontinent in the room. He just said the hardest thing I've ever heard of in my life, and he said it so politely. Wow. That's skill.
Over here, Manish
Nailed it.
summing up Foucaultian power dynamics. I love that.
thank you, Anthony. And about Peter, who is downsizing himself and thinking of humility as a negative emotion, maybe, or feeling like humility means something downgraded. I think humility is a power in which you feel that you are knowing about yourself more as your reality. So if there is something good about it, a retweet, then humbly accept it and enjoy it, rather than trying to downplay yourself. So Peter, you are a star, man, of the space today.
Unintentionally, but I appreciate that, honestly. Very much.
To me, humility is like bullet time. Take the time to take everything in. Just relax. You don't always have to have something to say. You can listen. You can observe. You can actually doodle. That's always great. I love humility. The only problem is that humility will only keep you comfortable in some ways. It'll only help you so much in the stages as you go up the ladder. It's always there to remind you of your humanity. If you lose your humility, you're truly fucked as you go forward because you have no compass left. So it's an important skill to grow for sure, and we should strive for it, even if we're not like it.
Indeed, but society somehow takes it in a way that humble people are meek, which actually is opposite, completely opposite. They are the strongest people ever.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't think humble people are weak. I think they're actually very strong. In many cases, they're some of the best leaders out there because they're actually doing two things that are super important if you're a leader or you're trying to help people. Is that you need to look at the pattern and compassion. So what's the pattern telling you, and how much level of compassion you have? Because you could take this moment and strive forward, or you could take a bunch of lives. And sometimes you have to take a bunch of lives, right? History tells us that, well, we need to take a bunch of lives to save a bunch of lives. And you should probably have the most humility-based person in that room thinking about that equation, really, versus the person who would say, yeah, let's just do it.
I think that a humble manager can become a great leader, but a humble leader will never be a manager, meaning that the execution of the
I agree with
task
that.
is pushed by non-humble people, which is why that meekness it's looked at. But the greatest leaders either come from humble managers or just humble leaders in general. But the execution end has to come from someone with an ego to push the human resources to their limits.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think it's interesting as I see that in my software business is that I have the humility to sort of listen and understand what they're trying to do and help them see maybe the path ahead. And a lot of it has nothing to do with the product. It all has to do with who they are. It has to do with sort of the origin story as to where they're going, or how they got to be who they are, and how far they can actually project themselves out, and understanding like
And it's okay if they don't know. In a lot of ways, that's great. That means they're still open for it. You know, the people who are like, no, I'm going to retire when I'm 40. I'm just going to sell this thing, exit. Like, you can already see the cracks in the foundation before it launches, you know. So those are just some things I think about. But then at the same time, I love the mercenary. Like, when I talk to people, I always give them the mercenary versus the founder comparison. Meaning, initially, I'm a mercenary, straight up. Oh, you want me to make a sniper rifle and kill your target 16 miles away? No problem. That's what I do. You give me any context, you want to build it, I can build it. That's what a mercenary does. The mercenary doesn't question what the target is. That's not what I'm supposed to be doing. You wanted this rifle made and kill this target. You know, and a lot of times the mercenaries already built that rifle like 16 times. I have. How many coach and wellness systems have I built? Probably 700 at this point. You know what I mean? It's like, that's the work. That's the life of a mercenary, right? But when people are like, well, then, you know, can you do this for equity or something like that? And there are times I do that, right? If it's something in my wheelhouse, something I know that will always have a certain amount of chaos around it, because I got to sleep at night, but I want money to be happening while I'm sleeping, right? So, but I always say, like, well, the first thing a mercenary does when he hears that you want me to be a founder is like, I love this rifle, but who the fuck are you? Like, it's like why do I? When you force someone to be a co-founder, I think this is really dangerous in a lot of ways. I didn't like it when a lot of startup groups said, you know, go and find a co-founder, or go and get yourself a CTO. It was always, you know, you weren't ready yet. This is always yet another thing you got to get. And I hear that in Amy's message, by the way. I hear that pain. I hear that. And that's the part I am sorry that she's gone that way. But for her to eject and assume that that's who I am, I think I'm very taken aback from, quite frankly. And I think that they fed off each other. I mean, I didn't like Caffrey. I would have ejected him out of the room. But again, the Syndicate is about the experiment in a lot of ways. Like, we made a great episode, right? Trust me, everyone was probably texting fucking So You throughout that whole time saying, shut that asshole down, right? But at the same time, it was part of an exercise to go through. So even when we jump in and want to be the first to defend, like, there was a part of me, I felt the Lancelot. I felt the need to jump in. But at the same time, I also felt like there was a game. There was a little bit of, I'm going to fuel this fire so I get that fire going. And I've seen that in founders all the time. You know, and there was a little bit of like, I'm pissed that you don't see my great idea. Get the fucking line. I see 600 of these fucking things a fucking week, and I can't give you that fucking, like, I can't give you that, and you're fucking better than that. And if you're not, you know what I mean? I can't give you that. And it just really bothers me that I have to, like, give you that. And I'm like, and I don't want the fact that you want it. That's the other thing, is that you're seeking it. So it bums me out. But then I don't want to be wrath. I'm trying to help. But then, you know what? Like, the VC in me is like, dude, there's nothing you can do, man. And it's arguing with me. You know, I'm still talking, and like, my inner VC is like, dude, I'm gonna totally rip off the door on this airplane. We're all gonna decompress ride. We're gonna fly out. You know what I mean? So it happens sometimes like that.
Dude, my DMs are wide.
Yeah. Anyways.
But you know what? It's so funny because immediately I think, hold on, is this the Stanford fucking prison experiment? I don't even realize, because you don't know how people take shit, right?
You were doing that, quite frankly.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's exactly what's happening here.
No, Your Honor, I wasn't intending to do that when you're listening to me in court.
But I think that's the thing, right? Is like, that's part of it is like, I, like, me and Mr. Rogers and other people in the room saw, I knew what Mr. Rogers was going for. Like, I think he saw what I was going for. I think that what the issue is if you are drawn in, your personality allows you to be drawn into not just dialogue, but conflict without an end, right?
Absolutely.
Like, I go into every conversation with an end state. I don't open my mouth unless I have a point to be made or an end state I want to reach. Otherwise, shut the fuck up and just let people talk.
Hold on one sec, because Allie's the silent observer. She's always sitting in the background laughing her ass off. But Allie, go ahead. What did you notice about everything?
Woof. Just like it.
Man, y'all are meant for each other.
Just like, I don't even know how to comment. Like, two egotistical, hurt people going at each other. And then it stopped being about the point of why they were discussing, and it turned into just each other. And I wanted to know where all the assumptions were coming from. Like,
well, we didn't
nailed
do
that.
running estimates to come up with the facts, assumptions, risks, and limitations there. So
saying statements, and I'm like, why do you think that? Where did this information come from? Like, what is in your head? Have you been to this space before? Like, what's happening?
She's so spot on. Like I was so confused. I had no idea what was happening. I'll be honest. I DM'd Sandra and I was like, "What is happening right now?"
Yeah, that's the Syndicate for you. We use the ancient art form of mindfuckery in this place. So just
I think
keep
we
your
always try
brain
to help.
open and
Yeah.
keep your ears open and pay attention.
I think that when you come in here and you come in with one end state, you need to be ready to say, "Oh shit, I took something totally different away from that," because they saw through it. Like honestly, like you can't smell how bad your breath is because your nose is sitting there the whole time, right? You bring your bullshit in here, and we're gonna fucking smell it, and we're gonna say, "Wow, that really stinks." So I don't know. That's just what I've gained.
I do think that as we grow, we're going to attract more trolls, right? We're definitely and in a lot of ways, I think there's like we should probably work. We have to remember that this room only lives or dies by the conversation that's in it, right? So, for as much as like some people are better at troll sparring, we have to realize that if happens in focus groups all the time. Like when I would do a focus group, if I saw someone like Caffrey, I'd be like, Caffrey, you got a phone call, man. I'm sorry, it's your wife called. Like, boom, he's out of that fucking room. You know what I mean?
We're about to get rugged.
Okay, I love you guys. It's been
So
real.
you just sent me a neat
Love
invite.
you. Love all of you.
Casey, I love you, man.
So, Ali, finish off what you were saying, please.
Oh yeah, the last thing I was saying was where are these assumptions coming from, and what did you go through in your life that made you come to these conclusions, and then to like vomit it on a person you've never met before? Like, it's just so much.
Like went both ways, right?
Like how someone can like project their emotions and their feelings on you without knowing you. You know what I mean? Like automatically assuming that because we weren't defending or doing something that they believed would to be right, that we automatically are put in a category or a box that doesn't fit us because they don't know who we are.
Well,
as
the
people.
question is, Sandra, Anne Marie, Lauren, how did you feel about the interaction with Caffrey? Sandra, Anne Marie, Lauren, how did you feel about the interaction with Caffrey?
I didn't think about it. That's Caffrey, and it like I don't know. Like I wasn't here with what happened before. When I got in, he kind of chilled out. And
I mean,
Sandra does a great
yeah.
job of like holding her own too. Like Sandra and I will mess around with somebody like Caffrey all day.
But you know what? Consider it like holding my. He's calling me. He's implying I'm a bottle waitress, and I'm like joking, like I'm a lawyer, which is below a bottle waitress. Like what the, I don't care about stuff like that so much. Like when someone thinks they're insulting me, something sexist or misogynistic. I grew up in probably one of the most misogynistic counties practicing construction law when I first started.
Don't want to know.
So, I don't let that stuff affect me personally, and I mean, some of it will hit no matter what, but you don't have to make an ass out of yourself in front of like other people and other important people that might be a factor in something that you're you're trying to get off the ground. I think it's embarrassing, and I'd be embarrassed if I were those two. But
I said to Mike in the DMs, I was like, everyone grew a little bit, some more than others, because you grow through conflict. Like, I don't know. I think it's a stupid analogy, but like diamonds are only made under heat and pressure. Like,
I agree. I agree with that. And Zach, I support you, and I support the mentality. I think it's very important for us, though, to consider the growth of the syndicate as a vision, and how can we be tactical with that sometimes. So for me, I worry about the tactics, not necessarily about whether things are right or wrong, but the tactics of how we bring people up to, for instance, you were pointing it out, right? To co-host, how do we distribute that power? I think that's a tactical mentality that, as while we might want to learn from others and gather data on them, I think it's also important to understand we're creating the context, just like the Stanford prison experiment. They created a specific type of context where specific types of behavior was measured that doesn't necessarily speak about that person. And I'm including Caffrey here, and I'm including Amy here, not on one side or the other. So the problem with the Stanford prison experiment is, of course, if you put a whole bunch of university students into a prison and tell them you're the guards, you guys are the prisoners, they started to behave in very abusive ways. But what you see is context is also important. So I would recommend that we're also understanding of a tactical sort of contextualization of what we do in this space. Not necessarily a rule or anything like that, but at the end of the day, there are specific people here that can pull the room to one way or pull it to another and have influence. How do we use that influence? We should be tactical about it, just like a sniper. Not always in war, but sometimes we don't send a whole army. Sometimes we just send two people to fight a battle, right? And I think that where's the tactical mindset? I want to know the strategy. I want to be able to participate in that and approach it so we also come to the fruition of the syndicate as a positive impact in the world and what we're doing. That's just my 2 cents there.
It's interesting the behaviors and the different dynamics that you can observe in different spaces. Like I find it fascinating. Like I do spaces all the time, and you start to find the patterns and similarities between these types of people that and to me it makes me think of like the law of polarity, because if you give them what they want, then they keep going, but if you don't, then it dies out very, very quickly. So if you just like measure the amount of time between like a comment and anything. But I'm interested, like, what is y'all's experiment? What are you doing? I think that's really intriguing stuff.
Dan?
Wait a minute. Why do I get? I always get.
Yep, Dan. I vote Dan.
I vote Dan. We're voting on this. It's consensus-driven explanations in front of a court, I guess.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
we're
but
building
consensus.
we're building a guild. It's kind of like a D&D guild, but it's a syndicate guild, and it's called the Syndicate. It's just a group of like minds. We're trying out different concepts in terms of this notion of sort of we can buy each other's time in terms of a token and then sell that token, sell each other's time. If we find someone, for example, if I meet someone who's trying to build a cannabis business and doesn't know what they're doing, I could buy, for example, 2 hours of Ann's time and apply Ann to that scenario if Ann is willing to take, for that transaction. So we can sort of figure out that piece. We haven't figured out all those pieces yet. And then we're also, I don't know, we help people. People come into space. We record the space. It's a show. We record it. We save snippets of it. We share it with people. We get the good message of, stuff that happens. If you do jump on the stage, keep in mind you signed a given consent for the experiment. So thank you for joining the show. And, we'll show you where the content goes, but you're just part of the narrative. And the narrative is usually helping people we're mostly building people. We can't really build products, right? But we can build people. We can help people through our experiences. And everyone here has a different experience. Some people are product people. There's user experience people. There's strategy people. There's finance people. There's lawyers. There's, creatives, artists, and everything. So it's sort of building that. And then, we're doing a lot of tomfoolery right alongside of it. The fun side of, between Michael and I, we're constantly sort of like, it's kind of like a daily challenge of, look, fucker, look what I made now. Like, oh, yeah, well, I'm going to use this tool and this tool and make that tool. Oh, yeah, that's pretty good. So we do that. And then at the same time, we, Zach's in the mix and sort of helping us frame out, maybe more of the actual protocol of some of the stuff, because he can use cool military words better than I can. I can only do so much on the axis of freedom with a division of action divided by the quantum, allowing for a substate being situational. But I don't know for sure. It's all scenario based.
You just got to watch more movies, because I'm not actually in the Army. I've just watched a lot of movies. No, just
right. So then when Lauren, you asked, like, what's the experiment? So Michael's definitely he's got an interesting background of multiple weird school design, and then he does pretty good mentoring. Like right now, he's my mentor, right? I didn't have the ability to come on here and be as stupid and as funny until Michael sort of allowed me to do that. And not only allowed me, but he eggs me on. You know what I mean? Like, I could be hanging out in a room, and I know you're like, what Dan would say, like, fuck, what now? I got to jump over here and listen to this guy and see what he's saying. So I like that encouragement. It helped me open up. I learned from KC about credits and loans and money. I'm not the best in that space. I learned from Jeff, web stuff mostly. He does computer stuff. He hangs out at home. Same thing with Web3. He's like a computer guy. Anthony's a hustler who pinged me and said, "Man, I like your vibe. Let's do something together." I said, "Sweet." Hired him. Working for different projects for my partner, who's a completely different person than me. So we already have those success. We managed to help Lauren, right? Zach hooked up Lauren with some help there. That's huge. That's safety help. That's like really rare, fine kind of help. That's like Zach is kind of like a miniature B.A. Barabbas from A-Team, but kind of like the white type. You know what I'm saying? But all Bud Light. Maybe a Mad Dog 2020 with him, but mostly Bud Light. So it's kind of cool. That's the space. Everyone kind of contributes and things. Oh, and I'm doing an anime alongside it, and I'm sort of doing like vignettes of the characters, and so all of you will probably be represented in some form and have your own sort of storyline. I don't know what it will be. Some of it's just weird stuff, like Casey and Ruben are stuck in a world right now where they're like running, they're being chased by zombies, and Ruben's totally cool with it because he's been through this world. And part of the storyline is this thing I call the parallel. The parallel is this metaverse concept that blends, part of reality and our hustle and our reality, and blends it with the virtual. And so there's different stages of this verse. One of the spaces in the verse is called the fail, and it's the zone where hustlers fail. They automatically get a part of them, their character gets dejected into this space, and it's like a massive death match arena where fallen down hustlers have to basically find a way out. It's kind of like parables on founders and parables on startups, and I'm sort of exploring that. And then there's other stories along the way. There's lots of mecha battles and crazy shit. Casey right now, I have to say, is one of my favorite characters, and it's largely because it's just KC. I mean, he's got the shortest name in the group. DeFi is in his own crazy universe. Like, he went into the verse, and then he like stepped through this portal, and he's like somewhere else completely different, which is cool. Yeah, it's fun. It's just making up stuff. That's what we like to do. Well, at least that's what I have to do. I always make up stuff. If I'm not making up stuff, then I'm not feeling well. But you can't help everyone. I felt bad for Amy today, and I don't like using her as a use case here or something like that. But at the same time, there was desperation on both sides, and it was sad because the people in this room, we know what desperation looks like. That's why we sat back and watched two desperate people sort of have at it, and I guess we should have defended her more or whatnot. But at the same time, like that probably wouldn't have necessarily helped if the person is not going to be receiving of it. You know what I mean? And it's not our place to do that, too. I don't think. I don't know. I'm the touchy feely, totally transparent side of the Syndicate. Michael is the alchemist, doing many of the puppeteering. His character is the puppeteer. He doesn't like that right now, by the way. He doesn't like the fact that he's like the Jarvis puppeteer of the universe. But he'll get manifested in a familiar form, like a white bunny rabbit, like so that you'll see him in every scene. Like, what's that rabbit over there? Oh, is that Michael? Oh, he's gone. So anyways, we're having fun.
You're also kind of like the comedic relief in a sense, and
Well, I
I
got
love
that
that.
from Michael. Yeah, I
Yeah.
tried to be that comedic relief. Yeah.
Well, it's super helpful because I feel like you need to have that along the storyline because it's kind of like watching a movie, like Zach said. Like, you can have these super intense and powerful moments, and sometimes you just need that, like,
Yeah.
that one character, and it just kind of helps with those smooth transitions.
Well, Dan's fun, but he's also like a high priest or the architect of the vision.
I totally see that. He definitely a high priest and architect.
I love that kind of notion, mostly because high priest usually has like a harem, has like a really huge bar, and plus I have a huge budget, right? And Michael and Zach have to figure out how to get the money because I don't know where to get the money, so they got to get the money. Anthony is usually the guy we just send out. He's like our first like fixer, you know what I mean? Like Anthony has to go out and take somebody out. If he had to take somebody out. And
Well, if
also,
you need
same thing
anyone to
with Mr.
sell
Rogers.
something,
Mr. Rogers has got totally that like, son, you haven't paid your bills face. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure Mr. Rogers is a nice guy, but still, man, that's like that profile shot is like, you're paying your dues, man, or I'm bringing home something. You know what I mean? I got to bring home Zach and sew you something.
so, okay, that was a really good explanation, and it reminds me of that Netflix series. I cannot remember what it's called, but it's like all of those kids, they're adults, they're not kids, but they all each have a different superpower,
It's like
and they have to save the world.
I think I know what you're talking.
You're
Yeah.
saying like anything in the Marvel universe? That was pretty open ended.
Well, no, I know, right? No, it's a Netflix series. It's a Netflix series. They just came out with a new season. Like one of them can like go through
The Umbrella
time.
Academy.
Yes, that's what it
Yeah.
feels like. This feels like the Umbrella Academy. I
Yeah. In
love
You
it.
fact,
you know that they destroy the world and the universe in every season, right, Lauren? So it's really I don't know how
Well,
we should take that comparison.
here's the thing
pretty
though. Like
good.
I
I'm an
couldn't.
optimist and they always come back. And so like you have these original storylines and these original characters and then they can come back through the matrix and like fix it. Like I think that's freaking awesome.
I like to think of the syndicate as where I'm going to go and the group that I'm going to stick with in the decentralized wasteland of nuclear nonsense that's going to happen after United States falls and countries fall and nations fall and governments fall in the next 3 to 5 years. I'm going to just be riding that decentralized wasteland on Dan's car, like in
Mm-hmm.
Mad Max, and just like playing guitar. And Dan is asking me to play louder and louder, and I'm just ripping.
Well, Anthony, you and UKC and Mr. Rogers are all part of sort of the D-Res crew. You guys get extra points for going into different parts of the parallel. And if you defeat somebody, you can just defeat them and let them go. But, Anthony, sometimes you got to D-Res them and get the credits. And it's an ugly job, but someone's got to do it.
Well, what song would you be playing, Anthony? That's the real question.
Well,
I
I
feel
do
like
have. Oh, yeah,
I'd
you
just
go
be
ahead.
ripped. I'd just be ripping. I think I'd just be ripping probably some kind of like.
I feel
Sometimes
like
it'd
you
be
would
slow
be
jazz.
playing you know that
Sometimes
song
it's
Lightning Crashes?
metal.
Lightning Crashes, the
That's a
old
good one.
man. Yeah, I feel like
That's a good one.
that would fit well. What do you think, Zach? What song would he be playing? What do you visualize?
Anything that builds up the syndicate in kind of like an emotional cathartic moment of of forwardness. I don't know, of momentum is what I would be playing.
We do have. I can post a couple of the songs that are on the initial soundtrack. Hold on a second. Let me find those.
What I see here is that we all comprise a Kabbalah tree of life set of nodes. The Kabbalah tree of life goes from light to wisdom to understanding to harmony to strength, power, and law, glory, victory, down all the way to kingdom. And so each of us represents a different part of that. Some people are harmony, some people are strength, power, and law, like Zach. And you can't have a complete Kabbalah tree of life without all of those nodes.
So I have a really good business idea and I want you guys to poke holes in it. You ready?
Absolutely.
That's what we do.
Okay, cool. So I I want to make a cookbook that has different songs that go to like the vibe, right? And there's like a QR code where you scan it and it pulls up a playlist, because I feel like whenever I'm cooking, I have like a different set of songs that I'll play depending on like what I'm cooking. Like if I'm cooking chicken, like I'll play like this song, or if I'm cooking like Italian, we'll play like something else. Yeah.
Smart. That's a good idea.
So it's like a wine pairing, but for musical taste.
Exactly. And it's like, okay, well you could like take it anywhere. Like you could be like, all right, date night. Bam, here's the vibe. Like no thought. And then like you could package it like, I don't know, like maybe like you could bring in like Spotify or something, or Apple Music, and it just pulls up like whatever you're subscribed to.
The hardest thing I see with it, like again, we talk about sentiment analysis a lot in different applications, but I think that the hardest thing is understanding that everyone's baseline is different. And so and one bad recommendation, like on Spotify, like one bad recommendation is forgivable, but three or four in a row and people choose other means, right? They go in and they search their actual song they want. So I think that like like you said is like essentially all you're doing is a Spotify algorithm, but based on what it is you're doing versus so like you would have to go in and say chicken and then pick one song that you like when you're cooking chicken, and then it's making the recommendations based on that song and that mood. And now every time you're like, oh, I'm cooking chicken, Spotify play chicken playlist. So it's just a Spotify playlist then.
So I think it would be more along the lines of like humor, right? So like bringing humor into it, because I feel like the world is so serious sometimes, and we're all so serious, and so I just feel like you could just get really goofy with it.
So you mean like use Ludacris's chicken head? Bark, bark,
Yeah.
chicken, chicken, bark, bark, chicken head, bark, bark, chicken, chicken, bark, bark,
Yes.
chicken head.
See, now we're on the trolley. Let's go. Like all of the like mom, like I'm a mom in my 30s, and I could just like I could so get down with that.
Chicken noodle soup, with the soda on the side.
I don't want to be a chicken. I don't want to be a duck. So kiss my butt.
Dun 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 dun. See, you know.
Yeah, so it's just a Spotify playlist with the word chicken in the name of the song.
Yes, but now you have an awesome dance playlist with recipes. So you have like different chicken recipes, and you're like, ooh, that looks good. Then you play Ludacris, and then you play chicken noodle soup. Or
Oh
the
yeah,
chicken.
he had an album. Didn't he have an album called Fried Chicken and Waffles or something like that? Ludacris?
See, you
No,
guys are
fried chicken
getting
and
it.
beer, bro. Fried chicken and
Yeah.
beer.
Fried chicken and
Oh,
beer. See, this is why we need to crowdsource these things, right? Three of us,
exactly.
we
Or
got it.
then you could throw in some country, like, you know, I like my chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night.
There you go. Zach Brown be killing it.
Right?
What if you had like a Spotify playlist that like changed depending on the sentiment it got from your voice? So maybe you're just talking to yourself out loud, and then depending on your sentiment, it suggested a song.
That's cool, because it would go off of the frequency waves of the inflection in your voice, so it was picking up on your human emotion and associating that to.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty cool, yeah.
Dude, I'd be
Because
able to have my own fucking soundtrack in the background. Like when it's suspenseful, it's like
yeah, you could have like the Born Identity. You know, when you're going to a job and it's a
yeah, exactly, bro.
right, the Born
Dude,
Identity shit.
dude, I want that.
You can feel like fucking Tom Cruise, you know. And then like when you're fighting someone, you can hear like Eye of the Tiger playing.
Exactly. That's what I want.
A song for every moment in real
And then when
time.
I'm taking a bath, rubber ducky, having some fun.
Well, it's interesting because then like people could become like literally the protagonist of their own lives because you have a running soundtrack depending on what they're doing, right?
Yeah, I think that's so cool though, right? Like, I don't know about you guys, but for me, like, music is like the one thing that can kind of, I don't know, like you can learn a lot about people like listening to their playlist, or just whatever they're listening to at the moment. It's so much deeper than what's on the surface. And I think that like
What
it's
about a dating service based on people who have similar Spotify playlists?
yeah, that would
I have
I
a
did.
friend that's doing decentralized identity, intimate identity, and I think she takes into account, those kinds of things. Basically, kind of centralizing, kind of self-managed identity for based on what your cultural kind of attributes, what you
I'm
like
just saying, like,
musically.
if you have
I love
two
that.
people on Tinder listening to the same R&B love song, then maybe we let them know that they're both listening to the same love song at the same time, and maybe they enjoy the love song together.
That's super romantic. I like that. Wow.
So
imagine
here's the idea for a dating app. It's you use audio. So so say Lauren and I were both on the dating app. She couldn't see, all of my pictures are blurry and all of her pictures are blurry, and we can only send audio clips to each other, and it's timed, so you only get like 30-second audio clips, and then as you've built up minutes of listening to each other talk to each other, the pictures become less blurry.
That's actually really cool because I feel like so many people they they don't they don't make authentic connections anymore, right? And everything's so surface level. Like I don't know, like I was on those dating apps, and let me tell you, it's not fun. Like I like deleted all of them because I was like, all right, this is ridiculous. It's like, okay, you work, you go to the gym, and you like I don't know, you go hang out with your friends on the weekend. Like it was just so surface level, and like nobody was having intellectual conversations. Maybe I was on the wrong apps, who knows? But yeah, I mean, I think that's cool.
I think if the Syndicate could become a dating app, then we'd be good to go.
I was in a space that was talking about using, like, they had like a secondary device that would connect to your phone, and it would attach to your wrist, and it had a EKG monitor and would monitor your heart rate, and it would play various different songs and different genres to figure out like what would increase your heart rate and what would decrease your heart rate depending on what you were doing. So like if you were if you were going to go study, obviously you want to be more focused, you want to be more collected, so you want your heart rate lower so you can concentrate. So what it would do was play a different variety of songs and different genres in order to figure out which song and which genre actually got your heart rate to go down. I thought it was a neat concept. I don't remember exactly what the name was, but yeah.
Today was good.
Today was really good.
Today was really good.
Last night, Mike and I were talking about the mycelium network and how this could grow. And I really think that the monolith of the tree, the analogy is events like today, isn't it? Kind of just what are the results of what we're creating from the interactions that we have, the distributed interactions underneath the ground, and how do they connect to build the trees, to kind of give
The way
them nutrients.
the primary nutrient we can give people is the ability to defend themselves once they're on their back. If we can throw them how to throw up triangles and go for the arm, right? If you think it's tough in this room, you should go outside your door.
I will say this, though. While we build each other up, and I like that method, we also need to be able to rely on each other. So also remember that there's always space to bring each other in and to be there for each other in the moments that we most need each other, and we need to feel community with one another. I think that that's kind of what I do like, the tough love, and I love the ability to build each other up through, let's say, conflictual circumstances, but it's also the bonding that's going to be very important. I think Zach was talking about that the other day, not just bringing people down or yelling at them as a drill sergeant continuously, but around week 3, 4, also being able to understand those interventions tactically, just to come in and create community with somebody else and help them through the moment. I think that is going to be very important to understand.
But to that's the point. You can do that if that's what you feel is appropriate, right? If you feel that emotion is appropriate and is missing, That's, you know, for something you to do. But I don't think we necessarily have to expect it from each other. I never want to have to intervene between two members. I want them to be able to figure shit out among themselves. I can help, but again, the interpersonal resilience is of utmost importance, right? Like, we can, like, if I was preparing a candidate for a job and I lied to them to make them feel better and they didn't get the job, they would be upset at me in the end.
I can completely agree with that. I think that there's different, again, the benefits of distributed nodes with distributed characteristics coming together, collaborating is going to be multiple people can be approached in multiple different ways and have kind of different experiences as members. I think that that's just
Well,
an important aspect.
you see that there are people who seek purpose, people who seek mastery, people who seek autonomy, people who seek relatedness, change, and rewards. Mr. Morgan Stanley Caffrey, you can tell he's very rewards oriented, right? And Morgan Stanley is a place for people that are very reward oriented. You know, if you listen to how we described how he got there, he's working at Morgan Stanley because they pushed him away. And, you know, he's a living example that we move towards that which moves away from us. You know, so if there's a lot of things happening here, but to Zach's point, if we're all growing, that is the ultimate. I also think that progress is us growing together. Today, we were able to clarify amongst each other how we want to treat other people, right? And that might decide to change tomorrow. I am certain that we're all going to act a bit differently tomorrow than today. You know, the major thing I want to know was how Lauren and Sandra felt about Caffrey, because I want to know if I was looking at this just from a male perspective. Does that make sense? Like, and was I putting people in a situation where they're uncomfortable? Go ahead, Zach.
Well, and I think that, like, you can't say that one person feeling uncomfortable is worth all of the other people's growth. And what I mean by that is I was learning how to parry the arguments of an individual like Caffrey, right? I was testing my arguments and testing how I deal with those individuals, right? I was growing in that domain. As soon as they left, I lost that data. And so I think that's the thing, right? Is like we can be there for someone. Like I messaged Mike and I said, wow, if this guy interrupts me again, I'm going to skull drag him through the desert until his eyes bleed. I think that's the exact verbiage I used. And I said, and then I added, well, virtually. But like, that's the thing is like, I have a thing about being interrupted. And like, but how do I make it, as you could see, like, as the conversation went on, he interrupted me less because I like gave him a good hand to play, but also I had the knowledge that I was giving up some leeway to create a larger power dynamic in my own hands. And so I didn't get to see the full experience of that because he ended up getting kicked. But
yeah, we were at that point, and it's funny because that's why I was engaging with him. All right, you went to whatever university. All right, so let me guess, you want to use your brain. All right, so let me throw you some Wittgenstein. You come back with Thomas Sowell. I repeat Thomas Sowell back to you. We're friends now. Okay, good, right? You know what I mean? Just like affirming and affirming and affirming what we get along about. Because I know where we're apart. That's easy.
Yeah, and I think that like losing out on information is the worst thing that can be done. I think that but I think that what Anthony's saying is that as it grows and the trolls grow, right? If we have 50 people in here and 30 trolls so 80 people in the space, right? And the whole stage is full of trolls, understanding when we're not growing informationally, we're just giving like all of the seats to the voices of ignorance. I guess I can see that as well. But honestly, that's one of those things where like one voice, we're attaching one voice. We'll learn how to parry things as
The
the
other thing
space
is
grows.
also, I think the other thing here is also not always thinking that there's a counterpoint. I'm not necessarily speaking in counterpoint to you guys, more so than trying to, contributing, right? And I think that that's what Mike is getting at as well. My perspective, your perspective, Mike's perspective, it needs to be one done in contribution. I'm more worried, I'm more concerned about the accumulation of that contribution. And I'm also, I am, because now I have, let's say, an attraction to this group and kind of a loyalty to this group I've built, right? So now I'm worried about the visibility that we're giving to new people that could come in and, benefit a lot from working with us. And the trolls are going to only come as we grow. I think we should be tactical about how we manage that. I don't think that we should fall to censorship. I don't think that we should fall to any kind of moral maxim, and I love the agnosticism, but at the same time, we are creating the context in which people have specific types of behaviors. When we do that, we need to be well aware that we do have an influential sphere on those contexts, just like in the prison experiments. And that's just, kind of my perspective when it comes to approaching this. But at the same time, today was a great growth, and I agree with that. It was a great, 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 great growth moment. Just be weary. We need to be weary while we navigate the oceans of the Twitter traverse and the Twitterverse, because at the end of the day, there are bad actors, and we have to be aware of them.
Yeah, I think what I want to show is that it is possible for us to interact with people that we may have friction with, because those people that we have friction with have something to teach us about ourselves.
And I guess in response to that, I would say the teachers, right, are not necessarily, we're not always the best teachers to teach people that. I guess and I think that we should be able to be tactically and quick about to make decisions whether or not we are the best teacher for this person. For instance, what happened today, we don't necessarily need to put up that expectation as a lesson learned. And I think that, again, I think this is just coming from like a more ethical perspective of psychology, I guess, and any kind of experiment that we commit to. But at the end of the day, again, I don't think it was a bad thing that happened. What happened today, I just think it was an interesting thing, and I could see that
It was
we
an
were putting our.
experiment.
It was an experiment, and it was an experience, and it was definitely necessary. Just be weary as we keep growing. In the next year, we might have 1,000 people in this room eventually. Who knows? We might have 20,000, right? And that could be something very interesting. How do we navigate that? What is our tactics and what is our response to that? Not in the sense of morality, not in the sense of what ought to be done or what should be done, right? But more so in the sense of what are we trying to grow here? How do we maintain that vision and make sure that it's not threatened from that growth, right? Growing
It's funny
smart.
because like Dan was saying, hey, I'm in charge of raising money. Well, we just fucking had Morgan Stanley here. I did my job. I'm just joking. What do you think, Peter? You think it was a waste of time for you to come here today? Have you fallen asleep?
I imagine Peter somewhere in the middle of Australia, just wasted, just wasted, just completely
Affirmative.
drunk right now.
Yeah, might be a lick in the frog. So what has happened this week, over the past 2 weeks? So Anthony, you jumped aboard BKL, right? As far as I know, you haven't been fired yet, so that's a good sign, right?
It's a pretty good sign, yeah. I would
Because you
say
never
I would
know,
agree with that.
right? Because you never know. In like 48 hours, be like, hey, this person did this, and you're like, what the fuck, really? You know what I mean?
Yeah, so far, status is nominal. He's cruised in about 30,000 feet. Things are looking pretty good. He has been asked a couple times to just jump out of the airplane, which he did, and did pretty good on the way down without a chute. Made a chute. I was really impressed by that. Made a chute just before he hit the rocks. He did have a portal gun with him, which is amazing. So he went right through the rocks, and then he ended up on the other side. So he's a pretty good. He's a I think he's got potential in this guy. I see some grade A hustler in there, you know. And
Hey, it's all thanks to the resources of the Syndicate. I wouldn't be able
yeah,
to make those portal jumps without these resources.
exactly. Good stuff. We'll see if we can help others and continue rock on and do all that goodness. But hell, guys, it's Saturday. Welcome to the Syndicate. Meanwhile, previously on Syndicate, KC was lurking around in the Syndicate area's town looking for people with low credit scores. He would derez them when he'd find them. Dude, I'm 560. I'm trying. Not hard enough. Derezed him right from the world. Immediately, Michael was kicked out. God damn it. I'm trying to improve that score. He had to go back outside, play with the children. He wasn't allowed on the parallel today.
It's interesting too that I was thinking about it is, you know, as a recruiter, I never know if someone I get along with is going to get along with someone else I get along with.
Yeah, I
Right.
hate that part.
And
Yeah,
you don't
CEOs
know
have that problem too.
and you don't know how people are going to interact. There's nothing to say that Anthony's going to get along with Dan. They do. Maybe tomorrow they disagree. Right? It's what when we. It's kind of like hindsight is 2020, because you never know if people will go from disagreeing to becoming best friends, because that happens too. Right? So at what point do you pull the lever? I don't know.
My best relationships were forged in fire. So my best friends that I have from when I went to Bowling Green State University over there, hailing from Ohio, they're friends that I could sit down today and drink a beer with them. And I think we all have those friends in life. After not seeing them for 3 years, 5 years, and it's the same shit. We're just the same real conversations that we have, all the way to the shit posting, all the way to the tiny little passive aggressive comments. We're the same people, but we're forged in fire, and that kind of bond will never come apart. And I think that that's something that we're losing, right? And I think that's kind of where I wanted to go with my intervention with Amy was, you don't know what kind of relationships you could make with somebody who doesn't agree with you and that you might absolutely hate in the beginning, but at the end of the day, give them a week and maybe they grow on you. And that's the weird thing about life. If you don't allow yourself to adapt to those specific types of things, then I don't know, you're going to be a very lonely person.
I don't have the right to change anyone. That's what I fundamentally believe. Obviously, your freedoms end at the tip of my nose, but I don't think I have the right to change anyone.
Definitely.
I can respond. I can change the way I react, but I don't have the right to tell people how they should act.
Yeah, I don't think it's about telling people how they should act. It's funny that you say that, though, Mike, and this is where I will kind of go against the grain with you on it. You feel like you do have a right to create an experiment on others, right? To kind of put people in the context of an experiment. I don't think that that's a wrong thing, by the way. I don't think morally or ethically it's wrong. I think it's an interesting thing, and I think it's a good way to approach it. I think that it's a difference between extending a hand to a friend or somebody who could be a potential friend and just trying to give them a word of advice. And then if you get kind of, feedback on that doesn't necessarily go your way, well, then you stop. No one has a right to fundamentally change others, and I think that's really important to maintain. But at the same time, let's try to collaborate.
I have a question. If you were the
Yeah.
host, how would you have handled today's show?
Oh no, I would have handled it exactly the same. I also wouldn't have. I probably would have been quieter. I realized that with this guy, I did try to engage a couple times. I forgot his name already. Why do I keep forgetting this guy's name? Caffrey. I realized that when in the moments that I tried to engage, I just said no. Like, it's not going to happen. I think this happened probably about 2 weeks ago to me as well in the room, where somebody was kind of being aggressive, and it wasn't necessarily towards me, but they were just being aggressive with the space, and I just stopped and I listened. And I think that that's one of the biggest superpowers that we have, is not going one way or the other, but going to zero, right? And just saying, you know what, I'm gonna be not active. It's a conscious decision of non-participation. I mean, some of the most powerful movements were made from non-violent protest and non-participation. I think that that's a good way to approach things sometimes. And honestly, I would have handled it kind of like what you did, Mike, but without, maybe I would have lowered my engagement. That's it. just would have listened. Unless it was my space, like the skill space on Tuesdays. I'm going to go ahead and plug that in. Skill space on Tuesdays at 5 p.m. with Zach. We talk about skills in professional life and personal life. But what happens there, though, is we want to have a certain outcome from that, right? Which is a discussion on skills and a discussion on how they interact with certain technologies and where that's going. There, I would try to at least maintain the situation or guide the ship towards, right, or nudge the ship. If you guys ever read The Nudge, really great book, I would try to nudge that ship towards that conversation, right? But more than that, I definitely wouldn't kick anyone out or do anything like that. That's not my way.
Fitz, what do you think?
It's cool that you guys are still talking about like the experience with that person and how that interaction affected everything. He's a guy he's not a bad dude. He likes to hear himself talk a lot. And so like I've checked him in the past, but in a polite way, because I think people want to feel like they have value. And I think he's the type of guy that if there's like interaction or anything that is, if the interaction tips, he'll take it towards an argument. So if you can interact in any person like that in a way that you don't tip the scale that way, you can gain. There's a lot of value like from people like that. Like he's an okay guy, to be honest. I mean, he knows a lot of shit, and I think he can get triggered because I think in some of these other macro spaces he faces a lot. So he his ego gets in his own way.
Maybe I've been recruiting for too long, because I find that a lot of people who really know what they're doing don't often have very,
He's young.
But I'm just saying, like, even the people I know who are double or triple his age, if they know what they're doing, they're not often the most bubbly people in the world. Some of the people I trust the most to do a good job are not very bubbly, are not very friendly. But I don't need them to.
There's a difference between being kind and being nice, right? Someone who is nice and versus someone who's being kind. So like if you have a really stupid fucking idea and I tell you that it's good, like that's being kind, and I hate kind people. But you having a really dumb idea and saying, dude, that's the fucking dumbest thing I've heard, that's neither nice nor kind. I can say, I don't know if that's really going to pan out the right way, and be nice about it. But I don't have to be, oh, yeah, I think you should really pursue that. It's going to be a great idea. And I think that's the fine line to walk between.
I'll tell you what.
Just being a liar.
Well, I think he also, it's like, there comes a point to where you have to just ask yourself, is it even worth my time to
Lauren,
even
yeah,
explain
it is.
anything
You know
in
that.
like that conversation, right? Because like if you know that that's the response that you're prone to get, like he doesn't even care, he's not listening.
Can we just
let me just can I say one thing? When he said Fitz is the guy who disagrees with me on everything, but still like respected me, I took that as a huge compliment, because I think that that's something that we can disagree with people, and we should. And if we can do it with respect, then we don't create controversy, and there are ways to move forward in conversations while we disagree. And with certain people, you have to find that angle. Like that's bottom line.
Are we still talking about Caffrey?
I don't want to. I just had to chime in because you guys were.
I left hoping that the circular nature of the conversation would change, but
I was gone. I was at the beach for like 2 hours.
Have you guys met Devanka? Devanka just popped up as speaker, or no, never mind. She went back down to listener.
She's great. She's Russian, isn't she? I heard
She
her in the
is. She's
space at one
awesome.
time.
Yeah. I do. I have a question for Dan, since there's so many experiments happening. Dan, are you there?
Also, Dan, thank you
Copy
for
that, Lauren. Check on the 1-2. Check. Hit me over.
Thanks for hitting me up on the that post. and the whole dichotomy of the man woman thing that I was talking about earlier. That was great.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So, speaking of man and woman, Dan and Fitz, you guys have had the pleasure of experiencing our experiment of the feminine dictatorship, and I'm curious on your thoughts.
Well, I think that was a little weird. I mean, it's definitely a fun a thing. You know, you wanted to control the men and have them speak. And I thought I played the game pretty well. I didn't speak at all until I was allowed to. I did think there was some pent up sexual energy in the room at 3 o'clock last night. I mean, that's definitely something that kind of came across, and I think that's why I kind of tried to intervene there with a little bit of the sexual story, film noir style of the man barging into the room and then saying, "Why haven't we ever fucked on that kitchen table?" And I realized that those comments may have been out of place at the time. However, they filled me with so much interest in the dichotomy of the human race and how we can sort of interact with each other, but on a playing field that's not necessarily an obstacle or like a scene from Harry Potter. You know what I mean? It's not like we're trying to be, Jenny, like, what is her deal? Like, why can't she just reach over there and just kiss the fucking guy? Like, he's like the fucking hero, but you can't do it. You're too fragile. Like, girl, you got to get up on the fucking soapbox. You know what I mean? Suppose him, but hose him. You know what I mean? Bring him over and then take those pants down and just let you do. All you got to do is let the pants fall. You don't even have to do anything. Just let the pants fall. Why don't we ever talk about that? We don't have to go right to the cock. We could just let the pants fall and just be in that moment. And I think that's my role here, is to bring a certain level of nonsensical parody into the recording to basically screw up the future sentiment analysis and other things that are going to happen in the transcription phase when Michael gets a hold of this. Part of this is to leave Michael a message like, dude, what the fuck is going on? Like right there, he'll come and listen to that and then he'll reflect on it. And then at the same time, he'll have something whimsical and very intellectual to say about it. Cueing Michael now.
Fitz, what do you think about women's lead-driven development?
Yeah, I just want to also just point out that the recording of the last 30 seconds prior to her I spoke is something that you should definitely key in on too. I I popped into that room, I don't know when it was, maybe like a couple days ago, and Lauren just started shouting at me, and it's definitely a very uncommon space to be in when Lauren is just demanding rules. So yeah, I think I hung in there for maybe like 3 minutes.
You were out quickly, so it was an experiment. So if you guys like experiments and you want to, you guys gotta bring Devanka up here because she's cracking me up right now. But for me, it was like if I'm honestly like reflecting on it, there was a few things that I found fascinating because anyone that knows me, like Sandra, like or even Fitz, like whoever, like y'all know, like that is not my personality at all. In fact, Fitz was trying to teach me, or I don't know if it was Fitz or one of y'all was trying to teach me how to be mean in a space a few weeks ago. And so I think I made a lot of progress to go from that to being, captain of the dictatorship.
Wow,
And
great.
yeah,
That's a great success.
thank
We've
you,
helped a
thank
lot
you.
of people. We've made a couple bullies. We're pretty happy about that.
We were in a space, was it the other night, about it was his first space, and we were trying to like guide some conversation, and everything just kind of just kept going back to some real dark shit, and I had to bail on you, Lauren. I did try to help you in that one too.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. So when that happens, I just redirect. I redirect. And y'all know I'm not afraid to put some, I'm always polite and will just tell people,
Fire.
hey, we're going to be. Okay, Dan, that was when you were on the dictatorship. Please bring Devanka up here, by the way. That would be freaking hilarious.
All right. I'm hearing that we need to bring Ivanka. Where is she?
Let's bring her up. Let's bring her up.
Yeah, Devanka, request the mic. But what was interesting about it too
Is
was
she the
that,
one? Okay.
yeah,
Sorry.
she
Go
was
ahead.
the co-captain. What was interesting about it is that like the guys actually liked it. That's what we've learned. we learned that because I wasn't expecting that. Like I was expecting it to like crumble and fall very quickly. But no, it gained so much freaking traction. Like they had that ship going on. That's why Devonka's laughing right now. Like that ship has been going on since it left port, and it's still happening. It's freaking ridiculous. We love it.
This is going to be the best recording ever, by the way.
Fitz, will you bring Devonka up? Or
She's not.
Ellis? Ellis can speak to it too. Ellis has been on the ship a few times.
I think I gave Devonka. Is she the one I gave co-host to? I didn't even know who she was, and then just brought her up to co-host.
Well, you can't give her co-host.
No, I did though that day.
Oh, yes.
Prior
Hi,
to that.
Devonka. How are you?
I'm fine. Hello, guys.
Hello, Devonka. From your experience, what is your experience from being a co-captain of the feminine
I
dictatorship?
knew it they gonna listen, but Fitz, he was just like, no, I gonna go. I cannot stand this.
But what do you think about the other guys like on that come to like the second we put that title up, it's like sharks in the water with like fish or something. They're just like zoop, like they're in
Yeah.
there.
It was interesting. Here is your pet, Alice.
Yeah. Hi, Alice.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, it's fun. For example, you have guys who they don't give a shit if girl talks. They are controlling and that stuff. But on that
Look, it's
ship,
not fun. It's not
but
fun.
on
Okay, we
that
enjoy it
ship,
because we got mother
okay, Alice,
issues. Okay.
wait. But on that ship, they were listening. So even Alice was listening. So yeah, and Pavlos and other guys who. Okay, Anish, we have problem with him, but we're gonna learn him also some manners. Yeah, but also I want to say I'm not a Russian man. I'm a Serbian girl, so you know.
Very sorry about that. I respect it.
No, it's okay. It's okay. There, it's the same letters we have, so it's confusing. I know.
I have a question. If we were going to try this experiment right now, Lauren, can you lead us in an experiment? I want to feel that this is like.
Lauren does really well with this. I've heard
Oh
her. Yes.
man.
But wait. I have an idea.
You're gonna.
Yes, let's go for it.
Yes, but well, we are going to need access to mute people because it will get a little rowdy.
Yeah, they want to
Yes.
host it and then tell you to shut up, and then dude, it's a whole
Look,
thing.
Fitz is
It's a
already
nightmare.
uncomfortable. I actually, yes, I can lead it
Yeah.
very well.
Can I?
So this is what I was going to This is what I was going to go. This is what I was going to recommend, Mike. We generate different variations of the experiment in different contexts, and I think this is one. We can host it and have it or we can let them host it, give them control, and we kind of capture that data.
I have
So
control.
are we doing a mini game here? If so, I gotta go get my moisturizer and chaps. Hold on a second. Go ahead.
No, you're my pet, man. You cannot go.
All right, guys. This is how it works, and I'm going to mute everyone because I'm in control now, and that's what we do. You are on a ship, a feminine dictatorship. Devonka and I are captains of this ship. Sandra is going to reinforce the rules. Men speak only when spoken to. At 3 o'clock, you feed us strawberries and you massage our feet. If we eat, that does not mean that you can eat. You can only eat after we eat. If you get out of line, Sandra will come in and she will discipline you. This is a celibate ship, and when you are out of line, other rules will be making. So, for example, Sinbags made a rule that all men are pets. Ellis is my pet. And from here on out, we're in charge. We may proceed.
I'm so happy.
Are you?
Alice, you were not spoken to.
I know, but I'm so happy.
You cannot talk, man.
Sandra, what is the rule?
I believe the rule is there must be punishment.
You're correct. How do you want to punish Ellis?
Well, since I've not played this particular game before, what sort of punishments are allowed? Like, how severe can we get?
Devanka, you can answer that question.
Use your imagination. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, women have rights on this ship. You have all the rights, Sandra.
Okay. Well, let's see. And whose pet is Ellis? Like, who does he belong to?
Alice is my pet.
Okay. Well, then Alice has to lick Lauren's feet.
That's
easy.
Well, we like to put Ellis in his cage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Yes, please. I need one of those.
Who's talking?
Alice.
He's not behaving.
That's another 5 minutes.
Fitz, if you're going to be on this ship and you're on this ship because it's a dictatorship, so you don't really have a choice if you're on this ship. So that being said, what use are you? What can you do? What can you do for our ship?
Fitz,
you may speak.
Okay, thank you. I had to wait for you to give me permission to speak, if I remember the rules. I am a fantastic pilot.
We are on the ship, man.
No. What other skills do you have?
He had a
Are
lot
you
of
a good
skills.
cook?
He didn't.
Then you cannot speak. Fitz, are you a good cook? Do you cook good?
Don't answer that.
Danny, don't do that. I'm gonna put you in the cage. You're my pet, so you know.
It's all right. If you're wearing the dress, that's fine.
Stop it.
Hey, Lauren, this is Diana, and we haven't spoken before, but I know Michael, and I came up to speaker when you were reading the rules, and I just want to confirm that I can speak whenever I want.
Yes, welcome. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, you're a woman.
Welcome. And Dan is out of line. How would you like to punish him?
Wait, so when you had asked me, do I have to wait till you tell me to talk? I'm getting confused.
I asked you. You must answer. I talked to you. You don't need to wait. Just answer.
Diana?
Please punish me. Hurry.
Yeah?
Dan is out of line. He's Devanka's pet, and he is speaking when he's not being spoken to, which means he must be disciplined. And since you're a woman, you have all of the rights, and so we would like to know, how should Dan be punished?
Dan is Devanka's pet?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, fight it for me, please.
Well, Dan, I mean, if he's not leashed already, needs to be leashed and probably secured to the side of the couch, and he has to eat out of a dog bowl for dinner. And if he does continue to, if he continues to be insubordinate, then there will be other consequences.
I created my own.
Very
my
good.
own-
Very good. That was very good, Diana. You may pick your pet too. Dan.
Well, I created. It's called Old Smiley. It's a bunch of stars. So
Hold on, I'm
created
making
my-
this art right now. Chained to the sofa, eating out of a bowl. You know we're hustlers. This is like not a big fucking deal. You got to do this sometimes for a job. So
Okay,
it's cool.
mute yourself. Fitz. You may speak.
Yeah, so I got my own. I created a. There's a. I look at the stars and I can make shapes and create.
No,
things
I don't like it. Something else.
Not the piloting either.
No.
Keep going. I can open my eyes underwater.
Fitz, you're very good at leading games, so you will be entertainment.
He can be our spy.
Yes, very good, Fitz. You will be our spy.
No, I won't. Wink.
Diana, how would you like to punish Fitz?
Can we include pain?
Yes.
Okay, well it'll include my lasso of truth. I think 3 lashes.
Very good.
Very, very good.
I agree.
Is that severe enough? I think it's okay for a first time.
It's okay for the first time. It's not the problem.
Okay, very good.
Sandra and Diana, you must pick your pets.
Oh, I pick Michael. Is he spoken for yet?
No.
Okay, then I have Michael.
Very good.
All right, I'll pick Casey.
Casey's behaved. Very, very behaved. Casey, do you cook?
Yes.
Very good. Oh, Mellaby's here.
Hey,
Mel-
we got Sky's replacement.
You cannot speak, Alice. I don't care if you're her pet. You cannot speak. So,
Mellaby, welcome back to the ship.
Oh.
We were discussing the experimentation of the ship, and Mike asked if we could run the experiment in here. And that's what we're doing. We're running the experiment of the ship, and it's going well. Ellis has misbehaved, Fitz has misbehaved, and Dan has misbehaved. Mike is a good pet. Casey is a good pet. Web3 and Anthony and Fitz do not have owners. So you want to pick your pet?
I have to listen first. I have to listen to them. I know Fitz, but yeah.
I know him, but I don't like him. He sounds like
Dan,
that. Oh my God.
we'll see. And then who else? Who else did you say? Web3?
I'm not really into this Russian chick that much, so if you get.
You cannot speak, man. You're in the cage. And I'm not Russian. Stop it.
Yeah, I'm out too, actually.
Okay.
I just want to clarify, I ain't either.
So sharks gonna eat something. So you may go to the ocean now. Sharks
Oh, wow.
are hungry.
That's quite a punishment.
We didn't ask who on the ship.
Your accent is
swim or
amazing.
doesn't.
It makes me want to do a voice, but it would be bad, so I'm not going to do it.
Dan, you have permission to do a ship announcement.
I think we should go for a fucking mutiny. Who's in? Let's do this, guys.
I'm with you on that. Just take over the ship.
Fucking rolling on you. Let's fucking go.
Mutiny
the
is not
host.
allowed on the ship. The hand will come down. The plank will be drawn.
I'll
The
allow
floating
mutiny.
devices will be only given to the people that know how to swim.
I allow mutiny. I think that'd be awesome.
Yeah, well, it's fucking.
I can swim. I can
Mutiny
swim
is
like 4 or
happening.
5 miles, so no problem for me.
I can see underwater. I can open my eyes underwater anyway, but I can't see that well. But I can open my eyes.
Look, all I know is that if you're going to
That's a
punish
good
me, you're going
skill
to punish
fit.
me slowly, and I want to see it in the mirror.
Wait, what?
Thanks a
What
lot,
are you
Michael. Look
watching
what
in
you've
the
done.
mirror?
Take control,
Yeah.
Michael. We've got this.
If you're going to punish me,
Yes.
Yes. You not listen. You are on a ship, a dictatorship. Men speak when spoken to. You're getting out of line, which means that Diana and Mellaby, Sandra's a little AWOL right now, but that's okay. We're going to teach her. But Diana and Mellaby will be doing the punishing. Ladies, how do you wish to proceed?
You just cut out for a sec. Who are we punishing? And also, I'm not sure who Mellaby is.
please punish me first. Please punish me first.
Dan and Fitz.
I
Throw
don't
them
love
to the
punishing someone
ocean
who, like,
with sharks, man.
Why the fuck am I not getting punished? I've been fucking misbehaving all day.
Yeah, it was totally a misunderstanding.
Okay, wait. The guy.
We have hands. Anthony and Casey are good pets.
Wait, who's Casey's master and who's Anthony's master?
Sandra picked Casey. Diana picked Mike. So Anthony is up for grabs. Do you want him to be your pet?
Well, let's see what the question is. He has his hand up. Let's see.
Anthony, you may speak.
I'm going to take Dan.
Dan has Devanka.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Way to go, Dan. Look at you.
Hell yeah, man. Upper class.
Not speak until we say so. Shut up.
Anthony, you may speak.
Honey, I've been pinching this whole time. You haven't been looking at me.
I'm just wondering if there are prizes for being quiet, because I would just like to note that I have been quiet this entire time
Very
and
good.
have not spoken until I was told to speak.
Yeah, and we had a
Very
goddamn
good.
mutiny,
Sucking
and you didn't help
up.
on the freaking mutiny that we were trying to start.
Hey, you've gone
Notice.
soft on us, man.
We do not talk about mutinies here. Anthony, you may have dinner. Very good.
I
Good
was
boy.
promised to be punished, and I
Oh my god, you're gonna be punished. Wait a second. Don't talk.
Whoops, I thought I had the mic off. You will be punished, but I also don't like that you like to be punished. So I think part of this punishment is that none of us women are going to punish you. I'll have my pet Michael do the punishing. And also, you've been really good, Michael. So say whatever you'd like to, and also punish Dan.
Very
Right.
good. Very good, Diana. Very good. Michael, how would you like to punish Dan?
Don't do it.
Think
Do it,
wisely.
do
It
it.
is one of your brothers.
Alice, don't
Alice,
talk.
you're going to be punished.
I know he won't kick me because I'm great material. So
We can take your mic, man.
No, he is Mike.
Mike, hold on. We're going to mute so Mike can speak. Mike, how would you like to punish Dan?
I would like him to have to sing your praises in a way that uses puns themselves.
Very good. Dan, you may proceed.
you are so beautiful to others, just not me. Whoa, you are so special, I guess, just not to me. Yeah, I think you're special, girl, just not my size. I think you're wonderful, but I don't like those thighs. I think you're really nice, but what's up with those eyes? You are so beautiful, but you're just not for me. Yeah, yeah, you're with the Syndicate.
Sorry, where's the pun?
I
Yeah,
don't
where's
sing
the
very
pun
well.
and where's the praising? That was not the assignment.
I would allow it. I think it was great.
I don't
That's
know
Okay.
whose
excellent,
thighs
King.
he was
I just want to
talking
let the record
about.
Team
show that
turmoil
Sandra,
now. Look at this.
I've been Sandra's pet for ever since this channel has.
Casey, you may speak.
Thank you. Sandra, is that okay with you?
I want to be traded for KC.
Yeah, can we do that?
Casey, that was good boy. Casey
I
deserves an extra. Sandra, you can consider.
Casey is up for grabs too for an additional pet owner because he's being upgraded. Casey, you're now our spy.
No,
oh,
I'm the goddamn. Wait, I'm not
No,
supposed to say that.
Wait, he
Fitz,
gets werewolf? Fuck that. It's always a minority. What?
Casey, you are our spy, and you also get extra dessert tonight. What would you like for dessert?
Is this some
like
double secret bullshit where I'm not supposed to say?
I'd like some banana cream pie.
Yeah, you've been skipped over, Fitz. How's that feel?
Casey, you can have all the banana cream pie. Great job. We're very proud of you.
Can
Get
I
Lagatha up here.
You're a great spy, Casey.
Okay,
can
so
I also ask that we bring up Lagertha because I think she adds a
Yes.
lot of value. If that's okay with Sandra.
Yes. Please bring her up.
And the profile pic is just stunning, really.
We have place for more mics.
We have to boot someone.
Well,
Let's
I'm looking for an owner right now, so
Who's this agreeable?
yeah, that's me.
Who are you?
Web3 is taking a hit. He just did it. He's like did the peace sign twice. He's saying, "I'll take the spear."
All right, Web3. Walk the plank. Let
I
that
would
serve
like
as
to
a lesson.
acknowledge Michael's been really good, and I'm wondering, as a reward, would you like to help me make banana cream pie, Michael?
You don't cook, Diana. You have to pick a man to cook.
Oh, well
I'm
then
actually like a
Michael will...
really good cook.
And we don't
Michael,
You did not read the terms of service.
I didn't ask you to speak. And also, Michael, you can cook, but your reward is that I will be, like, not helping you, but I will be there as a presence while you bake.
Very good. I like
Something
that.
to
And
help
since
inspire the
Laggert,
cream pie.
well, Laggert is here, so let me refresh her on the rules. Welcome to the ship, the dictatorship. Devanka and I are captains of this ship. You as a woman have all of the rights on this ship. Men speak when spoken to. At 3 o'clock, we're fed strawberries and sometimes they're dipped in chocolate. Men give us foot rubs during this time. This is completely celibate ship. Men can only eat after we eat. In addition to that, sometimes the men get out of line, and so they are to be punished. When they are punished, you, Diana, and Sandra and Melody come up with the punishments. Sometimes we use mind games and we allow the men to come up with the punishments for us. In addition to that, Sinbags made a rule the other day that the men are our pets, so you will need to select your pet and punish accordingly. We may proceed.
Hi, my name is Lagathar, just so everybody knows in the room. Most people will know me already, but some people like to mispronounce my name on purpose, and that will not be happening. That never happens in my presence anyways. So, yeah, that's it for now.
Very
I
good.
want to say a special hi to my special friends in here. I've been missing a few of you a whole lot in recent days, and I just found myself having some free time and enjoying listening to you guys. Not too sure about the whole pet thing. I don't think I want to take up that much responsibility for the next hour. So yeah.
Very good. And it's an experiment, so you know. We're doing an experiment here, and it is to review data points on different dynamics of power. I'd say it's going pretty well, so don't worry. Like, even if you pick a pet, they won't take you seriously. But for the sake of the game, who would you like for your pet to be?
I don't know. Seems like normally people don't really make fun of me anyways. Like inside or outside any weird experiments you guys are doing. I think people figure pretty quickly there's no fucking wrong with me. But I don't, I think most people are already having a pet, correct? So I don't want to take doubles.
Well, you have Fitz, you have Anthony, and you have Griebold available up.
Well, I take Fitz then.
Okay, good. I was
Great
going to say
I've been
choice.
good
Great
sending him
match.
to
choice.
bed the whole week already, so
Yeah,
you know.
he's been way out of line.
Oh yeah, he won't be out of line anytime soon.
Great choice. Great choice. Casey, how's your banana pudding?
Super good, and thank you. Am I allowed to ask Ivanka a question?
Yes.
По-русски язык?
Нет,
Нет, очень хорошо.
Serbian.
I'll repeat that for everyone in the room. The second captain in command is Serbian, not Russian. Clarifying this for
Yeah.
everybody's sake. Not Russian, just Serbian. This is your second captain there.
Michael, very good on making the dessert. Next, as a reward, you get a dessert. What would you like?
I would like for my dessert that gets created to be given to the co-hosts of the space.
Very good. Very
Wow.
good.
Otherwise
Very
known,
good.
otherwise known,
Excellent job.
Fit
Fitz,
Michael as the captains of the ship.
I don't think you're supposed to speak, Fitz. So why was your mic unmuted? Have you not listened to the rules? You've been in here longer than me. How the fuck did you get that wrong? Very disappointed.
Very good. Way to discipline your pet. I would like to have Zach be the security of this ship, which means he's going to have to be a spy.
So am I a spy still? Like a secret?
You are not.
How you get against speaking without being allowed to speak, Fitz? Really? You're allowed to answer that one.
He's military. It doesn't matter.
Zach, would you like to know what's happening?
Permission to speak.
Oh, he already knows the rules. You have
He
permission.
knows them.
Very good, Zach. You can have filet mignon.
I think that's a little bit too big, Captain of a prize.
You're probably correct. You're correct.
Don't be so
I
soft.
think we can get a can of tuna. We'll give him a can of tuna with a side of pineapple. Is that
Thank
okay
you.
with you?
Yes, that's okay.
Okay, let's correct this. Zach, for your knowing the rules so far and abiding by them, you will have a can of tuna and some pineapple in the galley. Okay? Meet you there.
Permission to speak, Zach.
What are the rules?
I'm so glad you asked. First off, before I go over the rules, you are on a feminine dictatorship. I would like to give you an offer of a promotion to head of security, which means that you have to pick our side. Otherwise, you will be punished. Now, before I go on with the rules, do you accept?
Zach, you may speak.
Roger.
Perfect. Now, you are on a ship, a feminine ship. It's a dictatorship. Devanka and I are the captains, and we run a tight ship. Men speak when spoken to. At 3 p.m., we eat strawberries, and sometimes they're dipped in chocolate, and we get foot massages. In addition to that, we have very good meals, and we have a cook on the ship. Who the cook is, we do not know. Now, in addition to that, men may eat when and after the women eat, and they're given permission. When men are out of line, the women will discipline, so you will be punished. Sinbags made a rule the other day that men are pets. Alice is my pet. Dan is Devanka's pet. Fitz is Lagertha's pet. I hope I said that right. I don't want to mispronounce it. Melody, I don't know who your pet is. I forgot. And
He didn't
Diana,
choose yet.
Mike is Diana's pet. So you will also have to be selected as a pet. In addition to that, you are to pick out our outfits and be head of security, which means that you are to help us be a spy. You will spy on the men and report back to us. You also have to discipline the men. And
At this
we'll get
point, I
more
think
into
I
that.
should reveal to you that when you gave
Fitz.
no, when you gave me this,
All right, Zach, for the first order of business, you are to punish Fitz for getting out of line. How should you proceed?
no, Zach's on our team. You just gave him all the power. That was your mistake.
No, he's
Because I'm a
not.
spy.
No, he's
and
not.
Zach's on our team. Now you just empower.
Don't worry, I got your back.
Zach, how would you like to punish Fitz?
Mike, bounce them. Change the ship.
Oh my
Change the ship.
Look, Pavlos is here. He's ready for it.
Fitz is asking for a punishment.
God.
Who's his master?
Bounce them, Mike. We've got security.
He
with
was
them.
he was my pet,
How would you
but
like to
I
punish
changed
Fitz?
him.
No,
Zach, we need a
Zach's on-
punishment. Fitz, quiet. Fitz, quiet now.
Administering the punishment.
Lagertha,
is my...
you don't have to raise your hand. You're a woman and you have all of the rights on this ship.
She's also on our team.
The duty I was charged with was administering the punishment, not the choice of punishment. Therefore, I will administer whatever you choose fit.
Very good. Lagertha, how would you like to punish Fitz?
God
It's Lagatha, not like Gertha.
Lagatha.
There's no girth in my name.
Okay,
Fitz.
Lagatha. Got it.
Thanks. I think Fitz just came from the beach, and I feel like he should leave the salt on his skin and not wash it off and have to go to dinner with all saltiness. That would be a great punishment.
Actually, that's actually really good for his skin. So he's gonna. That's a really nice, loving punishment. Fitz.
Very good. Zach, please
Nice.
add extra sand in his drawers.
Pablo, take mic.
No. Buddha, Mike, we've got this.
Fitz, I don't think you can speak right now.
I mean, do you want Pablo on the ship?
Did anyone talk to you?
No, not Pavlos. I was talking.
Fitz, what?
Fitz, I'm gonna take your mic.
Heather.
You know.
Fitz doesn't give a fuck.
Fitz, if you don't listen to all the other women here, I'm gonna have a really hard job being nice to you. So you might want to just, listen to the rules and apply them accordingly. Otherwise, we'll have to add some sand in your socks, in your shoes. That might not be so
Hey, Fitz,
comfortable.
let me out this cage, man. Let me stir up some trouble real quick. I've got your back.
No.
No, Ellis. Melody, how would you like? You know what? I like how Diana. How would you like to punish my pet Ellis?
I thought you'd never ask. I would like to punish him by, in relation to the foot massages. Today he doesn't have the privilege of administering them, but he is the footstool for the feet for the massages.
Very
I thought you were
good.
being heartless, but then you came through clutch. You know what? I take it. You know what? Fine. Okay.
Ellis, you're speaking out of turn.
So do I
Please
go back to
add
my
to-
cage or do I come out my cage?
No, stay in your cage. And Diana, please administer an additional punishment to Ellis for speaking out of turn.
On top of that one?
Yes.
Ooh. I'm drawing a blank, and I'd like to, as the next closest woman to me on the ship, I'd like to ask for Lagatha's assistance.
Very good. Melody, how would you like to punish Ellis in addition to being a footstool? And then after that, I think Dan will need to give us an announcement. Melody, how should we punish Ellis?
I have a problem here because my punishments are very sexual, and this is a celibate ship, so I don't understand how to play.
You can totally punish me. I'm up for that.
Hey, I'm not opposed.
No, but this is the captain's ship. I am.
Very important information, guys. You can only masturbate in your cages, not
I'm in
outside.
my cage.
I know, Alice. I am informing other guys.
Zach, you have your hand up. Very good. You get dessert. What would you like to say?
I volunteer as tribute for sexual punishment.
No.
I second that.
Again, guys, this is a celibate ship. On another ship, that might happen. On this one, no.
Actually, I do have a good idea for punishment now.
Very well.
Is that after he plays furniture for the women's foot
Yes.
massages,
Yes.
he needs to massage the feet of the man that's been the best boy today.
All right, guys, it was fun. I'm gone. See you later.
It's good punishment.
Dan, who has been the best boy today?
I don't know. I thought you wanted me to do an announcement.
I do. Go ahead with your announcement.
It was Casey.
Okay, this might be in the song, just so you know. And then there was Zach. He went on a ship into the ocean he didn't know was there. He went there and he found some girls and he brought them on the ship. And then before we knew it, we were up Shed Creek. All the men were up Shed Creek. Men were turned into pets that day, and Michael hung out on the mic. He sat and observed from his puppeteer status, and he wondered all night. And then Anthony stood up on a chair and said, hey, fuck this. I'm a man too. And then they said, and they put him in the chest. He was going to be in the chest with an apple in his mouth. The world was in flame, and the girls treated us like trout.
I love that. It really speaks
That
volumes
was
to our
very
subject.
good. Very good, Dan. Very good. Zach, as head of security, Ellis is out of line. How do you wish to proceed?
I do not make decisions. I only follow orders.
I
Okay,
think
wait.
son,
Sorry, bitch.
does Zach have a master?
No.
Okay, Zach, you're my now.
Can we give Casey a word? I think he's been raising his hand
Casey,
for a
you
while.
may speak.
Thank you. As the spy, I would like to offer advice that Michael is only allowed to speak in slang and not take notes. Dan is not allowed to narrate or use AI.
What?
Dan is my pet, actually.
Wait, Sandra, I thought I was your pet.
No, you got
No.
Sam's got eminent domain.
No, he's a free
Okay.
agent. I might take Casey.
right. I thought we traded.
Wait,
So
But you're gonna let him
ladies,
talk
you may
back,
have
no
multiple
problem.
pets.
okay.
I lost my pet, man.
Which one? Because
You may have multiple pets.
Petless.
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
on this. On the edge of
Other
love
three
and
pets is
despair.
not here, so
I would like to hear from Mike.
I would like
Mike,
to overthrow Lauren from the post, and I will take over for her because she is getting in my way. Traded Casey for Dan.
yeah, but Dan was my pet.
wait a minute. Hold up,
This
ladies.
is our chance. It's
You
team
did not
trouble.
please me.
Mike, I'd like to hear from you. Can you please give us a status update of your observations, please?
There's dissension in the ranks.
My observations
Fitz.
are that the men aren't being subservient enough.
Guys, meet in the engineering.
Very good, Mike. Very good. We need to step it up a notch, ladies. We're being too nice.
Yeah, everybody's
Yeah,
getting
you, Lauren, you giving to everyone dessert.
Yeah.
It's not.
More Lauren.
We must punish them, not giving
Yeah.
them
I
dessert.
already pulled out the
Okay, Fitz.
Wait,
Clearly, you are the worst of to listen to the freaking rules here. It's very freaking easy, isn't it? But not easy enough for you, apparently. So, not only will you have salty skin, sand in your shoes, we will make the socks wet. That should do it.
Nice.
Bro, you're gonna get trench foot real quick.
La Garza, I think you need to add sand to his briefs, to his.
Yes, that was one of the things that we were doing was adding sand to his briefs.
That's up
Anthony,
next. I think.
Anthony, you may speak now.
With you.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to know if I can also be your pet because I am completely. I just want to be somebody's pet. Can you have two pets? I just need to be somebody's pet. Can I please be
I
somebody's
have
pet?
3 more pets, so you can be my
Don't be
pet
desperate,
if
man.
you
Don't be
want.
desperate.
Yeah, that's a bad look.
Hey, I'm sorry. I'm desperate. I'm desperate here. I'm over here
Okay,
desperate.
I take you.
Leaders can't be choosers.
Casey, I'd like to hear from you now.
I have things to attend to IRL, and I'd like permission to leave if that's okay.
It's okay.
Yes, you may leave.
Bye,
Thank you for being
Casey.
a good pet.
Bye, Casey.
Very good pet, Casey. Casey's a very good pet.
Example is
He escaped.
Yeah, are we gonna punish Dan and Fitz for speaking up again?
Yes.
I do think that a number of the men are being subversive in a way where they are non-sexually trying to top from the bottom. And so I think this should be a pretty severe punishment because they're just continuously insubordinate and have no regard for the rules.
I fully agree.
Two captains. Do we
I
have?
agree as well.
Do we have?
Yes.
Is Sandra? Oh,
Dan,
Well,
Fitz, both of you.
Dan is my pet, and I'm really tired of these co-hosts telling me that he's not my pet when he is.
He can be your pet.
Fair enough. Thank you. No, you may not punish.
Does the security guy have a gun?
Hey lads, I'm smelling the women getting jealous. They're
Laser?
fighting between themselves as our.
I'm happy now.
I meant laser, but I'll stop.
But Sandra, you must punish your pet.
He will read us a haiku of his choice.
Very good.
Okay. To be or not to be? Are we just pets? Anthony, Fitz, Rogers, Jeff, Michael has betrayed us. Sure, he has brought us on this boat. Zach has taken us to the water. No, I feel the pain of, I do feel it, right?
I'm interrupting you because this is not a haiku. You are going on a tangent of insurrection.
Oh, you're right.
Also,
I don't really know how to do the haiku as well.
this-
Anyways, I'll take punishment number
This
4 from
sounds like
Sandra,
Dan
and
is
she knows what
using
that
AI
is.
again.
5 said
I'm pretty
5,
sure
but
Dan
he was
was
doing it.
forbidden to use AI, so how are we gonna check him? That very much sounded like he was using AI.
I'm trustworthy.
Yeah, you're not trustworthy.
I have an assignment, a punishment for Dan. Sandra, may I punish your pet?
You may.
Dan needs to post an apology video on his page towards all of us after this space is over.
What? Well, hold on. I'll get it done right now.
Can I request for Dan to wear bright pink lipstick while he's recording himself? Saying that apology.
Well, I think he's already doing it, but
That's a great addition. Dan, do that. Also, Keyflow, I'd like to hear from you. You've had your hand up.
Thank you for permission. I feel like I need to speak for my caged pet friends, Ellis. I did notice that Fitz is a bit too friendly with the masters. So the Fitz has been putting us down a lot these days, unfortunately.
Yeah, sadly, I would have to agree with that
Yeah.
assessment. My pet has not been doing well at all.
Permission to punish Fitz and
Yes, very good. How would you like to punish Fitz?
I feel that since Fitz has been playing Ellis the most here, Ellis should do the honor for us, the caged pets.
Very good. How should Ellis punish Fitz?
Go on, I'm all ears.
Ellis, you're to pick the punishment.
Oh, I get a pick. Fitz, you're in trouble, boy. Yeah, right, spanking on that math. Let me tell you that right now, son.
Same team, bro.
Yes, bro. I know. I'll be gentle.
Zach, Ellis is trying to coerce his punishment. Please lock him down in his cage.
Does that mean I earn myself spanking? Maybe. Yes.
No.
Ellis is now in a cage.
I'm just gonna beat my meat anyway.
Please chain down Ellis's arms as well in the cage.
That's just animal cruelty.
Chained inside cage.
Also, Keystopper, that was a very good comment. Good boy. I'll reward you by following you.
Yes, key stopper. I cannot give you dessert, but I can upgrade you to massaging our feet at 3.
Oh, thank you so much, Masters.
Bitch.
Can I request for Fitz to explain himself why he just can't listen to the rules and likes to speak so much outside of when he's being asked to speak? You can speak now, Fitz.
I have a dream where men
will be considered to be equal to these ladies in here who are all harsh, brutal, except for Lagatha. She's spectacular. She's the greatest. But the rest of you, I'm just waiting for Zach to give me the nod, and then the nod also to Michael. And when things happen, they will happen fast, furious, but not to Lagatha. She'll be fine. But the rest of you, you key stop down there. What the fuck was that all about, dude? Ellis, you're being in good shape, dude. No worries. But yes, and I apologize to everybody. Sorry about speaking out too much. I'll hold my tongue.
Very good, Fitz. You're learning. Mike, what are your observations?
My observations are that any attempts to subvert your authority ends quickly and in pain.
Very good. Very good.
I didn't really get that vibe from Fitz. I thought it was a little bit more sounding like harassment. And I'm going to, I mean, he's not my pet, but he's going to be my guard, key stopper, in case of an insurrection.
Oh, girl, you know what? My pet, maybe your pet. Do whatever you want to
New
my pet.
rule. Yes, new rule. Women get pets and they get a guard. Zach,
Okay,
you will be
very
my
good.
guard.
I feel as though you offered some respect there as well.
Why the heck do you keep speaking outside of being asked to speak? Fitz, I don't know. I can't deal with this. I don't know what else I need to do with you.
Captain, I'm a little confused. How is a spy a guard and a pet? I'm not sure I like this rule. It's a little confusing. It's
This
gonna
ship is so soft, Anthony.
it's gonna give them the wrong. They're gonna mutiny is gonna happen really fast. It's already in the works. So I think that's not a good idea.
No. Anthony, you may speak.
Yes, I would like to recommend a rule. Anyone who's made into a guard is castrated, kind of like the eunuchs of ancient Egypt. The Potiphars were castrated as the captains of the guard.
Zach, you may speak.
Yeah.
Whoa. Sorry. Castration?
The men punish the men worse than the women punish the men.
Yes, it's nice.
Very nice. Mike, why do you think that happens?
Fear? I think fear mostly, and it's a combination of fear and the wish to serve, and double. It's like the prisoner's experiment, but with servants.
By the way, I object to the notion of castrating people so that they can be guards. I have
This is Sandra, but this is a celibate ship, so wouldn't that just help a little?
Yes, but in the event that there is a powerful storm that comes through and we get sent to some remote island somewhere, I would think that over time we would have to remove the notion of celibacy.
Yes.
Wait a minute. Is this a boat or a spaceship?
It's a ship.
It's both.
Thank you.
I'd like to point that Dan just did his apology.
Zach, you're safe from castration.
Also, Michael has proved himself that he is safe from castration.
Very good.
Hang the wait at the phone a minute. We didn't ever say about castration. When the hell was this going? No, wait a minute.
Ellis, you're out of line. If you do want to be safe from castration, You must behave yourself and obey the rules. Otherwise, Zach will have to take you out.
We gotta get the fuck out of here, dude.
He is.
What do you mean he's going to take me out? You're already taking my balls.
He's head of security.
Behave yourself.
Yes, Ellis. Zach is head of security, and he is also. You are my
What am I
pet,
meant to
and he
do
is my
if you
guard.
take my balls and I go get naughty and I go, but
He is my guard, Ellis, and you must obey the rules.
they
Otherwise,
are my balls.
you are out of line. You must obey the rules, or you will suffer the consequences.
You're out of line.
Zach, what do you have to say?
Do it.
Hey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it.
Ellis, nobody's taking your balls. You're not being that punished. Your balls are okay. You just can't play with them while you're outside of your cage. Okay.
I can live with that.
Chained down? Who had chains? Who was chained down in their cage?
Ellis.
Zach, you got this.
Fitz, be quiet.
So you might as well be castrated, right? You can't masturbate. You can't touch. No.
No, I still like to look at them.
Okay. We're not doing that. We'll leave them alone. You can look at.
Zach, what do you have to say?
The idea of I still like to look at them, just I can't control myself at that point. But I serve at your pleasure or my pleasure serving you. Whatever one's correct.
Very good, Zach. You may have dinner.
No, Zach serves.
No.
Guards you. He is my pet, so we're not giving him that dessert yet. What'd you say? Dessert dinner? Well,
No,
actually,
I said you could have dinner.
Oh, okay.
No dessert.
Oh my God, Lauren, you're soft.
I'll toughen up now.
I have to leave this ship for the moment. So Lauren, I will pending your approval, we'll be leaving the ship and then we'll release Michael of pet duties. Yet what's his face?
Upon your and you've done a very, very amazing job today on the feminine dictatorship. Please assign Michael to somebody momentarily until you return.
Okay. 1 second. It's going to take me a moment because I'm still driving. So I'm actually going to stay here until I stop driving because I really want to make this a correct assignment.
Might I make a suggestion? Mike might be
Please.
a pretty decent. We could shift a little bit of that dynamic and allow Mike to have a pet.
Wait, check your messages.
Captain, I must object. No. What?
No.
No, I'm a pet, and I got a object. What the fuck's this?
Allow Mike to.
Yes, Mike's been very good. Very, very, very good. I think he's ready, perhaps.
But no. He cannot have a pet.
No, what are you talking about?
Okay. I have been outvoted. Mike cannot have a pet.
Suggestion that I have is that he is the head of men. So he is being promoted, yet he certainly cannot have a pet. He still reports to you.
Okay. So, Mike, you are now the head of pets, and you are to continue to obey all of the rules.
And I'm keeping Keystopper as my security, yet he can also be security for someone else in my absence.
Yes, Keystopper's very good security. Keystopper's done a great job at security.
Yes, he has. Good job. And I'll return to the ship later on. Farewell.
Farewell. Very good. Would you like to punish anyone before you leave?
Oh, I mean, Fitz just seems like he needs like endless punishments.
Yeah, I agree.
It Fitz. Lagatha, can she punish Fitz, please?
Yeah. My pet is gonna be her pet. We're close like that. Go punish that Fitz. He needs it.
Okay, thank you. Ooh, okay. He already has a lot of sand. He has a lot of wet. I do think that he'll have to capture the lobsters for dinner, and we'll have to prepare it by hand.
Seems reasonable.
That's okay, right? I think
Yeah,
that's a pretty
yeah.
good one because it's
Seems,
also very challenging to open up a lobster by hand.
yeah, I agree. I'm not too sure who wants to eat the mess afterwards, but maybe he gets good enough by the end of all the lobsters he has to capture.
Oh, he'll get good enough.
Okay, you drive safe. Love
Okay,
you.
thank you. Thank you, love. Bye, everyone. Farewell.
Bye.
Bye.
You may speak, host.
My dominatrix in real life is going to kill me if I don't take her to the store.
Very
Say hi
good.
to Ellie.
Very good. Are you closing the room? If so, we will start up another room.
Yes, please, if that is okay with you.
Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Yes.
It's Josh.
I will start up another room, and we'll go from there.
So long, farewell.
This was a goddamn journey, by the way. I jumped in and out of this space all day, and it has been definitely fucking super interesting and well hosted, Michael. So props, because there was some fun stuff that happened today. So good
So
stuff.
it's an experience in the Syndicate.
I owe it all to Lauren and the co-hosts and the women of this space.
Yes, this particular aspect of it, but earlier on when you were doing your stuff is good.
Please tell your dominatrix in real life to reward you. You've done very well. Great job.
Oh, they wanted to thank you for being a good dominatrix of me.
Well, thank you very much for noticing my work.
You've done very good. Please reward him or punish him as you see fit.
Interesting. I'll take that into consideration. Thank you, everyone.
Jesus
I
Christ.
like her. I like her a lot. Please bring her back to the ship.
This is amazing. I love this.
We do need a big personality to keep this one in line, so you know.
You must come back to the ship and help us discipline these men. You must come back. We like you a lot.
I would love to. I'd be honored. Thank you.
Mike, you did very good with that one. Very good. I'll open up a space now. Devanka, let's run this ship.
I really wanted Zach to be castrated.
I'm not leaving.
Welcome to the Syndicate, everyone. The distribution of power is the most powerful thing you can do in the world. When everyone is grasping for power, your ability to let it go is the most powerful thing you can do.
My friend, this is all Foucaultian power dynamics. It's discursive, and if you understand the dynamics of power, you can definitely manipulate them to your favor.
Yeah, what's up? Like that.
Michael, I think you might have found some great dominatrix for the purposes that you thought about weeks and weeks ago.
Decentralized dominatrices?
Dominatrixes. Hey, my English has gone downhill the last 3 weeks, and my German hasn't improved. So I'm kind of in a tough spot, and I had migraine pills. So these are all the excuses I have for my bad expressions today.
How was your trip? Everything was good?
Oh, I'm still in Germany. It's okay. It's it's tough. It's not been easy, but it has. I have had some rewarding moments, so that's good.
Good. Well, I actually do have to
Yeah,
see about
go
Dominic,
run,
but
go run.
Dude, that would have
was
been the greatest rug pull ever based on just that was brilliant.
yeah, it was one of those things where it does flit through your mind, obviously, but it's one of those things where it's almost like a yoga for me to be able to see how much I can be okay with. So I apologize if you get caught up in my own personal experiment with myself.
Cheers, man. Enjoy your the rest of your Saturday.
Have a good day.